admirers. Don't they know we are bringing them the plague? One simple name for the plague that Lucretius brought a charge frequently leveled against him, when his poem began once again to be read, is atheism. But Lucretius was not in fact an atheist. He believed that the gods existed, but he also believed that, by virtue of being gods, they could not possibly be concerned with human beings or with anything that we do. Divinity, by its very nature, he thought, must enjoy eternal life and peace entirely untouched by any suffering or disturbance and indifferent to human actions. If it gives you pleasure to call the sea Neptune, or to refer to grain and wine as Ceres and Bacchus, Lucretius wrote, you should feel free to do so, just as you can dub the round world the mother of the gods. And if, drawn by their solemn beauty, you choose to visit religious shrines, you will be doing yourself no harm, provided that you contemplate the images of the gods in peace and tranquility. 78. But you should not think for a minute that you can either anger or propitiate any of these deities. The processions, the animal sacrifices, the frenzied dances, the drums and cymbals and pipes, the showers of snowy rose petals, the eunuch priests, the carved images of the infant God. All of these cultic practices, though compelling and impressive in their way, are fundamentally meaningless, since the gods they are meant to reach are entirely removed and separated from our world. It is possible to argue that, despite his profession of religious belief, Lucretius was some sort of atheist, a particularly sly one perhaps, since to almost all believers of almost all religious faiths in almost all times, it has seemed pointless to worship a god without the hope of appeasing divine wrath or acquiring divine protection and favor. What is the use of a god who is uninterested in punishing or rewarding? Lucretius insisted that such hopes and anxieties are precisely a toxic form of superstition, combining in equal measure absurd arrogance and absurd fear. Imagining that the gods actually care about the fate of humans or about their ritual practices is, he observed, a particularly vulgar insult, as if divine beings depended for their happiness on our mumbled words or good behavior. But that insult is the least of the problems, since the gods quite literally could not care less. Nothing that we can do or not do could possibly interest them. The serious issue is that false beliefs and observances inevitably lead to human mischief. These views were certainly contrary to Poggio's own Christian faith, and would have led any contemporary who espoused them into the most serious trouble. But by themselves, encountered in a pagan text, they were not likely to trigger great alarm. Poggio could have told himself, as did some later sympathetic readers of On the Nature of Things, that the brilliant ancient poet simply intuited the emptiness of pagan beliefs, and hence the absurdity of sacrifices to gods who did not in fact exist. Lucretius, after all, had the misfortune of living shortly before the coming of the Messiah. Had he been born a century later, he would have had the opportunity of learning the truth. As it was, he at least grasped that the practices of his own contemporaries were worthless. Hence even many modern translations of Lucretius' poem into English reassuringly have it denounced as superstition, what the Latin text calls simply religio. But atheism, or more accurately, the indifference of the gods, was not the only problem posed by Lucretius' poem. Its main concerns lay elsewhere, in the material world we all inhabit, and it is here that the most disturbing arguments arose, arguments that lured those who were most struck by their formidable power, Machiavelli, Bruno, Galileo, and others, into strange trains of thought. Those trains of thought had once been eagerly explored in the very land to which they now returned, as a result of Poggio's discovery. But 1,000 years of virtual silence had rendered them highly dangerous. By now much of what on the nature of things claims about the universe seems deeply familiar, at least among the circle of people who are likely to be reading these words. After all, many of the work's core arguments are among the foundations on which modern life has been constructed. But it is worth remembering that some of the arguments remain alien and that others are hotly contested, often by those who gladly avail themselves of the scientific advances they help to spawn. And to all but a few of Poggio's contemporaries, most of what Lucretius claimed, albeit in a poem of startling, seductive beauty, seemed incomprehensible, unbelievable, or impious. Here is a brief list, by no means exhaustive, of the elements that constituted the Lucretian challenge. Everything is made of invisible particles. Lucretius, who disliked technical language, chose not to use the standard Greek philosophical term for these foundational particles, atoms, i.e., things that cannot be divided. He deployed instead a variety of ordinary Latin words: first things, first beginnings, the bodies of matter, the seeds of things. Everything is formed of these seeds and on dissolution returns to them in the end. Immutable, indivisible, invisible, and infinite in number, they are constantly in motion, clashing with one another, coming together to form new shapes, coming apart, recombining again, enduring. The elementary particles of matter, the seeds of the things, are eternal. Time is not limited, a discrete substance with a beginning and an end, but infinite. The invisible particles from which the entire universe is made, from the stars to the lowliest insect, are indestructible and immortal, though any particular object in the universe is transitory. That is, all the forms that we observe, even those that seem the most durable, are temporary. The building blocks from which they are composed will sooner or later be redistributed. But those building blocks themselves are permanent, as is the ceaseless process of formation, dissolution, and redistribution. Neither creation nor destruction ever has the upper hand. The sum total of matter remains the same, and the balance between the living and the dead is always restored. And so the destructive motions cannot hold sway eternally and bury existence forever. Nor again can the motions that cause life and growth preserve created things eternally. Thus, in this war that has been waged from time everlasting, the contest between the elements is an equal one. Now here, now there, the vital forces conquer and in turn are conquered. With the funeral dirge mingles the wail that babies raise when they reach the shores of light. No night has followed day, and no dawn has followed night, which has not heard mingled with those woeful wails the lamentations that accompany death and the black funeral. 569 AD, the Spanish-born Harvard philosopher George Santayana called this idea the ceaseless mutation of forms composed of indestructible substances, the greatest thought that mankind has ever hit upon. The elementary particles are infinite in number but limited in shape and size. They are like the letters in an alphabet, a discrete set capable of being combined in an infinite number of sentences. 688 ff. And with the seeds of things, as with language, the combinations are made according to a code. As not all letters or all words can be coherently combined, so too not all particles can combine with all other particles in every possible manner. Some of the seeds of things routinely and easily hook onto others. Some repel and resist one another. Lucretius did not claim to know the hidden code of matter. But he argued, it is important to grasp that there is a code and that in principle it could be investigated and understood by human science. All particles are in motion in an infinite void. Space, like time, is unbounded. There are no fixed points, no beginnings, middles, or ends, and no limits. Matter is not packed together in a solid mass. There is a void in things, allowing the constitutive particles to move, collide, combine, and move apart. Evidence for the void includes not only the restless motion that we observe all around us, but also such phenomena as water oozing through the walls of caves, food dispersed through bodies, sound passing through walls of closed rooms, cold permeating to the bones. The universe consists then of matter, the primary particles, and all that those particles come together to form in space, intangible and empty. Nothing else exists. The universe has no creator or designer. The particles themselves have not been made and cannot be destroyed. The patterns of order and disorder in the world are not the product of any divine scheme. Providence is a fantasy. What exists is not the manifestation of any overarching plan or any intelligent design inherent in matter itself. No supreme choreographer planned their movements, and the seeds of things did not have a meeting in which they decided what would go where. But because throughout the universe from time everlasting countless numbers of them, buffeted and impelled by blows, have shifted in countless ways, experimentation with every kind of movement and combination has at last resulted in arrangements such as those that created and compose our world. 1. 1024-28. There is no end or purpose to existence, only ceaseless creation and destruction, governed entirely by chance. Everything comes into being as a result of a swerve. If all the individual particles, in their infinite numbers, fell through the void in straight lines, pulled down by their own weight like raindrops, nothing would ever exist. But the particles do not move lockstep in a preordained single direction. Instead, at absolutely unpredictable times and places they deflect slightly from their straight course, to a degree that could be described as no more than a shift of movement. 2. 218-20. The position of the elementary particles is thus indeterminate. The swerve, which Lucretius called variously declinatio, inclinatio, or clinamen, is only the most minimal of motions, nec plus quam minimum. 2.244. But it is enough to set off a ceaseless chain of collisions. Whatever exists in the universe exists because of these random collisions of minute particles. The endless combinations and recombinations resulting from the collisions over a limitless span of time bring it about that the rivers replenish the insatiable sea with plentiful streams of water, that the earth, warmed by the sun's fostering heat, renews her produce, that the family of animals springs up and thrives, and that the gliding ethereal fires have life. 1. 1030-134. The swerve is the source of free will. In the lives of all sentient creatures, human and animal alike, the random swerve of elementary particles is responsible for the existence of free will. For if all of motion were one long predetermined chain, there would be no possibility of freedom. Cause would follow cause from eternity, as the fates decreed. Instead, we wrest free will from the fates. But what is the evidence that the will exists? Why should we not simply think that the matter in living creatures moves because of the same blows that propel dust motes? Lucretius. Image is the split second on the race track after the starting gate is opened, before the straining horses, frantically eager to move, can actually propel their bodies forward. That split second is the thrilling spectacle of a mental act bidding a mass of matter into motion. And because this image did not quite answer to his whole purpose because, after all, race horses are precisely creatures driven to move by the blows of their riders, Lucretius went on to observe that though an outside force may strike against a man, that man may deliberately hold himself back. Nature ceaselessly experiments. There is no single moment of origin, no mythic scene of creation. All living beings, from plants and insects to the higher mammals and man, have evolved through a long, complex process of trial and error. The process involves many false starts and dead ends, monsters, prodigies, mistakes, creatures that were not endowed with all the features that they needed to compete for resources and to create offspring. Creatures whose combination of organs enables them to adapt and to reproduce will succeed in establishing themselves, until changing circumstances make it impossible for them any longer to survive. The successful adaptations, like the failures, are the result of a fantastic number of combinations that are constantly being generated and reproduced or discarded over an unlimited expanse of time. It is difficult to grasp this point, Lucretius acknowledged, but what has been created gives rise to its own function. 4.835. That is, he explained, sight did not exist before the birth of the eyes, nor speech before the creation of the tongue. 4. 836-37. These organs were not created in order to fulfill a purposed end. Their usefulness gradually enabled the creatures in whom they emerged to survive and to reproduce their kind. The universe was not created for or about humans. The earth with its seas and deserts, harsh climate, wild beasts, diseases was obviously not purpose-built to make our species feel at home. Unlike many other animals who are endowed at birth with what they need to survive, human infants are almost completely vulnerable. Consider, Lucretius wrote in a celebrated passage, how a baby, like a shipwrecked sailor flung ashore by fierce waves, lies on the ground naked, speechless, and utterly helpless as soon as nature has cast it forth with pangs of labor from its mother's womb into the shores of light. 223-25. The fate of the entire species, let alone that of any individual, is not the pole around which everything revolves. Indeed, there is no reason to believe that human beings as a species will last forever. On the contrary, it is clear that over the infinite expanses of time, some species grow, others disappear, generated and destroyed in the ceaseless process of change. There were other forms of life before us, which no longer exist. There will be other forms of life after us, when our kind has vanished. Humans are not unique. They are part of a much larger material process that links them not only to all other life forms but to inorganic matter as well. The invisible particles out of which living things, including humans, are composed are not sentient, nor do they come from some mysterious source. We are made of the same stuff that everything else is made of. Humans do not occupy the privileged place in existence they imagine for themselves. Though they often fail to recognize the fact, they share many of their most cherished qualities with other animals. To be sure, each individual is unique, but thanks to the abundance of matter, the same is true of virtually all creatures. How else do we imagine that a calf recognizes its dam or the cow her calf? We have only to look attentively at the world around us to grasp that many of the most intense and poignant experiences of our lives are not exclusive to our species. Human society began not in a golden age of tranquility and plenty, but in a primitive battle for survival. There was no original paradisal time of plenty, as some have dreamed, in which happy, peaceful men and women, living in security and leisure, enjoyed the fruits of nature's abundance. Early humans, lacking fire, agriculture, and other means to soften a brutally hard existence, struggled to eat and to avoid being eaten. There may always have been some rudimentary capacity for social cooperation in the interest of survival, but the ability to form bonds and to live in communities governed by settled customs developed slowly. At first, there was only random mating either from mutual desire or from barter or rape, and the hunting and gathering of food. Mortality rates were extremely high, though not, Lucretius noted wryly, as high as they currently are, inflated by warfare, shipwreck, and overeating. The idea that language was somehow given to humans as a miraculous invention is absurd. Instead, Lucretius wrote humans, who like other animals used inarticulate cries and gestures in various situations, slowly arrived at shared sounds to designate the same things. So too, long before they were able to join together to sing melodious songs, humans imitated the warbling of birds and the sweet sound of a gentle breeze in the reeds, and so gradually developed a capacity to make music. The arts of civilization not given to man by some divine lawmaker, but painstakingly fashioned by the shared talents and mental power of the species, are accomplishments worth celebrating, but they are not unmixed blessings. They arose in tandem with the fear of the gods, the desire for wealth, the pursuit of fame and power. All of these originated in a craving for security, a craving that reaches back to the earliest experiences of the human species struggling to master its natural enemies. That violent struggle against the wild beasts that threatened human survival was largely successful, but the anxious, acquisitive, aggressive impulses have metastasized. In consequence, human beings characteristically develop weapons that turn against themselves. The soul dies. The human soul is made of the same material as the human body. The fact that we cannot physically locate the soul in a particular organ only means that it is made of exceedingly minute particles interlaced through the veins, flesh, and sinews. Our instruments are not fine enough to weigh the soul. At the moment of death, it dissolves, like the case of a wine whose bouquet has evaporated, or of a perfume whose exquisite scent has dispersed into the air. 3. 221-2. We do not imagine that the wine or perfume contains a mysterious soul, only that the scent consists of very subtle material elements, too small to measure. So too of the human spirit. It consists of tiny elements hidden in body's most secret recesses. When the body dies, that is, when its matter is dispersed, the soul, which is part of the body, dies as well. There is no afterlife. Humans have both consoled and tormented themselves with the thought that something awaits them after they have died. Either they will gather flowers for eternity in a paradisal garden where no chill wind ever blows, or they will be frog-marched before a harsh judge who will condemn them for their sins, to unending misery that somewhat mysteriously requires them after dying to have heat-sensitive skin, an aversion to cold, bodily appetite and thirst, and the like. But once you grasp that your soul dies along with your body, you also grasp that there can be no posthumous punishments or rewards. Life on this earth is all that human beings have. Death is nothing to us. When you are dead, when the particles that have been linked together to create and sustain you have come apart, there will be neither pleasure nor pain, longing nor fear. Mourners, Lucretius wrote, always wring their hands in anguish and say, "Never again will your dear children race for the prize of your first kisses, and touch your heart with pleasure too profound for words." 3. 895-98. But they do not go on to add, "You will not care because you will not exist." All organized religions are superstitious delusions. The delusions are based on deeply rooted longings, fears, and ignorance. Humans project images of the power and beauty and perfect security that they would like to possess. Fashioning their gods accordingly, they become enslaved to their own dreams. Everyone is subject to the feelings that generate such dreams. They wash over you when you look up at the stars and start imagining beings of immeasurable power, or when you wonder if the universe has any limits, or when you marvel at the exquisite order of things, or less agreeably, when you experience an uncanny string of misfortunes and wonder if you are being punished, or when nature shows its destructive side. There are entirely natural explanations for such phenomena as lightning and earthquakes. Lucretius spells them out, but terrified humans instinctively respond with religious fear and start praying. Religions are invariably cruel. Religions always promise hope and love, but their deep, underlying structure is cruelty. This is why they are drawn to fantasies of retribution, and why they inevitably stir up anxiety among their adherents. The quintessential emblem of religion and the clearest manifestation of the perversity that lies at its core is the sacrifice of a child by a parent. Almost all religious faiths incorporate the myth of such a sacrifice, and some have actually made it real. Lucretius had in mind the sacrifice of Iphigenia by her father Agamemnon, but he may also have been aware of the Jewish story of Abraham and Isaac, and other comparable Near Eastern stories for which the Romans of his times had a growing taste. Writing around 50 BCE, he could not, of course, have anticipated the great sacrifice myth that would come to dominate the Western world, but he would not have been surprised by it or by the endlessly reiterated, prominently displayed images of the bloody, murdered son. There are no angels, demons, or ghosts. Immaterial spirits of any kind do not exist. The creatures with which the Greek and Roman imagination populated the world, fates, harpies, demons, genii, nymphs, satyrs, dryads, celestial messengers, and the spirits of the dead, are entirely unreal. Forget them. The highest goal of human life is the enhancement of pleasure and the reduction of pain. Life should be organized to serve the pursuit of happiness. There is no ethical purpose higher than facilitating this pursuit for oneself and one's fellow creatures. All the other claims the service of the state, the glorification of the gods or the ruler, the arduous pursuit of virtue through self-sacrifice are secondary, misguided, or fraudulent. The militarism and the taste for violent sports that characterized his own culture seemed to Lucretius in the deepest sense perverse and unnatural. Man's natural needs are simple. A failure to recognize the boundaries of these needs leads human beings to a vain and fruitless struggle for more and more. Most people grasp rationally that the luxuries they crave are, for the most part, pointless and do little or nothing to enhance their well-being. Fiery fevers quit your body no quicker if you toss in embroidered attire of blushing crimson than if you must lie sick in a common garment. 2:34-36. But as it is difficult to resist fears of the gods and the afterlife, so too it is difficult to resist the compulsive sense that security, for oneself and one's community, can somehow be enhanced through exploits of passionate acquisitiveness and conquest. These exploits, however, only decrease the possibility of happiness and put everyone engaged in them at the risk of shipwreck. The goal, Lucretius wrote in a celebrated and famously disturbing passage, must be to escape from the whole mad enterprise and observe it from a position of safety. It is comforting, when winds are whipping up the waters of the vast sea, to watch from land the severe trials of another person. Not that anyone's distress is a cause of agreeable pleasure, but it is comforting to see from what troubles you yourself are exempt. It is comforting also to witness mighty clashes of warriors embattled on the plains, when you have no share in the danger. But nothing is more blissful than to occupy the heights effectively fortified by the teaching of the wise, tranquil sanctuaries from which you can look down upon others, and see them wandering everywhere in their random search for the way of life, competing for intellectual eminence, disputing about rank, and striving night and day with prodigious effort to scale the summit of wealth and to secure power. 2:113. The greatest obstacle to pleasure is not pain, it is delusion. The principal enemies of human happiness are inordinate desire, the fantasy of attaining something that exceeds what the finite mortal world allows, and gnawing fear. Even the dreaded plague, in Lucretius' account, and his work ends with a graphic account of a catastrophic plague epidemic in Athens, is most horrible not only for the suffering and death that it brings, but also and still more for the perturbation and panic that it triggers. It is perfectly reasonable to seek to avoid pain. Such avoidance is one of the pillars of his whole ethical system. But how is it possible to keep this natural aversion from turning into panic, panic that only leads to the triumph of suffering? And more generally, why are humans so unhappy? The answer, Lucretius thought, had to do with the power of the imagination. Though they are finite and mortal, humans are gripped by illusions of the infinite pleasure and infinite pain. The fantasy of infinite pain helps to account for their proneness to religion. In the misguided belief that their souls are immortal and hence potentially subject to an eternity of suffering, humans imagine that they can somehow negotiate with the gods for a better outcome, an eternity of pleasure in paradise. The fantasy of infinite pleasure helps to account for their proneness to romantic love. In the misguided belief that their happiness depends upon the absolute possession of some single object of limitless desire, humans are seized by a feverish, unappeasable hunger and thirst that can only bring anguish instead of happiness. Once again, it is perfectly reasonable to seek sexual pleasure. That is, after all, one of the body's natural joys. The mistake, Lucretius thought, was to confound this joy with a delusion, the frenzied craving to possess at once, to penetrate and to consume what is in reality a dream. Of course, the absent lover is always only a mental image and in this sense akin to a dream. But Lucretius observed in passages of remarkable frankness that in the very act of sexual consummation, lovers remain in the grip of confused longings that they cannot fulfill. Even in the hour of possession, the passion of the lovers fluctuates and wanders in uncertainty. They cannot decide what to enjoy first with their eyes and hands. They tightly squeeze the object of their desire and cause bodily pain, often driving their teeth into one another's lips and crushing mouth against mouth. 4. 1076-81. The point of this passage, part of what W.B. Yeats called the finest description of sexual intercourse ever written, is not to urge a more decorous, tepid form of lovemaking. It is to take note of the element of unsated appetite that haunts even the fulfillment of desire. The insatiability of sexual appetite is, in Lucretius' view, one of Venus' cunning strategies. It helps to account for the fact that, after brief interludes, the same acts of love are performed again and again. And he understood, too, that these repeated acts are deeply pleasurable. But he remained troubled by the ruse, by the emotional suffering that comes in its wake, by the arousal of aggressive impulses, and above all, by the sense that even the moment of ecstasy leaves something to be desired. In 1685, the great poet John Dryden brilliantly captured Lucretius' remarkable vision. When the youthful pair more closely join, when hands in hands they lock and thighs in thighs they twine, just in the raging foam of full desire, when both press on, both murmur, both expire, they grip, they squeeze, their humid tongues they dart, as each would force their way to each other's heart. In vain, they only cruise about the coast. For bodies cannot pierce, nor be in bodies lost, as sure they strive to be, when both engage in that tumultuous momentary rage. So tangled in the nets of love they lie, till man dissolves in that excess of joy. 4. 1105-14. Understanding the nature of things generates deep wonder. The realization that the universe consists of atoms and void and nothing else, that the world was not made for us by a providential creator, that we are not the center of the universe, that our emotional lives are no more distinct than our physical lives from those of all other creatures, that our souls are as material and as mortal as our bodies, all these things are not the cause for despair. On the contrary, grasping the way things really are is the crucial step toward the possibility of happiness. Human insignificance, the fact that it is not all about us and our fate is, Lucretius insisted, the good news. It is possible for human beings to live happy lives, but not because they think that they are the center of the universe, or because they fear the gods, or because they nobly sacrifice themselves for values that purport to transcend their mortal existence. Unappeasable desire and the fear of death are the principal obstacles to human happiness, but the obstacles can be surmounted through the exercise of reason. The exercise of reason is not available only to specialists. It is accessible to everyone. What is needed is to refuse the lies proffered by priests and other fantasymongers, and to look squarely and calmly at the true nature of things. All speculation, all science, all morality, all attempts to fashion a life worth living must start and end with a comprehension of the invisible seeds of things, atoms and the void, and nothing else. It might seem at first that this comprehension would inevitably bring with it a sense of cold emptiness, as if the universe had been robbed of its magic. But being liberated from harmful illusions is not the same as disillusionment. The origin of philosophy, it was often said in the ancient world, was wonder. Surprise and bafflement led to a desire to know, and knowledge in turn laid the wonder to rest. But in Lucretius' account, the process is something like the reverse. It is knowing the way things are that awakens the deepest wonder. On the nature of things is that rarest of accomplishments, a great work of philosophy that is also a great poem. Inevitably, compiling a list of propositions, as I have done, obscures Lucretius' astonishing poetic power, a power he himself downplayed when he compared his verses to honey smeared around the lip of a cup containing medicine that a sick man might otherwise refuse to drink. The downplaying is not altogether surprising. His philosophical master and guide, Epicurus, was suspicious of eloquence, and thought that the truth should be uttered in plain, unadorned prose. But the poetic greatness of Lucretius' work is not incidental to his visionary project, his attempt to wrest the truth away from illusion-mongerers. Why should the tellers of fables, he thought, possess a monopoly on the means that humans have invented to express the pleasure and beauty of the world? Without those means, the world we inhabit runs the risk of seeming inhospitable, and for their comfort people will prefer to embrace fantasies, even if those fantasies are destructive. With the aid of poetry, however, the actual nature of things, an infinite number of indestructible particles swerving into one another, hooking together, coming to life, coming apart, reproducing, dying, recreating themselves, forming an astonishing, constantly changing universe can be depicted in its true splendor. Human beings, Lucretius thought, must not drink in the poisonous belief that their souls are only part of the world temporarily, and that they are heading somewhere else. That belief will only spawn in them a destructive relation to the environment in which they live the only lives that they have. These lives, like all other existing forms in the universe, are contingent and vulnerable. All things, including the earth itself, will eventually disintegrate and return to the constituent atoms from which they were composed, and out of which other things will form in the perpetual dance of matter. But while we are alive, we should be filled with the deepest pleasure, for we are a small part of a vast process of world-making that Lucretius celebrated as essentially erotic. Hence it is that, as a poet, a maker of metaphors, Lucretius could do something very strange, something that appears to violate his conviction that the gods are deaf to human petitions. On the Nature of Things opens with a prayer to Venus. Once again, Dryden probably best renders in English the spirit of Lucretius' ardor. Delight of humankind and gods above, parent of Rome, propitious queen of love, whose vital power air, earth, and sea supplies, and breeds whate'er is born beneath the rolling skies. For every kind, by thy prolific might, springs and beholds the regions of the light. Thee, goddess, thee the clouds and tempests fear, and at thy pleasing presence disappear. For thee the land in fragrant flowers is dressed, for thee the ocean smiles and smooths her wavy breast, and heaven itself with more serene and purer light is blessed. 1:19 The hymn pours forth, full of wonder and gratitude, glowing with light. It is as if the ecstatic poet actually beheld the goddess of love, the sky clearing at her radiant presence, the awakening earth showering her with flowers. She is the embodiment of desire, and her return, on the fresh gusts of the west wind, fills all living things with pleasure and passionate sexual longing. For when the rising spring adorns the mead, and a new scene of nature stands displayed, when teeming buds and cheerful greens appear, and western gales unlock the lazy year, the joyous birds thy welcome first express, whose native songs thy genial fire confess. Then savage beasts bound o'er their slighted food, struck with thy darts and tempt the raging flood. All nature is thy gift, earth, air, and sea. Of all that breathes, the various progeny, stung with delight, is goaded on by thee. O'er barren mountains, o'er the flowery plain, the leafy forest, and the liquid main extends thy uncontrolled and boundless reign. Through all the living regions dost thou move and scatterest, where thou goest, the kindly seeds of love. 1:920 We do not know how the German monks who copied the Latin verses and kept them from destruction responded, nor do we know what Poggio Bracciolini, who must at least have glanced at them as he salvaged the poem from oblivion, thought they meant. Certainly almost every one of the poem's key principles was an abomination to right-thinking Christian orthodoxy, but the poetry was compellingly, seductively beautiful. And we can see with hallucinatory vividness what at least one Italian, later in the 15th century, made of them. We have only to look at Botticelli's great painting of Venus, ravishingly beautiful, emerging from the restless matter of the sea. Chapter 9 The return Lucretius has not yet come back to me, Poggio wrote to his Venetian friend, the patrician humanist Francesco Barbaro, although he has been copied. Evidently, then, Poggio had not been allowed to borrow the ancient manuscript, which he characteristically referred to as if it were the poet himself, and take it back to Constance with him. The monks must have been too wary for that and forced him instead to find someone to make a copy. He did not expect this scribe to deliver the result, important as it was, in person. The place is rather far away and not many people come from there, Poggio wrote, and so I shall wait until some people turn up who will bring him. How long would he be willing to wait? If no one comes, he assured his friend, I shall not put public duties ahead of private needs. A very strange remark, for what is public here and what is private? Poggio was, perhaps, telling Barbaro not to worry. Official duties in Constance, whatever they might be, would not stand in the way of getting his hands on Lucretius. When the manuscript of On the Nature of Things finally did reach him, Poggio evidently sent it off at once to Niccolò Niccoli, in Florence. Either because the scribe's copy was crudely made or simply because he wanted a version for himself, Poggio's friend undertook to transcribe it. This transcription in Niccoli's elegant hand, together with the copy made by the German scribe, spawned dozens of further manuscript copies. More than 50 are known to survive, and were the sources of all 15th century and early 16th century printed editions of Lucretius. Poggio's discovery thus served as the crucial conduit through which the ancient poem, dormant for 1,000 years, re-entered circulation in the world. In the cool gray and white Laurentian library that Michelangelo designed for the Medici, Niccoli's copy of the scribe's copy of the 9th century copy of Lucretius, Poem Codex Laurentianus 35.3, is preserved. One of the key sources of modernity, it is a modest book, bound in fading, tattered red leather inlaid with metal, a chain attached to the bottom of the back cover. There is little to distinguish it physically from many other manuscripts in the collection, apart from the fact that a reader is given latex gloves to wear when it is delivered to the desk. The copy that the scribe made and that Poggio sent from Constance to Florence is lost. Presumably, after completing his transcription, Nicoli sent it back to Poggio, who does not seem to have copied it in his own exquisite hand. Perhaps, confident in Nicoli's skills, Poggio or his heirs deemed the scribe's copy not worth preserving and in the end simply threw it away. Lost, too, is the manuscript that the scribe had copied and that presumably remained in the monastic library. Did it burn up in a fire? Was the ink carefully scraped off in order to make room for some other text? Did it finally molder away from neglect, the victim of damp and rot? Or did a pious reader actually take in its subversive implications and choose to destroy it? No remnants of it have been discovered. Two 9th-century manuscripts of On the Nature of Things, unknown to Poggio or any of his humanist contemporaries, did manage to make it through the almost impenetrable barrier of time. These manuscripts, named after their formats the oblongus and the quadratus, were catalogued in the collection of a great 17th-century Dutch scholar and collector, Isaac Voss, and have been in the Leiden University Library since 1689. Fragments of a third 9th-century manuscript, containing about 45% of Lucretius' poem, also turned out to survive and are now housed in collections in Copenhagen and Vienna. But by the time these manuscripts surfaced, Lucretius' poem, thanks to Poggio's discovery, had already long been helping to unsettle and transform the world. It is possible that Poggio sent his copy of the poem to Nicoli without having done more than look at it briefly. He had much to occupy his mind. Baldassare Casa had been stripped of the papacy and was languishing in prison. The second claimant to the throne of St. Peter, Angelo Correr, who had been forced to resign his title of Gregory Roman XII, died in October 1417. The third claimant, Pedro de Luna, barricaded first in the fortress of Perpignan, and then on the inaccessible rock of Peñascola on the sea coast near Valencia, still tenaciously called himself Benedict Roman XIII. But it was clear to Poggio and almost everyone else that Papa Luna's claim could not be taken seriously. The papal throne was vacant, and the council which, like the current European community, was riven with tensions among the English, French, German, Italian, and Spanish delegations squabbled over the conditions that would have to be met before proceeding to elect a new pope. In the long interval before an agreement was finally reached, many members of the Curia had found paths to new employment. Some, like Poggio's friend Bruni, had already returned to Italy. Poggio's own attempts were unsuccessful. The apostolic secretary to the disgraced pope had enemies, and he refused to appease them by distancing himself from his former master. Other bureaucrats in the papal court testified against the imprisoned Casa, but Poggio's name does not appear on the list of witnesses for the prosecution. His best hope was that one of Casa's principal allies, Cardinal Zabarella, would be named pope, but Zabarella died in 1417. When the electors finally met in secret conclave in the fall of 1418, they chose someone with no interest in surrounding himself with humanist intellectuals, the Roman aristocrat Otto Colonna, who took the name Martin V. Poggio was not offered the post of apostolic secretary, though he could have stayed on at court in the lower rank of scriptor. Instead, he decided to make a very surprising and risky career move. In 1419, Poggio accepted the post of secretary to Henry Beaufort, Bishop of Winchester. The uncle of Henry V, Shakespeare's heroic warrior of Agincourt fame, Beaufort was the leader of the English delegation to the Council of Constance, where he evidently met and was impressed by the Italian humanist. For the wealthy and powerful English bishop, Poggio represented the most advanced and sophisticated type of secretary, someone deeply versed both in the Roman curial bureaucracy and in prestigious humanist studies. For the Italian secretary, Beaufort represented the salvaging of dignity. Poggio had the satisfaction of refusing what would have been in effect a demotion had he returned to the Roman Curia. But he knew no English, and if that did not greatly matter in the service of an aristocratic cleric whose mother tongue was French, and who was comfortable in Latin and Italian, it did mean that Poggio could never hope to feel entirely at home in England. The decision to move, as he approached his 40th birthday, to a land where he had no family, allies, or friends was motivated by something other than pique. The prospect of a sojourn in a distant realm much more remote and exotic than Tasmania would now seem to a contemporary Roman, excited the book hunter in Poggio. He had had spectacular successes in Switzerland and Germany, successes that had made his name famous in humanist circles. Other great discoveries might await him now in English monastic libraries. Those libraries had not yet been thoroughly searched by humanists endowed, as Poggio was, with a careful reading of known classical texts, an encyclopedic grasp of the clues to missing manuscripts, and remarkable philological acumen. If he had already been hailed as a demigod for his ability to resurrect the ancient dead, how would he be praised for what he might now bring to light? In the event, Poggio remained in England for almost 4 years, but the stay was deeply disappointing. Bishop Beaufort was not the gold mine that Poggio, perennially short of money, had dreamed he would be. He was away much of the time, as nomadic as a Scythian, leaving his secretary with little or nothing to do. Except for Nicoli, his Italian friends seem all to have forgotten him. I have been relegated to oblivion as though I were dead. The English people he met were almost uniformly disagreeable. Plenty of men given over to gluttony and lust, but very few lovers of literature, and those few barbarians, trained rather in trifling debates and in quibbling than in real learning. His letters back to Italy were a litany of complaints. There was plague. The weather was miserable. His mother and brother wrote to him only to pester him for money that he did not have. He suffered from hemorrhoids. And the truly terrible news was that the libraries, at least the ones he visited, were from Poggio's point of view almost completely uninteresting. I saw many monasteries, all crammed with new doctors, he wrote to Nicoli in Florence, none of whom you would even have found worth listening to. There were a few volumes of ancient writings, which we have in better versions at home. Nearly all the monasteries of this island have been built within the last 400 years, and that has not been an age which produced either learned men or the books which we seek. These books were already sunk without trace. There might, Poggio conceded, be something or other at Oxford, but his master Beaufort was not planning a visit there, and his own resources were severely strained. It was time for his humanist friends to abandon their dreams of stupendous discoveries. You had better give up hope of books from England, for they care very little for them here. Poggio professed to find some consolation in embarking on a serious study of the Church Fathers. There was no shortage of theological tomes in England, but he felt painfully the absence of the classical texts he loved. During my 4 years here, I have paid no attention to the study of the humanities, he complained, and I have not read a single book that had anything to do with style. You can guess this from my letters, for they are not what they used to be. In 1422, after ceaseless complaining, conniving, and cajoling, he finally secured for himself a new secretarial post at the Vatican. Obtaining the money for the voyage back was not easy. I am hunting everywhere to find some means of leaving here at someone else's expense, he wrote frankly, but eventually he cobbled enough together. He returned to Italy, having uncovered no lost bibliographic treasures and having had no appreciable impact on the English intellectual scene. On May 12, 1425, He wrote to remind Nicoli that he wished to see the text he had sent him some 8 years earlier. I wanted the Lucretius for 2 weeks and no more, but you want to copy that and Silius Italicus, Nonius Marcellus, and Cicero's orations all in one breath, he wrote. Because you talk of everything, you will accomplish nothing. After a month had gone by, he tried again on June 14, suggesting that he was not alone in his eagerness to read the poem. If you send me the Lucretius, you will be doing a favor to many people. I promise you not to keep the book more than 1 month, and then it will come back to you. But another year passed without any results. The wealthy collector seemed to feel that the best place for On the Nature of Things was on his own shelf, near the ancient cameos, the fragments of statues, and the precious glassware. There it sat, perhaps unread, a trophy. It was as if the poem had been reburied, now not in a monastery but in the humanist's gilded rooms. In a letter sent on September 12, 1426, Poggio was still trying to recover it. Send me the Lucretius too, which I should like to see for a little while. I shall send it back to you. 3 years later, Poggio's patience was understandably wearing thin. You have now kept the Lucretius for 12 years. He wrote on December 13, 1429. It seems to me that your tomb will be finished sooner than your books will be copied. When he wrote again, 2 weeks later, impatience showed signs of giving way to anger, and in a revealing slip of the pen, he exaggerated the number of years he had been waiting. You have now kept the Lucretius for 14 years and the Asconius Pedianus too. Does it seem just to you that, if I sometimes want to read one of these authors, I cannot on account of your carelessness? I want to read Lucretius, but I am deprived of his presence. Do you intend to keep him another 10 years? Then he added, in a more cajoling note, I urge you to send me either the Lucretius or the Asconius, which I shall have copied as soon as possible, and then I shall send them back to you to keep as long as you like. But finally, the actual date is unknown. It was done. Released from the confinement of Nicoli's rooms, On the Nature of Things slowly made its way once again into the hands of readers, about 1,000 years after it had dropped out of sight. There is no trace of Poggio's own response to the poem he had relaunched, nor is anything known of Nicoli's reactions, but there are signs, manuscript copies, brief mentions, allusions, subtle marks of influence that it began quietly to circulate, at first in Florence, and then beyond. Back in Rome, Poggio had meanwhile picked up the familiar pieces of his existence in the papal court, conducting often lucrative business, exchanging cynical jokes with his fellow secretaries at the lie factory, writing to humanist friends about the manuscripts they coveted, quarreling bitterly with rivals. In a busy life, the court rarely stayed in place for very long. He managed to find time to translate ancient texts from Greek to Latin, to make copies of old manuscripts, and to write moral essays, philosophical reflections, rhetorical treatises, diatribes, and funeral orations on the friends Niccolò Nicoli, Lorenzo de' Medici, Cardinal Niccolò Albergati, Leonardo Bruni, Cardinal Giuliano Cesarini, who were passing away. He also managed to father children, many children, with his mistress Lucia Panelli. They had, if contemporary accounts are accurate, 12 sons and 2 daughters. To take the scandalmongering of the times at face value would be rash, but Poggio himself acknowledged the existence of illegitimate children. When a cardinal with whom he was on good terms reproached him for the irregularity of his life, Poggio conceded his fault but added acerbically, Do we not every day, and in all countries, meet with priests, monks, abbots, bishops, and dignitaries of a still higher order, who have families of children by married women, widows, and even by virgins consecrated to the service of God? As Poggio accumulated more money, and his tax records suggest that he did so with increasing success after his return from England. His life slowly began to change. He remained passionately interested in the recovery of ancient texts, but his own voyages of discovery were behind him. In their place, he began to emulate his wealthy friend Cannily by collecting antiquities. "I have a room full of marble heads," he boasted in 1427. In that same year, Poggio purchased a house in Terranuova, the small town in Tuscany where he was born, and where he would over the next years gradually increase his property holdings. He raised the money for the purchase, it was said, chiefly by copying a manuscript of Livy and selling it for the princely sum of 120 gold florins. Poggio's debt-ridden father had once been forced to flee from the town. Now Poggio contemplated creating there what he called his academy, to which he dreamed of someday retiring and living in style. "I fished out a marble bust of a woman, wholly undamaged, which I like very much," he wrote a few years later. "It was found one day when the foundations of some house were being dug. I took care to have it brought to me here and then to my little garden at Terranova, which I shall decorate with antiquities." About another cache of statues he purchased, he wrote that, "When they arrive, I shall place them in my little gymnasium." Academy, garden, gymnasium. Poggio was recreating, at least in his fantasy, the world of the ancient Greek philosophers, and he was eager to confer upon it a high aesthetic polish. The sculptor Donatello, he remarks, saw one of the statues and praised it highly. All the same, Poggio's life was not perfectly settled and secure. At one point in 1433, when he was serving as apostolic secretary to Pope Eugenius Roman IV, who had succeeded Martin V, there was a violent popular insurrection in Rome against the papacy. Disguised as a monk and leaving his followers to fend for themselves, the Pope set out in a small boat on the Tiber to reach the port at Ostia, where a ship belonging to his Florentine allies awaited him. A mutinous crowd along the banks of the river recognized him and showered the boat with rocks, but the Pope managed to escape. Poggio was not quite as fortunate. Fleeing the city, he was captured by one of the bands of the Pope's enemies. Negotiations for his release broke down, and he was eventually forced to ransom himself for a substantial sum of his own money. But somehow each of these violent disruptions of his world was righted, sooner or later, and Poggio returned to his books and statues, his scholarly translations and quarrels, and the steady accumulation of wealth. The gradual changes in his life culminated in a momentous decision. On January 19, 1436, he married Vaggia di Gino Buondelmonte. Poggio was 56 years old, his bride 18. The marriage was not contracted for money, but for a different form of cultural capital. The Buondelmonti were one of the ancient feudal families in Florence, a fact that Poggio, who wrote eloquently against taking pride in aristocratic bloodlines, manifestly loved. Against those who ridiculed his decision, he wrote a dialogue, "Should an old man marry? And sine sit uxor ducenda." The predictable arguments, most of them charged with misogyny, are rehearsed and are met with the predictable replies, many of them equally dubious. Hence, according to the anti-marriage interlocutor, who is none other than Niccolò Niccoli, it is folly for any older man, let alone a scholar, to change his well-tried style of life for one that is inescapably alien and risky. His bride may prove to be peevish, morose, intemperate, sluttish, lazy. If she is a widow, she will inevitably dwell on the happy time she had with her late husband. If she is a young maiden, she will almost certainly prove to be temperamentally unsuited to the gravity of her aging spouse. And if there are children, the old man will experience the bitter pain of knowing that he will leave them before they reach maturity. But no, according to the pro-marriage interlocutor, a man of mature years will compensate for the inexperience and ignorance of a young wife, whom he will be able to mold like wax to his will. He will temper her impetuous sensuality with his wise restraint, and if they are blessed with children, he will enjoy the reverence due to his advanced age. Why should he assume that his life must inevitably be cut short? And for however many years he is granted, he will experience the unspeakable pleasure of sharing his life with someone he loves, a second self. Perhaps the most convincing moment comes when Poggio speaks in his own voice to say, with unusual simplicity, that he is very happy. Cannily concedes that there may be exceptions to the pessimistic rule. As it turned out, in an age of what by our standards was exceedingly low life expectancy, Poggio flourished, and he and Vaggia had what seems to have been a happy marriage, one that lasted almost a quarter of a century. They had 5 sons: Pietro Paolo, Giovanni Battista, Jacopo, Giovanni Francesco, and Filippo, and a daughter, Lucretia, all of whom survived into adulthood. 4 of the 5 sons embarked on ecclesiastical careers. The exception, Jacopo, became a distinguished scholar. Jacopo made the mistake of being caught up in the Pazzi conspiracy to assassinate Lorenzo and Giuliano de' Medici, and was hanged in Florence in 1478. The fate of Poggio's mistress and their 14 children is not known. His friends congratulated the newly married Poggio on his good fortune and his moral rectitude. His enemies circulated stories of his indifference to those he had thrown off. According to Valla, Poggio cruelly rescinded the procedure by which he had petitioned that 4 of the sons his mistress bore him be declared legitimate. The charge may be a malicious slander, of the kind rival humanists took vindictive pleasure in, but there is no indication that Poggio went out of his way to treat those he had abandoned with particular generosity or kindness. As a layman, Poggio was not obliged to leave the papal court after his marriage. He continued to serve the Pope, Eugenius Roman IV, through long years of bitter conflict between the papacy and the church councils, feverish diplomatic maneuvering, denunciations of heretics, military adventures, precipitous flights, and outright war. On Eugenius's death in 1447, Poggio continued on as apostolic secretary to his successor, Nicholas V. This was the 8th pope whom he had served in this capacity, and Poggio, now in his later 60s, may have been growing. He was, in any case, pulled in different directions. His writing occupied an increasing amount of his time, and he had a growing family to attend to. Moreover, his wife's deep family ties to Florence intensified the links that he had always carefully maintained to what he claimed as his native city, a city to which he returned at least once a year. But in many ways his service to the new pope must have been deeply satisfying, for prior to his election, Nicholas V., whose secular name was Tommaso da Sarzana, had distinguished himself as a learned humanist. He was the embodiment of that project of education in classical learning, and taste to which Petrarch, Salutati, and other humanists had devoted themselves. Poggio, who had met the future pope in Bologna and had come to know him well, had in 1440 dedicated to him one of his works, On the Unhappiness of Princes. Now, in the congratulatory epistle he hastened to send after the election, he assured the new pope that not all princes needed to be completely unhappy. To be sure, in his elevated position, he would not be able any longer to indulge himself in the joys of friendship and literature, but at least he would be able to become the protector of men of genius and cause the liberal arts to raise their drooping heads. Let me now entreat you, most holy Father, Poggio added, not to forget your ancient friends, of which number I profess myself to be one. In the event, though the reign of Nicholas V was highly gratifying, it was not perhaps as perfectly idyllic as the apostolic secretary might have dreamed. During this period, Poggio had his grotesque scuffle with George of Trebizond, complete with screams and blows. He must have been vexed as well that the Pope, as if taking seriously the injunction to be the patron of men of genius, chose as another of the apostolic secretaries his bitter enemy Lorenzo Valla. Poggio and Valla promptly embarked on a vitriolic public quarrel, mingling snide comments about each other's mistakes in Latin, with still nastier remarks about hygiene, sex, and family. The ugliness of these quarrels must have intensified the dream of retirement that Poggio had been toying with since he had purchased the house in Terranuova and begun to collect ancient fragments. And the retirement project was not only his private fantasy. He was at this point in his life famous enough as a book hunter, scholar, writer, and papal official to command the attention of a broader public. He had carefully cultivated friends in Florence, marrying into an important family and allying himself with the interests of the Medici. Though he had lived and worked in Rome for most of his adult life, the Florentines were happy to claim him as one of their own. The Tuscan government passed a public revenue bill in his favor, noting that he had declared his intention eventually to retire to his native land and to dedicate the remainder of his time on earth to study. Whereas his literary pursuits would not permit him to acquire the wealth that came to those engaged in commerce, the bill declared, he and his children should thenceforth be exempted from the payment of all public taxes. In April 1453, Carlo Marsuppini, the Chancellor of Florence, died. Marsuppini was an accomplished humanist. At the time of his death, he was translating the Iliad into Latin. The office was no longer the actual locus of state power. The consolidation of Medici power had reduced the political significance of the chancellorship. Many years had passed since Salutati's command of classical rhetoric had seemed critical to the survival of the Republic. But the pattern had been set for the Florentine post to be held by a distinguished scholar, including 2 terms by Poggio's old friend, the immensely gifted historian Leonardo Bruni. The remuneration was generous, and the prestige high. Florence conferred upon its humanist chancellors all the marks of respect and honor that the buoyant, self-loving city felt were its own due. Chancellors who died in office were honored with elaborate state funerals, surpassing those of any other citizen of the Republic. When Poggio, 73 years old, was offered the vacant position, he accepted. For more than 50 years, he had worked at the court of an absolute monarch. Now he would return as the titular leader of a city that prided itself on its history of civic freedom. Poggio served as Chancellor of Florence for 5 years. The chancellorship evidently did not function entirely smoothly under his leadership. He seems to have neglected the lesser duties of the office. But he attended to his symbolic role, and he made time to work on the literary projects he had pledged himself to pursue. In the first of these projects, a somber 2-volume dialogue on the wretchedness of the human condition, the conversation moves from a specific disaster, the fall of Constantinople to the Turks, to a general review of the catastrophes that befall virtually all men and women of every class and profession, and in all times. One of the interlocutors, Cosimo de' Medici, suggests that an exception might be made for popes and princes of the church who certainly seem to live lives of extraordinary luxury and ease. Speaking in his own voice, Poggio replies, "I am a witness, and I lived with them for 50 years, that I have found no one who seemed in any way happy to himself, who did not bemoan that life as harmful, disquieting, anxious, oppressed with many cares." The unremitting gloominess of the dialogue could make it seem that Poggio had entirely succumbed to late-life melancholy, but the second of the works of this period, presented to the same Cosimo de' Medici, suggests otherwise. Drawing on the Greek he had first learned more than a half-century earlier, Poggio translated into Latin Lucian of Samosta's richly comic novel The Ass, a magical tale of witchcraft and metamorphosis. And for his third enterprise, moving in still a different direction, he undertook to write an ambitious, highly partisan history of Florence from the mid-14th century to his own time. The remarkable range of the three projects, the first seemingly suitable for a medieval ascetic, the second for a Renaissance humanist, the third for a patriotic civic historian, suggests the complexity both of Poggio's own character and of the city he represented. To the Florentine citizens of the 15th century, the distinct strains seemed closely bound together, parts of a single, complex cultural whole. In April 1458, shortly after his 78th birthday, Poggio resigned, declaring that he wished to pursue his studies and writing as a private citizen. His death followed 18 months later, on October 30, 1459. Since he had resigned his office, the Florentine government could not give him a grand state funeral, but they buried him with appropriate ceremony in the church of Santa Croce and hung his portrait, by Antonio Palaiolo, in one of the city's public halls. The city also commissioned a statue of him, which was erected in front of Florence's cathedral, Santa Maria del Fiore. When in 1560, a century later, the Duomo's facade was refashioned, the statue was moved to a different part of the building, and now serves as one of a sculpted group of the 12 apostles. It is, I suppose, an honor for the likeness of any pious Christian to function in this way, but I do not imagine that Poggio would have been entirely pleased. He was always determined to receive appropriate public recognition. Much of the recognition by now has vanished. His tomb in Santa Croce has disappeared, displaced by those of other celebrities. To be sure, the town where he was born has been renamed Terranuova Bracciolini in honor of its native son, and in 1959, on the 500th anniversary of his death, his statue was erected in the leafy town square. But few of those who pass through, on their way to the nearby fashion factory outlets, can have any idea who is being commemorated. Nonetheless, in his book-hunting exploits in the early 15th century, Poggio had done something amazing. The texts he returned to circulation gave him a claim to a place of honor amidst his more famous Florentine contemporaries. Filippo Brunelleschi, Lorenzo Ghiberti, Donatello, Fra Angelico, Paolo Uccello, Luca della Rabbia Masaccio, Leon Battista Alberti, Filippo Lippi, Piero della Francesca. Unlike Brunelleschi's massive cupola, the greatest dome constructed since classical antiquity, Lucretius' great poem does not stand out against the sky, but its recovery permanently changed the landscape of the world. Chapter 10, Swerve's more than 50 manuscripts of De Rerum Natura from the 15th century survive today, a startlingly large number, though there must have been many more. Once Gutenberg's clever technology was commercially established, printed editions quickly followed. The editions were routinely prefaced with warnings and disavowals. As the 15th century neared its end, the Dominican friar Girolamo Savonarola ruled Florence for several years as a strict Christian republic. Savonarola's passionate, charismatic preaching had provoked large numbers of Florentines, the elite as well as the masses, into a short-lived but feverishly intense mood of repentance. Sodomy was prosecuted as a capital crime. Bankers and merchant princes were attacked for their extravagant luxuries and their indifference to the poor. Gambling was suppressed, along with dancing and singing and other forms of worldly pleasure. The most memorable event of Savonarola's turbulent years was the famous bonfire of the vanities, when the friar's ardent followers went through the streets collecting sinful objects, mirrors, cosmetics, seductive clothing, songbooks, musical instruments, playing cards and other gambling paraphernalia, sculptures and paintings of pagan subjects, the works of ancient poets, and threw them onto an enormous blazing pyre in the Piazza della Signoria. After a while, the city tired of its puritanical frenzy, and on May 23, 1498, Savonarola himself was hanged in chains, alongside two of his key associates, and burned to ashes on the spot where he had staged his cultural bonfire. But when his power was at its height, and his words still filled the citizenry with pious fear and loathing, he devoted a series of his Lenten sermons to attacking ancient philosophers, singling out one group in particular for special ridicule. "Listen, women," he preached to the crowd. "They say that this world was made of atoms, that is, those tiniest of particles that fly through the air." No doubt savoring the absurdity, he encouraged his listeners to express their derision out loud. "Now laugh, women, at the studies of these learned men." By the 1490s, then, some 60 or 70 years after Lucretius' poem was returned to circulation, atomism was sufficiently present in Florence to make it worth ridiculing. Its presence did not mean that its positions were openly embraced as true. No prudent person stepped forward and said, "I think that the world is only atoms and void, that in body and soul we are only fantastically complex structures of atoms linked for a time and destined one day to come apart." No respectable citizen openly said, "The soul dies with the body. There is no judgment after death." The universe was not created for us by divine power, and the whole notion of the afterlife is a superstitious fantasy. No one who wished to live in peace stood up in public and said, "The preachers who tell us to live in fear and trembling are lying." God has no interest in our actions, and though nature is beautiful and intricate, there is no evidence of an underlying intelligent design. What should matter to us is the pursuit of pleasure, for pleasure is the highest goal of existence. No one said, "Death is nothing to us and no concern of ours." But these subversive, Lucretian thoughts percolated and surfaced wherever the Renaissance imagination was at its most alive and intense. At the very time that Savonarola was urging his listeners to mock the foolish atomists, a young Florentine civil servant was quietly copying out for himself the whole of On the Nature of Things. Though its influence may be detected, he did not once mention the work directly in the famous books he went on to write. He was too cunning for that. But the handwriting was conclusively identified in 1961. The copy was made by Niccolò Machiavelli. Machiavelli's copy of Lucretius is preserved in the Vatican Library, MS Rossi 884. What better place for the progeny of Poggio, the apostolic secretary? In the wake of Poggio's friend, the humanist Pope Nicholas V, classical texts had a place of honor in the Vatican Library. Still, Savonarola's warnings corresponded to authentic concerns. The set of convictions articulated with such poetic power in Lucretius' poem was virtually a textbook, or better still, an inquisitor's definition of atheism. Its eruption into Renaissance intellectual life elicited an array of anxious responses precisely from those most powerfully responsive to it. One such response was that of the great mid-15th century Florentine Marsilio Ficino. In his 20s, Ficino was deeply shaken by On the Nature of Things and undertook to write a learned commentary on the poet he called Our Brilliant Lucretius. But coming to his senses, that is, returning to his faith, Ficino burned this commentary. He attacked those he called the Lucretiani, and spent much of his life adapting Plato to construct an ingenious philosophical defense of Christianity. A second response was to separate Lucretius' poetic style from his ideas. This separation seems to have been Poggio's own tactic. He took pride in his discovery, as in the others he made, but he never associated himself or even grappled openly with Lucretian thought. In their Latin compositions, Poggio and close friends like Niccolò could borrow elegant diction and turns of phrase from a wide range of pagan texts, but at the same time hold themselves aloof from their most dangerous ideas. Indeed, later in his career, Poggio did not hesitate to accuse his bitter rival, Lorenzo Valla, of a heretical adherence to Lucretius' master Epicurus. It is one thing to enjoy wine, Poggio wrote, but quite another to sing its praises, as he claims Valla did in the service of Epicureanism. Valla even went beyond Epicurus himself, Poggio adds, in attacking virginity and praising prostitution. The stains of your sacrilegious speech will not be cleansed by means of words, Poggio added ominously, but with fire, from which I hope you will not escape. One might have expected Valla simply to turn the charge around and point out that it was after all Poggio who returned Lucretius to circulation. That Valla failed to do so suggests that Poggio had been successful in keeping a discreet distance from the implications of his own discovery. But it may suggest as well how limited the early circulation of On the Nature of Things was. When, in the early 1430s, in a work called On Pleasure, De Voluptate, Valla was penning the praises of drink and sex that Poggio professed to find so shocking, the manuscript of Lucretius' poem was still being guarded by Nicoli. The fact of its existence, which had been gleefully announced in letters among the humanists, may have helped to stimulate a resurgent interest in Epicureanism, but Valla probably had to rely on other sources and on his own fertile imagination to construct his praise of pleasure. Interest in a pagan philosophy radically at odds with fundamental Christian principles had its risks, as Poggio's attack suggests. Valla's reply to this attack allows us to glimpse a third type of response to the Epicurean ferment of the 15th century. The strategy is what might be called dialogical disavowal. The ideas Poggio condemns were present in On Pleasure, Valla conceded, but they were not his own ideas, but rather those of a spokesman for Epicureanism in a literary dialogue. At the dialogue's end, it is not Epicureanism but rather Christian orthodoxy, voiced by the monk Antonio Raudens, that is declared the clear victor. When Antonio Raudens had thus concluded his speech, we did not get up immediately. We were caught in immense admiration for such pious and religious words. And yet, at the center of his dialogue, Valla constructs a remarkably vigorous and sustained defense of key Epicurean principles. The wisdom of withdrawing from competitive striving into the tranquil garden of philosophy. From the shore you shall laugh in safety at the waves, or rather at those who are wave-tossed. The primacy of bodily pleasure, the advantages of moderation, the perverse unnaturalness of sexual abstinence, the denial of any afterlife. It is plain, the Epicurean states, that there are no rewards for the dead, certainly there are no punishments either. Unless this formulation allow an ambiguity, still setting human souls apart from all other created things, he returns to the point to render it unequivocal, according to my Epicurus. Nothing remains after the dissolution of the living being, and in the term living being, he included man just as much as he did the lion, the wolf, the dog, and all other things that breathe. With all this I agree. They eat, we eat. They drink, we drink. They sleep, and so do we. They engender, conceive, give birth, and nourish their young in no way different from ours. They possess some part of reason and memory, some more than others, and we a little more than they. We are like them in almost everything. Finally, they die, and we die both of us completely. If we grasp this end clearly, finally, they die and we die both of us completely, then our determination should be equally clear. Therefore, for as long as possible, would that it were longer. Let us not allow those bodily pleasures to slip away that cannot be doubted and cannot be recovered in another life. It is possible to argue that Valla wrote these words only to show them crushed by the sober admonitions of the monkish Raudens. If you were to see the form of any angel next to your beloved, the beloved would seem so horrible and uncouth that you would turn away from her, as from the countenance of a cadaver, and direct all your attention to the angel's beauty of beauty. I say, that does not inflame but extinguishes lust, and infuses a most sanctified religious awe. If this interpretation is true, then on pleasure is an attempt to contain subversion. Aware that he and his contemporaries had been exposed to the toxic allure of Lucretius, Valla decided not to suppress the contamination, as Ficino had tried to do, but to lance the imposthume by exposing Epicurean arguments to the purifying air of Christian faith. But Valla's enemy Poggio reached the opposite conclusion. The Christian framework and the dialogic form of on pleasure was, in his view, only a convenient cover to permit Valla to make public his scandalous and subversive assault on Christian doctrine. And if Poggio's venomous hatred calls this interpretation in question, Valla's celebrated proof of the fraudulence of the so-called donation of Constantine suggests that he was by no means a safely orthodox thinker. On pleasure would, from this perspective, be a comparably radical and subversive text, wearing a fig leaf designed to give its author, a priest who continued to jockey for the post of apostolic secretary that he eventually obtained, some protection. How can the conflict between these two sharply opposed interpretations be resolved? Which is it? Subversion or containment? It is exceedingly unlikely that at this distance anyone will discover the evidence that might definitively answer this question, if such evidence ever existed. The question itself implies a programmatic certainty and clarity that may bear little relation to the actual situation of intellectuals in the 15th and 16th centuries. A very small number of people may have fully embraced radical Epicureanism, as far as they understood it, in its entirety. Thus, for example, in 1484 the Florentine poet Luigi Pulci was denied Christian burial for denying miracles, and describing the soul as no more than a pine nut in hot white bread. But for many of the most daring speculative minds of the Renaissance, the ideas that surged up in 1417, with the recovery of Lucretius' poem and the renewed interest in Epicureanism, did not constitute a fully formed philosophical or ideological system. Couched in its beautiful, seductive poetry, the Lucretian vision was a profound intellectual and creative challenge. What mattered was not adherence but mobility, the renewed mobility of a poem that had been resting untouched in one or at most two monastic libraries for many centuries, the mobility of Epicurean arguments that had been silenced first by hostile pagans and then by hostile Christians, the mobility of daydreams, half-formed speculations, whispered doubts, dangerous thoughts. Poggio may have distanced himself from the content of On the Nature of Things, but he took the crucial first step in pulling the poem off the shelf, having it copied, and sending the copy to his friends in Florence. Once it began to circulate again, the difficulty was not in reading the poem, provided, of course, one had adequate Latin, but in discussing its content openly or taking its ideas seriously. Valla found a way to take one central Epicurean argument, the praise of pleasure as the ultimate good, and give it sympathetic articulation in a dialogue. That argument is detached from the full philosophical structure that gave it its original weight and finally repudiated. But the dialogue's Epicurean speaks in defense of pleasure with an energy, subtlety, and persuasiveness that had not been heard for more than a millennium. In December 1516, almost a century after Poggio's discovery, the Florentine Synod, an influential group of high-ranking clergymen, prohibited the reading of Lucretius in schools. Its exquisite Latin may have tempted schoolteachers to assign it to their students, but it should be banned, the clerics said, as a lascivious and wicked work, in which every effort is used to demonstrate the mortality of the soul. Violators of the edict were threatened with eternal damnation and a fine of 10 ducats. The prohibition might have restricted circulation, and it effectively halted the printing of Lucretius in Italy, but it was too late to close the door. An edition had already appeared in Bologna, another in Paris, another from the great press of Aldus Manutius in Venice. And in Florence, the distinguished publisher Filippo Giunti had brought out an edition edited by the humanist peer Candido Decembrio, whom Poggio had known well at the court of Nicholas V. The Giunti edition incorporated emendations proposed by the remarkable soldier, scholar, and poet of Greek origin Michel Tarquinio da Marullo. Marullo, whose portrait was painted by Botticelli, was well known in Italian humanist circles. He had, in the course of a restless career, written beautiful pagan hymns inspired by Lucretius, with whose work he engaged with remarkable intensity. In 1500, he was pondering the textual complexities of On the Nature of Things when, clad in armor, he rode out of Volterra to fight against Cesare Borgia's troops, then massing at the coast near Piombino. It was raining heavily, and the peasants advised him not to attempt to ford the swollen Cesena River. He supposedly replied that a gypsy had told him as a child that it was not Neptune but Mars whom he should fear. Halfway across the river, his horse slipped and fell on him, and it was said that he died cursing the gods. A copy of Lucretius' poem was found in his pocket. The death of Marullo could be circulated as a cautionary tale. Even the broad-minded Erasmus remarked that Marullo wrote as if he were a pagan, but it could not quell interest in Lucretius. And indeed the church authorities themselves, many of whom had humanist sympathies, were not of one mind on its dangers. In 1549, it was proposed to include On the Nature of Things on the index of prohibited books, the list, only abolished in 1966, of those works that Catholics were forbidden to read, but the proposal was dropped at the request of the powerful Cardinal Marcello Cervini, who was elected pope a few years later. He served for less than 1 month, from April 9 to May 1, 1555. The Commissary General of the Inquisition, Michel Ghislieri, also opposed calls for the suppression of On the Nature of Things. He listed Lucretius as the author of one of those pagan books that could be read, but only if they were read as fables. Ghislieri, who was himself elected pope in 1566, focused the attention of his pontificate on the struggle against heretics and Jews, and did not further pursue the threat posed by pagan poets. In fact, Catholic intellectuals could and did engage with Lucretian ideas through the medium of fables. Though he complained that Marullo sounded just like a pagan, Erasmus wrote a fictional dialogue called The Epicurean, in which one of the characters, Hedonius, sets out to show that there are no people more Epicurean than godly Christians. Christians who fast, bewail their sins, and punish their flesh may look anything but hedonist, but they are seeking to live righteously, and none live more enjoyably than those who live righteously. If this paradox seems like little more than a sleight of hand, Erasmus, friend Thomas More, took the engagement with Epicureanism much further in his most famous work, Utopia, 1516. A learned man, deeply immersed in the pagan Greek and Latin texts that Poggio and his contemporaries had returned to circulation, More was also a pious Christian ascetic who wore a hair shirt under his clothes and whipped himself until the blood ran down his flesh. His speculative daring and his relentless intelligence enabled him to grasp the force of what had surged back from the ancient world, and at the same time, his ardent Catholic convictions led him to demarcate the boundaries beyond which he thought it was dangerous for him or anyone else to go. That is, he brilliantly explored the hidden tensions in the identity to which he himself subscribed. Christian humanist. Utopia begins with a searing indictment of England as a land where noblemen, living idly off the labor of others, bleed their tenants white by constantly raising their rents, where land enclosures for sheep-raising throw untold thousands of poor people into an existence of starvation or crime, and where the cities are ringed by gibbets on which thieves are hanged by the score, without the slightest indication that the draconian punishment deters anyone from committing the same crimes. That depiction of a ghastly reality and the 16th century chronicler Holinshed reports that in the reign of Henry Roman VIII, 72,000 thieves were hanged is set against an imaginary island, Utopia. The name means no place in Greek, whose inhabitants are convinced that either the whole or the most part of human happiness lies in the pursuit of pleasure. This central Epicurean tenet, the work makes clear, lies at the heart of the opposition between the good society of the Utopians and the corrupt, vicious society of his own England. That is, more clearly grasped that the pleasure principle, the principle given its most powerful expression in Lucretius' spectacular hymn to Venus, is not a decorative enhancement of routine existence. It is a radical idea that, if taken seriously, would change everything. More set his utopia in the remotest part of the world. Its discoverer, More writes at the beginning of the work, was a man who joined Amerigo Vespucci and was his constant companion in the last 3 of his 4 voyages, which are now universally read of, but on the final voyage he did not return with him. He was instead one of those left behind, at his own urging, in a garrison at the farthest point of the explorer's venture into the unknown. Reading Amerigo Vespucci and reflecting on the newfound lands known, in his honor, as America, More seized upon one of Vespucci's observations about the peoples he had encountered. Since their life is so entirely given over to pleasure, Vespucci had written, I should style it Epicurean. More must have realized with a jolt that he could use the amazing discoveries to explore some of the disturbing ideas that had returned to currency with Lucretius on the nature of things. The link was not entirely surprising. The Florentine Vespucci was a part of the humanist circle in which On the Nature of Things circulated. The Utopians, More wrote, are inclined to believe that no kind of pleasure is forbidden, provided no harm comes of it. And their behavior is not merely a matter of custom. It is a philosophical position. They seem to lean more than they should to the school that espouses pleasure as the object by which to define either the whole or the chief part of human happiness. That school is the school of Epicurus and Lucretius. The setting, in the remotest part of the world, enabled More to convey a sense that was extremely difficult for his contemporaries to articulate, that the pagan texts recovered by the humanists were at once compellingly vital and at the same time utterly weird. They had been re-injected into the intellectual bloodstream of Europe after long centuries in which they had been almost entirely forgotten, and they represented not continuity or recovery, but rather a deep disturbance. They were in effect voices from another world, a world as different as Vespucci's Brazil was to England, and their power derived as much from their distance as their eloquent lucidity. The invocation of the New World allowed More to articulate a second key response to the texts that fascinated the humanists. He insisted that these texts be understood not as isolated philosophical ideas, but as expressions of a whole way of life lived in particular physical, historical, cultural, and social circumstances. The description of the Epicureanism of the Utopians only made sense for More in the larger context of an entire existence. But that existence, More thought, would have to be for everyone. He took seriously the claim, so ardently made in On the Nature of Things, that Epicurus' philosophy would liberate all of mankind from its abject misery. Or rather, More took seriously the universality that is the underlying Greek meaning of the word Catholic. It would not be enough for Epicureanism to enlighten a small elite in a walled garden. It would have to apply to society as a whole. Utopia is a visionary, detailed blueprint for this application, from public housing to universal health care, from child care centers to religious toleration to the 6-hour workday. The point of More's celebrated fable is to imagine those conditions that would make it possible for an entire society to make the pursuit of happiness its collective goal. For more, those conditions would have to begin with the abolition of private property. Otherwise, the avidity of human beings, their longing for nobility, magnificence, splendor, and majesty, would inevitably lead to the unequal distribution of wealth that consigns a large portion of the population to lives of misery, resentment, and crime. But communism was not enough. Certain ideas would have to be banned. Specifically, More wrote, the utopians impose strict punishment, including the harshest form of slavery, on anyone who denies the existence of divine providence or of the afterlife. The denial of providence and the denial of the afterlife were the twin pillars of Lucretius' whole poem. Thomas More then at once imaginatively embraced Epicureanism, the most sustained and intelligent embrace since Poggio recovered de rerum natura a century earlier, and carefully cut its heart out. All citizens of his utopia are encouraged to pursue pleasure, but those who think that the soul dies with the body, or who believe that chance rules the universe, More writes, are arrested and enslaved. This harsh treatment was the only way More could conceive of the pursuit of pleasure actually being realized by more than a tiny privileged group of philosophers who have withdrawn from public life. People would have to believe, at a bare minimum, that there was an overarching providential design not only in the state, but in the very structure of the universe itself, and they would have to believe as well that the norms by which they are meant to regulate their pursuit of pleasure and hence discipline, their behavior were reinforced by this providential design. The way that this reinforcement would work would be through a belief in rewards and punishments in an afterlife. Otherwise, in More's view, it would be impossible drastically to reduce, as he wished, both the terrible punishments and the extravagant rewards that kept his own unjust society in order. By the standards of More's age, the utopians are amazingly tolerant. They do not prescribe a single official religious doctrine and then apply thumbscrews to those who do not adhere to it. Their citizens are permitted to worship any god they please and even to share these beliefs with others, provided that they do so in a calm and rational manner. But in utopia, there is no tolerance at all for those who think that their souls will disintegrate at death along with their bodies, or who doubt that the gods, if they exist at all, concern themselves with the doings of mankind. These people are a threat, for what will restrain them from doing anything that they please? Utopians regard such unbelievers, More wrote, as less than human and certainly unfit to remain in the community. For no one, in their view, can be counted among their citizens whose laws and customs he would treat as worthless if it were not for fear. If it were not for fear, fear might be eliminated in the philosopher's garden, among a tiny, enlightened elite, but it cannot be eliminated from an entire society, if that society is to be imagined as inhabited by the range of people who actually exist in the world as it has always been known. Even with the full force of utopian social conditioning, human nature, More believed, would inevitably lead men to resort to force or fraud in order to get whatever they desire. More's belief was conditioned no doubt by his ardent Catholicism, but in this same period Machiavelli, who was considerably less pious than the saintly More, came to the same conclusion. Laws and customs, the author of the Prince thought, were worthless without fear. More tried to imagine what it would take not for certain individuals to be enlightened, but for a whole commonwealth to do away with cruelty and disorder, share the goods of life equitably, organize itself around the pursuit of pleasure, and tear down the gibbets. The gibbets, all but a few, could be dismantled, More concluded, if and only if people were persuaded to imagine gibbets and rewards in another life. Without these imaginary supplements, the social order would inevitably collapse, with each individual attempting to fulfill his wishes. Who can doubt that he will strive either to evade by craft the public laws of his country, or to break them by violence in order to serve his private desires, when he has nothing to fear but laws and no hope beyond the body? More was fully prepared to countenance the public execution of anyone who thought and taught otherwise. More's imaginary utopians have a practical, instrumental motive for enforcing faith in providence and in the afterlife. They are convinced that they cannot trust anyone who does not hold these beliefs. But More himself, as a pious Christian, had another motive: Jesus' own words. "Are not two sparrows sold for a penny? And not one of them will fall on the ground without your Father's will," Jesus tells his disciples, adding that even the hairs of your head are all numbered. Matthew 10:29-30. There is, as Hamlet paraphrased the verse, a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. Who in Christendom would dare to argue with that? One answer in the 16th century was a diminutive Dominican monk, Giordano Bruno. In the mid-1580s, the 36-year-old Bruno, who had fled from his monastery in Naples and had wandered restlessly through Italy and France, found himself in London. Brilliant, reckless, at once charmingly charismatic and insufferably argumentative, he survived by cobbling together support from patrons, teaching the art of memory, and lecturing on various aspects of what he called the Nalan philosophy, named after the small town near Naples where he was born. That philosophy had several roots, tangled together in an exuberant and often baffling mix, but one of them was Epicureanism. Indeed, there are many indications that de rerum natura had unsettled and transformed Bruno's whole world. During his stay in England, Bruno wrote and published a flood of strange works. The extraordinary daring of these works may be gauged by taking in the implications of a single passage from one of them, the expulsion of the triumphant beast, printed in 1584. The passage quoted here in Ingrid D. Rowland's fine translation is long, but its length is very much part of the point. Mercury, the herald of the gods, is recounting to Sophia all the things Jove has assigned him to bring about. He has ordered that today at noon 2 of the melons in Father Franzino's melon patch will be perfectly ripe, but that they won't be picked until 3 days from now, when they will no longer be considered good to eat. He requests that at the same moment, on the jujube tree at the base of Monte Cicala in the house of Giovanni Bruno, 30 perfect jujubes will be picked, and he says that several shall fall to earth still green, and that 15 shall be eaten by worms. That Vasta, wife of Albenzio Savellino, when she means to curl the hair at her temples, shall burn 57 hairs for having let the curling iron get too hot, but she won't burn her scalp, and hence shall not swear when she smells the stench, but shall endure it patiently. That from the dung of her ox 252 dung beetles shall be born, of which 14 shall be trampled and killed by Albenzio's foot, 26 shall die upside down, 22 shall live in a hole, 80 shall make a pilgrim's progress around the yard, 42 shall retire to live under the stone by the door, 16 shall roll their ball of dung wherever they please, and the rest shall scurry around at random. This is by no means all that Mercury has to arrange. Lorenza, when she combs her hair, shall lose 17 hairs and break 13, and of these, 10 shall grow back within 3 days and 7 shall never grow back at all. Antonio Savellino's bitch shall conceive 5 puppies, of which 3 shall live out their natural lifespan and 2 shall be thrown away, and of these 3 the first shall resemble its mother, the second shall be mongrel, and the third shall partly resemble the father and partly resemble Polidoro's dog. In that moment a cuckoo shall be heard from La Starza, cuckooing 12 times, no more and no fewer, whereupon it shall leave and fly to the ruins of Castle Cicala for 11 minutes, and then shall fly off to Scarveda, and as for what happens next, we'll see to it later. Mercury's work in this one tiny corner of a tiny corner of the Campagna is still not done. That the skirt Mastro Denise is cutting on his board shall come out crooked. That 12 bedbugs shall leave the slats of Costantino's bed and head toward the pillow. 7 large ones, 4 small, and 1 middle-sized. And as for the one who shall survive until this evening's candlelight, we'll see to it. That 15 minutes thereafter, because of the movement of her tongue, which she has passed over her palate 4 times, the old lady of Fiorulo shall lose the 3rd right molar in her lower jaw, and it shall fall without blood and without pain, because that molar has been loose for 17 months. That Ambrogio on the 112th thrust shall finally have driven home his business with his wife, but shall not impregnate her this time, but rather another, using the sperm into which the cooked leek that he has just eaten with millet and wine sauce shall have been converted. Martinello's son is beginning to grow hair on his chest, and his voice is beginning to crack. That Paulino, when he bends over to pick up a broken needle, shall snap the red drawstring of his underpants. Conjuring up in hallucinatory detail the hamlet where he was born, Bruno staged a philosophical farce, designed to show that divine providence, at least as popularly understood, is rubbish. The details were all deliberately trivial, but the stakes were extremely high. To mock Jesus, claim that the hairs on one's head are all numbered risked provoking an unpleasant visit from the thought police. Religion was not a laughing matter, at least for the officials assigned to enforce orthodoxy. They did not treat even trivial jokes lightly. In France, a villager named Isambard was arrested for having exclaimed, when a friar announced after Mass that he would say a few words about God, "The fewer the better." In Spain, a tailor named Garcia Lopez, coming out of church just after the priest had announced the long schedule of services for the coming week, quipped that, "When we were Jews, we were bored stiff by one Passover each year, and now each day seems to be a Passover and feast day." Garcia Lopez was denounced to the Inquisition, but Bruno was in England. Despite the vigorous efforts that Thomas More made during his time as Chancellor to establish one, England had no Inquisition, though it was still quite possible to get into serious trouble for unguarded speech. Bruno may have felt more at liberty to speak his mind, or, in this case, to indulge in raucous, wildly subversive laughter. That laughter had a philosophical point. Once you take seriously the claim that God's providence extends to the fall of a sparrow and the number of hairs on your head, there is virtually no limit, from the agitated dust motes in a beam of sunlight to the planetary conjunctions that are occurring in the heavens above. "O Mercury," Sophia says pityingly, "you have a lot to do." Sophia grasps that it would take billions of tongues to describe all that must happen even in a single moment in a tiny village in the Campagna. At this rate, no one could envy poor Jove. But then Mercury admits that the whole thing does not work that way. There is no artificer god standing outside the universe, barking commands, meting out rewards and punishments, determining everything. The whole idea is absurd. There is an order in the universe, but it is one built into the nature of things, into the matter that composes everything, from stars to men to bedbugs. Nature is not an abstract capacity, but a generative mother, bringing forth everything that exists. We have, in other words, entered the Lucretian universe. That universe was not for Bruno a place of melancholy disenchantment. On the contrary, he found it thrilling to realize that the world has no limits in either space or time, that the grandest things are made of the smallest, that atoms, the building blocks of all that exists, link the one and the infinite. "The world is fine as it is," he wrote, sweeping away as if they were so many cobwebs innumerable sermons on anguish, guilt, and repentance. It was pointless to search for divinity in the bruised and battered body of the Son, and pointless to dream of finding the Father in some far-off heaven. "We have the knowledge," he wrote, "not to search for divinity removed from us if we have it near. It is within us more than we ourselves are." And his philosophical cheerfulness extended to his everyday life. He was, a Florentine contemporary observed, a delightful companion at the table, much given to the Epicurean life. Like Lucretius, Bruno warned against focusing all of one's capacity for love and longing on a single object of obsessive desire. It was perfectly good, he thought, to satisfy the body's sexual cravings, but absurd to confuse those cravings with the search for ultimate truths, the truths that only philosophy, the Gnian philosophy, of course, could provide. It is not that those truths were abstract and bodiless. On the contrary, Bruno might have been the first person in more than a millennium to grasp the full force, at once philosophical and erotic, of Lucretius' Hymn to Venus. The universe, in its ceaseless process of generation and destruction and regeneration, is inherently sexual. Bruno found the militant Protestantism he encountered in England and elsewhere as bigoted and narrow-minded as the Counter-Reformation Catholicism from which he had fled. The whole phenomenon of sectarian hatred filled him with contempt. What he prized was the courage to stand up for the truth against the belligerent idiots who were always prepared to shout down what they could not understand. That courage he found preeminently in the astronomer Copernicus, who was, as he put it, ordained by the gods to be the dawn which must precede the rising of the sun of the ancient and true philosophy, for so many centuries entombed in the dark caverns of blind, spiteful, arrogant, and envious ignorance. Copernicus's assertion that the Earth was not the fixed point at the center of the universe, but a planet in orbit around the sun was still, when Bruno championed it, a scandalous idea, anathema both to the Church and to the academic establishment. And Bruno managed to push the scandal of Copernicanism still further. There was no center to the universe at all, he argued, neither earth nor sun. Instead, he wrote, quoting Lucretius, there were multiple worlds, where the seeds of things in their infinite numbers would certainly combine to form other races of men, other creatures. Each of the fixed stars observed in the sky is a sun, scattered through limitless space. Many of these are accompanied by satellites that revolve around them as the Earth revolves around our sun. The universe is not all about us, about our behavior and our destiny. We are only a tiny piece of something inconceivably larger. And that should not make us shrink in fear. Rather, we should embrace the world in wonder and gratitude and awe. These were extremely dangerous views, every one of them, and it did not improve matters when Bruno, pressed to reconcile his cosmology with Scripture, wrote that the Bible was a better guide to morality than to charting the heavens. Many people may have quietly agreed, but it was not prudent to say so in public, let alone in print. Bruno was hardly the only brilliant scientific mind at work in Europe, rethinking the nature of things. In London he would almost certainly have met Thomas Harriot, who constructed the largest telescope in England, observed sun spots, sketched the lunar surface, observed the satellites of planets, proposed that planets moved not in perfect circles but in elliptical orbits, worked on mathematical cartography, discovered the sine law of refraction, and achieved major breakthroughs in algebra. Many of these discoveries anticipated ones for which Galileo, Descartes, and others became famous. But Harriot is not credited with any of them. They were found only recently in the mass of unpublished papers he left at his death. Among those papers was a careful list that Harriot, an atomist, kept of the attacks upon him as a purported atheist. He knew that the attacks would only intensify if he published any of his findings, and he preferred life to fame. Who can blame him? Bruno, however, could not remain silent. By the light of his senses and reason, he wrote about himself, he opened those cloisters of truth which it is possible for us to open with the key of most diligent inquiry. He laid bare covered and veiled nature, gave eyes to the moles and light to the blind. He loosed the tongues of the dumb who could not and dared not express their entangled opinions. As a child, he recalled in on the immense and the numberless, a Latin poem modeled on Lucretius. He had believed that there was nothing beyond Vesuvius, since his eye could not see beyond the volcano. Now he knew that he was part of an infinite world, and he could not enclose himself once again in the narrow mental cell his culture insisted that he inhabit. Perhaps if he had stayed in England or in Frankfurt or Zurich, Prague or Wittenberg, where he had also wandered, he could, though it would have been difficult, have found a way to remain at liberty. But in 1591 he made a fateful decision to return to Italy, to what seemed to him the safety of famously independent Padua and Venice. The safety proved illusory. Denounced by his patron to the Inquisition, Bruno was arrested in Venice and then extradited to Rome, where he was imprisoned in a cell of the Holy Office near St. Peter's Basilica. Bruno's interrogation and trial lasted for 8 years, much of his time spent endlessly replying to charges of heresy, reiterating his philosophical vision, rebutting wild accusations, and drawing on his prodigious memory to delineate his precise beliefs again and again. Finally threatened with torture, he denied the right of the inquisitors to dictate what was heresy and what was orthodox belief. That challenge was the last straw. The Holy Office acknowledged no limits to its supreme jurisdiction, no limits of territory, and, apart from the Pope and the cardinals, no limits of person. It claimed the right to judge and, if necessary, to persecute anyone anywhere. It was the final arbiter of orthodoxy. Before an audience of spectators, Bruno was forced to his knees and sentenced as an impenitent, pernicious, and obstinate heretic. He was no stoic. He was clearly terrified by the grisly fate that awaited him. But one of the spectators, a German Catholic, jotted down strange words that the obstinate heretic had spoken at the moment of his conviction and excommunication. He made no other reply than in a menacing tone, "You may be more afraid to bring that sentence against me than I am to accept it." On February 17, 1600, the defrocked Dominican, his head shaved, was mounted on a donkey and led out to the stake that had been erected in the Campo dei Fiori. He had steadfastly refused to repent during the innumerable hours in which he had been harangued by teams of friars, and he refused to repent or simply to fall silent now at the end. His words are unrecorded, but they must have unnerved the authorities since they ordered that his tongue be bridled. They meant it literally. According to one account, a pin was driven into his cheek, through his tongue, and out the other side. Another pin sealed his lips, forming a cross. When a crucifix was held up to his face, he turned his head away. The fire was lit and did its work. After he was burned alive, his remaining bones were broken into pieces, and his ashes, the tiny particles that would, he believed, re-enter the great, joyous, eternal circulation of matter, were scattered. Chapter 11. Afterlives silencing Bruno proved far easier than returning on the nature of things to the darkness. The problem was that, once Lucretius' poem re-entered the world, the words of this visionary poet of human experience began to resonate powerfully in the works of Renaissance writers and artists, many of whom thought of themselves as pious Christians. This resonance, the trace of an encounter in painting or in epic romance, was less immediately disturbing to the authorities than it was in the writings of scientists or philosophers. The ecclesiastical thought police were only rarely called to investigate works of art for their heretical implications. But just as Lucretius' gifts as a poet had helped to diffuse his radical ideas, So too those ideas were transmitted, in ways extremely difficult to control, by artists who were in contact directly or indirectly with Italian humanist circles. Painters like Sandro Botticelli, Piero di Cosimo, and Leonardo da Vinci. Poets like Matteo Boiado, Ludovico Ariosto, and Torquato Tasso. And before long the ideas surfaced as well far from Florence and Rome. On the London stage in the mid-1590s, Mercutio teased Romeo with a fantastical description of Queen Mab. She is the fairy's midwife, and she comes in shape no bigger than an agate stone on the forefinger of an alderman, drawn with a team of little atomi athwart men's noses as they lie asleep. Romeo and Juliet, I Roman 4, 55-59. A team of little atomi. Shakespeare expected then that his popular audience would immediately understand that Mercutio was comically conjuring up an unimaginably small object. That is interesting in itself, and still more interesting in the context of a tragedy that broods upon the compulsive power of desire in a world whose main characters conspicuously abjure any prospect of life after death. Here will I remain with worms that are thy chambermaids. Oh, here will I set up my everlasting rest. V. Roman 3, 108-10. Bruno's years in England had not been in vain. The author of Romeo and Juliet shared his interest in Lucretian materialism with Spencer, Donne, Bacon, and others. Though Shakespeare had not attended either Oxford or Cambridge, his Latin was good enough to have enabled him to read Lucretius' poem for himself. In any case, he seems to have personally known John Florio, Bruno's friend, and he could also have discussed Lucretius with his fellow playwright Ben Jonson, whose own signed copy of On the Nature of Things has survived and is today in the Houghton Library at Harvard. Shakespeare would certainly have encountered Lucretius from one of his favorite books, Montaigne's Essays. The Essays, first published in French in 1580 and translated into English by Florio in 1603, contains almost 100 direct quotations from On the Nature of Things. It is not a matter of quotations alone. There is a profound affinity between Lucretius and Montaigne, an affinity that goes beyond any particular passage. Montaigne shared Lucretius' contempt for a morality enforced by nightmares of the afterlife. He clung to the importance of his own senses and the evidence of the material world. He intensely disliked ascetic self-punishment and violence against the flesh. He treasured inward freedom and content. In grappling with the fear of death, he was influenced by Stoicism as well as Lucretian materialism. But it is the latter that proves the dominant guide, leading him toward a celebration of bodily pleasure. Lucretius' impersonal philosophical epic offered no guidance at all in Montaigne's great project of representing the particular twists and turns of his physical and mental being. I am not excessively fond of either salads or fruits except melons. My father hated all kinds of sauces. I love them all. There are changes that take place in us, irregular and unknown. Radishes, for example, I first found to agree with me, and then to disagree, now to agree again. But this sublimely eccentric attempt to get his whole self into his text is built upon the vision of the material cosmos that Poggio awoke from dormancy in 1417. The world is but a perennial movement, Montaigne writes of repentance. All things in it are in constant motion: the earth, the rocks of the Caucasus, the pyramids of Egypt, both with the common motion and with their own. Stability itself is nothing but a more languid motion. 610. And humans, however much they may think they choose whether to move or to stand still, are no exception. Our ordinary practice, Montaigne reflects in an essay on the inconsistency of our actions, is to follow the inclinations of our appetite to the left, to the right, uphill and down, as the wind of circumstance carries us. As if that way of putting things still gives humans too much control, He goes on to emphasize, with a quotation from Lucretius, the entirely random nature of human swerves. We do not go. We are carried away like floating objects, now gently, now violently, according as the water is angry or calm. Do we not see all humans unaware of what they want, and always searching everywhere and changing place, as if to drop the load they bear? 240. And the volatile intellectual life in which his essays participate is no different. Of one subject we make 1,000, and, multiplying and subdividing, fall back into Epicurus, infinity of atoms, 817. Better than anyone, including Lucretius himself, Montaigne articulates what it feels like from the inside to think, write, live in an Epicurean universe. In doing so, Montaigne found that he had to abandon altogether one of Lucretius' most cherished dreams, the dream of standing in tranquil security on land and looking down at a shipwreck befalling others. There was, he grasped, no stable cliff on which to stand. He was already on board the ship. Montaigne fully shared Lucretius' Epicurean skepticism about the restless striving for fame, power, and riches, and he cherished his own withdrawal from the world into the privacy of his book-lined study in the tower of his shade now. But the withdrawal seems only to have intensified his awareness of the perpetual motion, the instability of forms, the plurality of worlds, the random swerves to which he himself was as fully prone as everyone else. Montaigne's skeptical temper kept him from the dogmatic certainty of Epicureanism, but his immersion on the nature of things, in its style as well as its ideas, helped him to account for his experience of lived life, and to describe that experience, along with the fruits of his reading and reflection, as faithfully as he could. It helped him articulate his rejection of pious fear, his focus on this world and not on the afterlife, his contempt for religious fanaticism, his fascination with supposedly primitive societies, his admiration for the simple and the natural, his loathing of cruelty, his deep understanding of humans as animals, and his correspondingly deep sympathy with other species of animals. It was in the spirit of Lucretius that Montaigne wrote, Of Cruelty, that he willingly resigned, that imaginary kingship that people give us over the other creatures, admitted that he could barely watch the wringing of a chicken's neck, and confessed that he cannot well refuse my dog the play he offers me or asks of me outside the proper time. It is in the same spirit, in Apology for Raymond Sebond, that he mocked the fantasy that humans are the center of the universe. Why shall a gosling not say thus? All the parts of the universe have me in view. The earth serve for me to walk on, the sun to give me light, the stars to breathe their influences into me. I gain this advantage from the winds, that from the waters. There is nothing that the heavenly vault regards so favorably as me. I am the darling of nature. And when Montaigne reflected on the noble end of Socrates, it was in the spirit of Lucretius that he focused on the most implausible and the most Epicurean of details, as of Cruelty, the quiver of pleasure that Socrates felt in scratching his leg after the irons were off. Above all, Lucretius' fingerprints are all over Montaigne's reflections on two of his favorite subjects, sex and death. Recalling that, the courtesan Flora used to say that she had never lain with Pompey without making him carry away the marks of her bites, Montaigne immediately recalls lines from Lucretius. They hurt the longed-for body with their vise-like grip, and with their teeth they lacerate the tender lip. That our desire is increased by difficulty. Urging those whose sexual passion is too powerful to disperse it, Montaigne Of Diversion quotes Lucretius' scabrous advice, eject the gathered sperm in anything at all, and then adds, I have often tried it with profit. And attempting to conquer any bashfulness and capture the actual experience of intercourse, He finds that no description ever written is more wonderful, more ravishing, as he puts it, than Lucretius' lines on Venus and Mars cited in on some verses of Virgil. He who rules the savage things of war, the mighty Mars, oft on thy bosom flings himself. The eternal wound of love drains all his powers wide-mouthed, with greedy eyes thy person he devours, head back, his very soul upon thy lips suspended. Take him in thy embrace, goddess, let him be blended with thy holy body as he lies. Let sweet words pour out of thy mouth. Citing the Latin, Montaigne does not attempt to match this description in his own French. He simply stops to savor its perfection, so alive, so profound. There are moments, rare and powerful, in which a writer, long vanished from the face of the earth, seems to stand in your presence and speak to you directly, as if he bore a message meant for you above all others. Montaigne seems to have felt this intimate link with Lucretius, a link that helped him come to terms with the prospect of his own extinction. He once saw a man die, he recalled, who complained bitterly in his last moments that destiny was preventing him from finishing the book he was writing. The absurdity of the regret, in Montaigne's view, is best conveyed by lines from Lucretius. But this they fail to add, that after you expire not one of all these things will fill you with desire. As for himself, Montaigne wrote, I want death to find me planting my cabbages, but careless of death, and still more of my unfinished garden. That to philosophize is to learn to die. To die careless of death, Montaigne understood, was a far more difficult goal than it sounded. He had to marshal all of the resources of his capacious mind in order to hear, and to obey what he took to be the voice of nature. And that voice, he understood, spoke above all others the words of Lucretius. Go out of this world, Montaigne imagined nature to say as you entered it. The same passage that you made from death to life, without feeling or fright, make it again from life to death. Your death is part of the order of the universe. It is part of the life of the world. Our lives we borrow from each other. And men, like runners, pass along the torch of life. Lucretius. That to philosophize. Lucretius was for Montaigne the surest guide to understanding the nature of things and to fashioning the self to live life with pleasure and to meet death with dignity. In 1989, Paul Quarry, then the librarian at Eton College, bought a copy of the splendid 1563 De Rerum Natura, edited by Denys Lambin, at auction for £250. The catalogue entry noted that the end papers of the copy were covered with notes, and that there were many marginalia in both Latin and French, but the owner's name was lost. Scholars quickly confirmed what Quarry suspected, as soon as he had the book in his hands. This was Montaigne's personal copy of Lucretius, bearing the direct marks of the essayist's passionate engagement with the poem. Montaigne's name on his copy of Lucretius was overwritten. That is why it took so long to realize who had owned it. But in a wildly heterodox comment penned in Latin on the verso of the third flyleaf, he did leave an odd proof that the book was his. Since the movements of the atoms are so varied, he wrote, it is not unbelievable that the atoms once came together in this way, or that in the future they will come together like this again, giving birth to another Montaigne. Montaigne took pains to mark the many passages in the poem that seemed to him against religion, in denying the fundamental Christian principles of creation ex nihilo, divine providence, and judgment after death. Fear of death, he wrote in the margin, is the cause of all our vices. Above all, he noted again and again, the soul is corporeal. The soul is bodily, 296. The soul and the body have an extreme conjunction, 302. The soul is mortal, 306. The soul, like the foot, is part of the body, 310. The body and the soul are inseparably joined. 311. These are reading notes, not assertions of his own. But they suggest a fascination with the most radical conclusions to be drawn from Lucretian materialism. And though it was prudent to keep that fascination hidden, it is clear that Montaigne's response was by no means his alone. Even in Spain, where the vigilance of the Inquisition was high, Lucretius' poem was being read, in printed copies carried across the border from Italy and France, and in manuscripts that quietly passed from hand to hand. In the early 17th century, Alonso de Oliveira, doctor to Princess Isabel de Bourbon, owned a French edition printed in 1565. At a book sale in 1625, the Spanish poet Francisco de Quevedo acquired a manuscript copy of the work for only 1 real. The writer and antiquary Rodrigo Caro from Seville had 2 copies, printed in Antwerp in 1566, in his library inventoried in 1647, and in the monastery of Guadeloupe an edition of Lucretius, printed in Amsterdam in 1663, was kept in his cell, it would appear, by Padre Zamora. As Thomas More discovered when he tried to buy up and burn Protestant translations of the Bible, the printing press had made it maddeningly difficult to kill a book, and to suppress a set of ideas that were vitally important in enabling new scientific advances in physics and astronomy proved to be even more difficult. It was not for want of trying. Here is an attempt from the 17th century to accomplish what the killing of Bruno had failed to do. Nothing comes from atoms. All the bodies of the world shine with the beauty of their forms. Without these, the globe would only be an immense chaos. In the beginning, God made all things so that they might generate something. Consider to be nothing that from which nothing can come. You, O Democritus, form nothing different starting from atoms. Atoms produce nothing, therefore atoms are nothing. These are the words of a Latin prayer that young Jesuits at the University of Pisa were assigned to recite every day to ward off what their superiors regarded as a particularly noxious temptation. The aim of the prayer was to exorcise atomism and to claim the form, structure, and beauty of things as the work of God. The atomists had found joy and wonder in the way things are. Lucretius saw the universe as a constant, intensely erotic hymn to Venus. But the obedient young Jesuit was to tell himself every day that the only alternative to the divine order he could see celebrated all around him in the extravagance of Baroque art was a cold, sterile, chaotic world of meaningless atoms. Why did it matter? As More's utopia had made clear, divine providence, and the soul's post-mortem rewards and punishments were non-negotiable beliefs, even in playful fantasies about non-Christian peoples at the edge of the known world. But the utopians did not base their doctrinal insistence on their understanding of physics. Why would the Jesuits, at once the most militant and the most intellectually sophisticated Catholic order in this period, commit themselves to the thankless task of trying to eradicate atoms? After all, the notion of the invisible seeds of things had never completely vanished during the Middle Ages. The core idea of the universe's basic material building blocks, atoms, had survived the loss of the ancient texts. Atoms could even be spoken of without substantial risk, provided that they were said to be set in motion and ordered by divine providence. And there remained within the highest reaches of the Catholic Church daring speculative minds eager to grapple with the new science. Why should atoms in the high Renaissance have come to seem, in some quarters at least, so threatening? The short answer is that the recovery and recirculation of Lucretius on the nature of things had succeeded in linking the very idea of atoms, as the ultimate substrate of all that exists, with a host of other dangerous claims. Detached from any context, the idea that all things might consist of innumerable invisible particles did not seem particularly disturbing. After all, the world had to consist of something. But Lucretius' poem restored to atoms their missing context, and the implications for morality, politics, ethics, and theology were deeply upsetting. Those implications were not immediately apparent to everyone. Savonarola may have mocked the pointy-headed intellectuals who thought the world was made up out of invisible particles, but on this issue at least he was playing for laughs, not yet calling for an auto da fe. Catholics like Erasmus and more could, as we have seen, think seriously about how to integrate elements of Epicureanism with the Christian faith. And in 1509, when Raphael painted the School of Athens in the Vatican, his magnificent vision of Greek philosophy, he seems to have been sublimely confident that the whole classical inheritance, not simply the work of a select few, could live in harmony with the Christian doctrine being earnestly debated by the theologians depicted on the opposite wall. Plato and Aristotle have pride of place in Raphael's luminous scene, but there is room under the capacious arch for all of the major thinkers, including, if traditional identifications are correct, Hypatia of Alexandria and Epicurus. But by mid-century, this confidence was no longer possible. In 1551, the theologians at the Council of Trent had, to their satisfaction at least, resolved once and for all the debates that had swirled around the precise nature of the central Christian mystery. They had confirmed as church dogma the subtle arguments with which Thomas Aquinas in the 13th century, drawing on Aristotle, had attempted to reconcile transubstantiation, the metamorphosis of the consecrated water, and wine into the body and blood of Jesus Christ with the laws of physics. Aristotle's distinction between the accidents and the substance of matter made it possible to explain how something that looked and smelled and tasted exactly like a piece of bread could actually, and not merely symbolically, be Christ's flesh. What the human senses experienced was merely the accidents of bread. The substance of the consecrated wafer was God. The theologians at Trent presented these ingenious arguments not as a theory, but as the truth, a truth utterly incompatible with Epicurus and Lucretius. The problem with Epicurus and Lucretius was not their paganism after all. Aristotle too was a pagan, but rather their physics. Atomism absolutely denied the key distinction between substance and accidents, and therefore threatened the whole magnificent intellectual edifice resting on Aristotelian foundations. And this threat came at exactly the moment when Protestants had mounted their most serious assault on Catholic doctrine. That assault did not depend on atomism. Luther and Zwingli and Calvin were not Epicureans, any more than Wycliffe and Hughes had been, but for the militant, embattled forces of the Counter-Reformation Catholic Church. It was as if the resurgence of ancient materialism had opened a dangerous second front. Indeed, atomism seemed to offer the reformers access to an intellectual weapon of mass destruction. The Church was determined not to allow anyone to lay hands on this weapon, and its ideological arm, the Inquisition, was alerted to detect the telltale signs of proliferation. Faith must take first place among all the other laws of philosophy, declared a Jesuit spokesman in 1624, so that what, by established authority, is the word of God may not be exposed to falsity. The words were a clear warning to curb unacceptable speculation. The only thing necessary to the philosopher, in order to know the truth, which is one and simple, is to oppose whatever is contrary to faith, and to accept that which is contained in faith. The Jesuit did not specify a specific target of this warning, but contemporaries would have easily understood that his words were particularly directed at the writer of a recently published scientific work called the Aesir. That writer was Galileo Galilei. Galileo had already been in trouble for using his astronomical observations to support the Copernican claim that the Earth was in orbit around the Sun. Under pressure from the Inquisition, he had pledged not to continue to advance this claim. But the Aesir, published in 1623, demonstrated that the scientist was continuing to tread on extremely dangerous ground. Like Lucretius, Galileo defended the oneness of the celestial and terrestrial world. There was no essential difference, he claimed, between the nature of the sun and the planets and the nature of the earth and its inhabitants. Like Lucretius, he believed that everything in the universe could be understood through the same disciplined use of observation and reason. Like Lucretius, he insisted on the testimony of the senses, against, if necessary, the orthodox claims of authority. Like Lucretius, he sought to work through this testimony toward a rational comprehension of the hidden structures of all things. And like Lucretius, he was convinced that these structures were by nature constituted by what he called minims, or minimal particles, that is, constituted by a limited repertory of atoms combined in innumerable ways. Galileo had friends in the highest places. The Aesir was dedicated to none other than the enlightened new Pope, Urban Roman VIII, who as Cardinal Maffi Barbarini had warmly supported the great scientist's research. As long as the Pope was willing to protect him, Galileo could hope to get away with the expression of his views and with the scientific investigations that they helped to generate. But the Pope himself was under growing pressure to suppress what many in the Church, the Jesuits above all, regarded as particularly noxious heresies. On August 1, 1632, the Society of Jesus strictly prohibited and condemned the doctrine of atoms. That prohibition in itself could not have precipitated a move against Galileo, since the Aesir had been cleared 8 years earlier for publication. But Galileo's publication, also in 1632, of the dialogue concerning the two chief world systems, gave his enemies the opportunity that they had been looking for. They promptly denounced him to the Congregation of the Holy Office, as the Inquisition was called. On June 22, 1633, the Inquisition delivered its verdict. "We say, sentence and declare that you, Galileo, by reason of the evidence arrived at in the trial, and by you confessed as above, have rendered yourself in the judgment of this holy office vehemently suspected of heresy." Still protected by powerful friends and hence spared torture and execution, the convicted scientist was sentenced to life imprisonment, under house arrest. The heresy officially specified in the verdict was having believed and held the doctrine, false and contrary to sacred and divine scripture, that the sun is the center of the world and does not move from east to west, and that the earth moves and is not the center of the world. But in 1982, an Italian scholar, Pietro Redondi, uncovered a document in the archives of the Holy Office that altered the picture. The document was a memorandum detailing heresies found in the Aesir. Specifically, the inquisitor found evidence of atomism. Atomism, explained the inquisitor, is incompatible with the second canon of the 13th session of the Council of Trent, the session that spelled out the dogma of the Eucharist. If you accept Signor Galileo Galilei's theory, the document observes, then when you find in the most holy sacrament the objects of touch, sight, taste, etc., characteristic of bread and wine, you will also have to say, according to the same theory, that these characteristics are produced on our senses by very tiny particles. And from this you will have to conclude that in the sacrament there must be substantial parts of bread and wine, a conclusion that is flat-out heresy. 33 years after the execution of Bruno, atomism remained a belief that the vigilant forces of orthodoxy were determined to suppress. If complete suppression proved impossible, there was some consolation for the enemies of Lucretius in the fact that most printed editions carried disclaimers. One of the most interesting of these is in the text used by Montaigne, the 1563 edition annotated by Denys Lambin. It is true, Lambin concedes, that Lucretius denies the immortality of the soul, rejects divine providence and claims that pleasure is the highest good. But even though the poem itself is alien to our religion because of its beliefs, Lambin writes, it is no less a poem. Once the distinction has been drawn between the work's beliefs and its artistic merit, the full force of that merit can be safely acknowledged. Merely a poem. Rather, it is an elegant poem, a magnificent poem, a poem highlighted, recognized, and praised by all wise men. What about the content of the poem, these insane and frenzied ideas of Epicurus, those absurdities about a fortuitous conjunction of atoms, about innumerable worlds, and so on? Secure in their faith, Lambin writes, good Christians do not have to worry. Neither is it difficult for us to refute them, nor indeed is it necessary, certainly when they are most easily disproved by the voice of truth itself, or by everyone remaining silent about them. Disavowal shades into a reassurance subtly conjoined with a warning. Sing the praises of the poem, but remain silent about its ideas. The aesthetic appreciation of Lucretius depended on the possession of very good Latin, and hence the poem's circulation was limited to a relatively small, elite group. Everyone grasped that any attempt to make it more broadly accessible to the literate public would arouse the deepest suspicion and hostility from the authorities. More than 200 years apparently passed, after Poggio's discovery in 1417, before an attempt was actually made. But by the 17th century, the pressure of the new science, growing intellectual speculation, and the lure of the great poem itself became too great to contain. The brilliant French astronomer, philosopher, and priest Pierre Gassendi, 1592–1655, devoted himself to an ambitious attempt to reconcile Epicureanism and Christianity, and one of his most remarkable students, the playwright Molière, 1622–1673, undertook to produce a verse translation, which does not, unfortunately, survive, of De Rerum Natura. Lucretius had already appeared in a prose translation in French by the Abbé Michel de Marolles, 1600–1681. Not long afterwards, an Italian translation by the mathematician Alessandro Marchetti, 1633–1714, began to circulate in manuscript, to the dismay of the Roman Church, which successfully banned it from print for decades. In England, the wealthy diarist John Evelyn, 1620–1706, translated the first book of Lucretius' poem. A complete version in heroic couplets was published in 1682 by the young Oxford-educated scholar Thomas Creech. Creech's Lucretius was greeted as an astonishing achievement when it appeared in print, but an English translation of almost the entire poem, also in couplets, was already in very limited circulation, and from a surprising source. This translation, which was not printed until the 20th century, was by the Puritan Lucy Hutchinson, the wife of Colonel John Hutchinson, parliamentarian and regicide. What is most striking perhaps about this remarkable accomplishment is that, by the time the learned translator presented the text to Arthur Annesley, 1st Earl of Anglesey, on June 11, 1675, she had come to detest its central principles, or so she claimed, and to hope that they would vanish from the face of the earth. She would certainly have consigned these verses to the fire, she wrote in her autographed dedicatory letter, had they not by misfortune been gone out of my hands in one lost copy. This sounds, of course, like the familiar gesture of feminine modesty. It is a gesture she reinforces by refusing to translate several hundred sexually explicit lines in Book 4, noting in the margin that much here was left out for a midwife to translate whose obscene art it would better become than a nicer pen. But in fact, Hutchinson made no apology for what she called her aspiring muse. Rather, she abhorred all the atheism and impieties in Lucretius' work. The lunatic Lucretius, as Hutchinson called him, is no better than the other pagan philosophers and poets routinely commended to pupils by their tutors, an educational practice that is one great means of debauching the learned world, at least of confirming them in that debauchery of soul which their first sin led them into, and of hindering their recovery while they puddle all the streams of truth that flow down to them from divine grace with this pagan mud. It is a lamentation and a horror, Hutchinson wrote, that now, in these days of the gospel, men should study Lucretius and adhere to his ridiculous, impious, execrable doctrines, reviving the foppish, casual dance of atoms. Why, then, when she earnestly hopes that this wickedness will disappear, did she painstakingly prepare a verse translation, pay a professional scribe to write out the first 5 books, and carefully copy out book 6, along with the arguments and the marginalia in her own hand? Her answer is a revealing one. She had not initially realized, she confessed, how dangerous Lucretius was. She undertook the translation out of youthful curiosity to understand things I heard so much discourse of at second hand. We have, through this remark, a glimpse of those quiet conversations, conducted not in the lecture hall or from the pulpit, but away from the prying ears of the authorities, in which Lucretius' ideas were weighed and debated. This gifted, learned woman wanted to know for herself what the men in her world were arguing about. When her religious convictions matured, Hutchinson wrote, when she grew in light and love, this curiosity and the pride she felt and in some sense continued to feel in her accomplishment began to sour. The little glory I had among some few of my intimate friends for understanding this crabbed poet became my shame, and I found I never understood him till I learned to abhor him and dread a wanton dalliance with impious books. But why, in that case, should she have wished to make this wanton dalliance available to others? Hutchinson said that she was simply obeying Anglesey, who had asked to see this book that she now beseeched him to conceal. To conceal, not to destroy. Something restrained her from urging that it be consigned to the fire, something more than the copy that had already gone out of her hands, for why should that have held her back, and more even than her pride in her own accomplishment. An ardent Puritan, she echoed Milton's principled opposition to censorship. She had, after all, reaped some profit by it, for it showed me that senseless superstitions drive carnal reason into atheism. That is, she learned from Lucretius that childish fables meant to enhance piety have the effect of leading rational intelligence toward disbelief. Perhaps, too, Hutchinson found the manuscript strangely difficult to destroy. I turned it into English, she wrote, in a room where my children practiced the several qualities they were taught with their tutors, and I numbered the syllables of my translation by the threads of the canvas I wrought in, and set them down with a pen and ink that stood by me. Lucretius insisted that those things that seemed completely detached from the material world, thoughts, ideas, fantasies, souls themselves, were nonetheless inseparable from the atoms that constituted them, including in this instance the pen, the ink, and the threads of the needlework Hutchinson used to count the syllables in her lines of verse. In his theory, even vision, so seemingly immaterial, depended on tiny films of atoms that constantly emanated from all things and, as images or simulacra, floated through the void until they struck the perceiving eye. Thus it was, he explained, that people who saw what they thought to be ghosts were falsely persuaded of the existence of an afterlife. Such apparitions were not in reality the souls of the dead, but films of atoms still floating through the world after the death and dissolution of the person from whom they had emanated. Eventually, the atoms in these films too would be dispersed, but for the moment they could astonish and frighten the living. The theory now only makes us smile, but perhaps it can serve as an image of the strange afterlife of Lucretius' poem, the poem that almost disappeared forever, dispersed into random atoms, but that somehow managed to survive. It survived because a succession of people, in a range of places and times, and for reasons that seem largely accidental, encountered the material object the papyrus or parchment or paper, with its inky marks attributed to Titus Lucretius Carus, and then sat down to make material copies of their own. Sitting in the room with her children, counting the syllables of translated verses on the threads of her canvas, the Puritan Lucy Hutchinson was serving in effect as one of the transmitters of the atomic particles that Lucretius had set in motion centuries and centuries earlier. By the time Hutchinson reluctantly sent her translation to Anglesey, the idea of what she called the foppish, casual dance of atoms had already long penetrated the intellectual imagination of England. Edmund Spenser had written an ecstatic and strikingly Lucretian hymn to Venus. Francis Bacon had ventured that, in nature nothing really exists besides individual bodies. Thomas Hobbes had reflected wryly on the relationship between fear and religious delusions. In England, as elsewhere in Europe, it had proved possible, though quite difficult, to retain a belief in God as the creator of atoms in the first place. Thus Isaac Newton, in what has been called one of the most influential pieces of writing in the history of science, declared himself an atomist, making what appears to be a direct allusion to the title of Lucretius' poem. While the particles continue entire, he remarked, they may compose bodies of one and the same nature and texture in all ages, but should they wear away or break in pieces, the nature of things depending on them would be changed. At the same time, Newton was careful to invoke a divine maker. It seems probable to me, Newton wrote in the second edition of the Optics, 1718, that God in the beginning formed matter in solid, massy, hard, impenetrable, movable particles, of such sizes and figures, and with such other properties, and in such proportions to space, as most conduce to the end for which he formed them, and that these primitive particles being solids are incomparably harder than any porous bodies compounded of them. Even so very hard, as never to wear or break in pieces, no ordinary power being able to divine what God himself made one in the first creation. For Newton, as for other scientists from the 17th century to our own time, it remained possible to reconcile atomism with Christian faith. But Hutchinson's fears proved well grounded. Lucretius' materialism helped to generate and support the skepticism of the likes of Dryden and Voltaire, and the programmatic, devastating disbelief expressed in Diderot, Hume, and many other Enlightenment figures. What lay ahead, beyond the horizon of even these far-sighted figures, were the astonishing empirical observations and experimental proofs that put the principles of ancient atomism on a whole different plane. When in the 19th century he set out to solve the mystery of the origin of human species, Charles Darwin did not have to draw on Lucretius' vision of an entirely natural, unplanned process of creation and destruction, endlessly renewed by sexual reproduction. That vision had directly influenced the evolutionary theories of Darwin's grandfather, Erasmus Darwin, but Charles could base his arguments on his own work in the Galapagos and elsewhere. So too, when Einstein wrote of atoms, his thought rested on experimental and mathematical science, not upon ancient philosophical speculation. But that speculation, as Einstein himself knew and acknowledged, had set the stage for the empirical proofs upon which modern atomism depends. That the ancient poem could now be safely left unread, that the drama of its loss and recovery could fade into oblivion, that Poggio Bracciolini could be forgotten almost entirely. These were only signs of Lucretius' absorption into the mainstream of modern thought. Among those for whom Lucretius was still a crucial guide, before this absorption had become complete, was a wealthy Virginia planter with a restless skeptical intelligence and a scientific bent. Thomas Jefferson owned at least 5 Latin editions of On the Nature of Things, along with translations of the poem into English, Italian, and French. It was one of his favorite books, confirming his conviction that the world is nature alone, and that nature consists only of matter. Still more, Lucretius helped to shape Jefferson's confidence that ignorance and fear were not necessary components of human existence. Jefferson took this ancient inheritance in a direction that Lucretius could not have anticipated, but of which Thomas More, back in the early 16th century, had dreamed. Jefferson had not, as the poet of On the Nature of Things urged, withdrawn from the fierce conflicts of public life. Instead, he had given a momentous political document, at the founding of a new republic, a distinctly Lucretian turn. The turn was toward a government whose end was not only to secure the lives and the liberties of its citizens, but also to serve the pursuit of happiness. The atoms of Lucretius had left their traces on the Declaration of Independence. On August 15, 1820, the 77-year-old Jefferson wrote to another former president, his friend John Adams. Adams was 85, and the two old men were in the habit of exchanging views on the meaning of life, as they felt it ebb away. "I obliged to recur ultimately to my habitual anodyne," Jefferson wrote. "I feel, therefore I exist. I feel bodies which are not myself. There are other existences then. I call them matter. I feel them changing place. This gives me motion. Where there is an absence of matter, I call it void or nothing or immaterial space. On the basis of sensation, of matter and motion, we may erect the fabric of all the certainties we can have or need." These are the sentiments that Lucretius had most hoped to instill in his readers. "I am," Jefferson wrote to a correspondent who wanted to know his philosophy of life, "an Epicurean." Acknowledgments the ancient philosopher whose work gave rise to the story that I trace in these pages believed that life's highest end was pleasure, and he took particular pleasure in the community of his friends. It is only fitting, then, that I acknowledge the rich and sustaining network of friends and colleagues who have enhanced the writing of this book. Over the course of a year at the Wissenschaftskolleg in Berlin, I spent many pleasurable hours discussing Lucretius with the late Bernard Williams, whose marvelous intelligence illuminated everything that it touched. And some years later, at the same wonderful Berlin institution, I participated in an extraordinary Lucretius reading group that gave me the critical impetus I needed. Generously guided by two philosophers, Christoph Horn and Christoph Rapp, the group, which included Horst Bredekamp, Susan James, Reinhard Mayer-Kalkus, Quentin Skinner, and Ramy Targoff, along with more occasional visitors, worked its way with exemplary care and contentiousness through the poem. A second wonderful institution, the American Academy in Rome, provided the perfect setting for the bulk of the book's writing. Nowhere else in my experience is the precious opportunity to sit quietly and work so exquisitely braided together with Epicurean pleasure. To the Academy's director, Carmela Versillo Franklin, and its capable staff, along with a host of fellows and visitors, I owe a deep debt of gratitude. My agent, Jill Neeram, and my editor, Elaine Salerno Mason, have been extraordinarily helpful, generous, and acute readers. Among the many others who have given me advice and assistance, I want to single out Albert Ascoli, Homi Babha, Allison Brown, Jean Brucker, Joseph Connors, Brian Cummings, Trevor Dadson, Kenneth Gowans, Jeffrey Hamburger, James Hankins, Philip Hardy, Bernard Jusson, Joseph Koerner, Thomas Lacuer, George Logan, David Norbrook, William O'Connell, Robert Pinsky, Oliver Primavesi, Stephen Shapin, Marcello Simonetta, James Simpson, Pippa Scottness, Nick Wilding, and David Woot. My students and colleagues at Harvard have been a source of constant intellectual stimulation and challenge, and the stupendous library resources of this university have never ceased to amaze me. I owe particular thanks for research assistance to Christine Barrett, Rebecca Cook, Shawan Kainu, Ada Palmer, and Benjamin Woodring. My deepest debt of gratitude for wise advice and for inexhaustible pleasure is to my wife, Rami Targoff. Notes preface to First Goddess, Lucretius on the Nature of Things, trans. Martin Ferguson Smith, London, Sphere Books, 1969. Rev. Eden, Indianapolis, Hackett, 2001, 1-1220. I have consulted the modern English translations of H. A. J. Munro, 1914. W. H. D. Rouse, Rev. Martin Ferguson Smith, 1975-1992, Frank O. Copley, 1977, Ronald Melville, 1997, A. E. Stallings, 2007, and David Slavitt, 2008. Among earlier English translations, I have consulted those of John Evelyn, 1620-1706, Lucy Hutchinson, 1620-1681, John Dryden, 1631-1700, and Thomas Creech, 1659-1700. Of these translations, Dryden's is the best, but in addition to the fact that he only translated small portions of the poem, 615 lines in all, less than 10% of the total, his language often renders Lucretius difficult for the modern reader to grasp. For ease of access, unless otherwise indicated, I have used Smith's 2001 prose translation, and I have cited the lines in the Latin text given in the readily available Loeb edition, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1975. 10. Spring Comes. On the Nature of Things 5, 730-740. Venus, winged harbinger, is Cupid, whom Botticelli depicts blindfolded and aiming his winged arrow. Flora, the Roman goddess of flowers, strews blossoms gathered in the folds of her exquisite dress. And Zephyr, the god of the fecundating west wind, is reaching for the nymph Chloris. On Lucretius, influence on Botticelli mediated by the humanist Poliziano. See Charles Dempsey, The Portrayal of Love. Botticelli's Primavera and Humanist Culture at the Time of Lorenzo the Magnificent, Princeton. Princeton University Press, 1992, Esp. pp. 3649, Horst Bredekamp, Botticelli, Primavera. Florence Als Garten der Venus, Frankfurt am Main. Fischer Verlag GmbH, 1988. And Abai Warburg's seminal 1893 essay, Sandro Botticelli's Birth of Venus in Spring, an examination of concepts of antiquity in the Italian early Renaissance. In the Revival of Pagan Antiquity, ed. Kurt W. Forster, trans. David Britt, Lowe's Angels. Getty Research Institute for the History of Art and the Humanities, 1999, pp. 88-156. 13. An avid letter writer. A total of 558 letters by Poggio, addressed to 172 different correspondents, survive. In a letter written in July 1417 congratulating Poggio on his discoveries, Francesco Barbaro refers to a letter about the journey of discovery that Poggio had sent to our fine and learned friend Garanus of Verona, two Renaissance book hunters. The letters of Poggius Bracciolini to Nicolaus de Nicolis, trans Phillies Walter Goodhart Gordon, New York. Columbia University Press, 1974, p. 201. For Poggio's letters, see Poggio Bracciolini letter ed. Helene Harth, 3 vols. Florence, Alschke, 1984. Chapter 1. The Book Hunter 14 Sleight of Build. On Poggio's appearance, see Poggio Braxiolini 1380-1980. Nel Roman 6 Centenario della Nascita, Istituto Nazionale di Studi sul Rinascimento, Vol. 7, Florence. Sansoni, 1982, and Un Toscano del 400 Poggio Braxiolini, 1380-1459, ed. Patrizia Caselli, Terranuova Braxiolini, Administrazioni Comunali 1980. The principal biographical source is Ernst Walser, Poggius Florentinus. Leben und Werk Hildesheim, George Ohms, 1974. 16. Indeed, curiosity was said. On curiosity as a sin and the complex process of rehabilitating it, see Hans Blumenberg, The Legitimacy of the Modern Age, trans. Robert M. Wallace, Cambridge, Ma. Mitt Press, 1983. Orig. German Eden. 1966, pp. 229-453. 19. His Detestable and Unseemly Life. Eustace J. Kitts in the Days of the Councils. A sketch of the life and times of Baldassare Casa, afterward Pope John XXIII. London. Archibald Constable & Co., 1908, p. 359. 21. George of Trebizond had salted. Peter Partner, The Pope's Men. The Papal Civil Service in the Renaissance, Oxford. Clarendon Press, 1990, p. 54. 22. By the 1450s. Laurel Martin's The Social World of the Florentine Humanists, 1390-1460, Princeton. Princeton University Press, 1963, pp. 123-27. 22. In this difficult period. In 1416 he evidently tried with the others in the Curia to secure a benefice for himself, but the grant was controversial and in the end was not awarded. Apparently, he could also have taken a position as scriptor in the new papacy of Martin V, but he refused, regarding it as a demotion from his position as Secretary Walser, Poggius Florentinus, pp. 42 ff. Chapter 2. The Moment of Discovery. 23. Petrarch brought glory. Nicholas Mann, The Origins of Humanism, in the Cambridge Companion to Renaissance Humanism, ed. Gill Cray, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1996, p. 11. On Poggio's response to Petrarch, see Riccardo Fubini, Humanism and Secularization. From Petrarch to Valla, Duke Monographs in Medieval and Renaissance Studies, 18, Durham, NC and London. Duke University Press, 2003. On the Development of Italian Humanism, see John Addington Symonds, The Revival of Learning, New York. H. Holt, 1908. Repper. 1960. Wallace K. Ferguson, The Renaissance in Historical Thought. 5 Centuries of Interpretation, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1948. Paul Oscar Christeller, The Impact of Early Italian Humanism on Thought and Learning, in Bernard S. Levy, ed. Developments in the Early Renaissance, Albany. State University of New York Press, 1972, pp. 120-57. Charles Trinkhaus, The Scope of Renaissance Humanism, Ann Arbor. University of Michigan Press, 1983. Anthony Grafton and Lisa Jardine, From Humanism to the Humanities. Education and the Liberal Arts in 15th and 16th Century Europe. Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1986. Peter Burke, The Spread of Italian Humanism, in Anthony Goodman and Angus Mackay, eds. The Impact of Humanism on Western Europe, London. Longman, 1990, pp. 122. Ronald G. Witt, In the Footsteps of the Ancients. The Origins of Humanism from Lavato to Bruni, Studies in Medieval and Reformation Thought, ed. Heiko A. Obermann, vol. 74, Leiden, Brill, 2000. And Riccardo Fubini, L'Umanesimo Italiano e I Suoi Storici, Milan. Franco Angeli Storia, 2001. 23 Macer and Lucretius are certainly. Quintilian Institutio Oratoria, The Orator's Education, ed. and trans. Donald A. Russell, Loeb Classical Library, 127 Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 2001. 10.1 pp. 299 ff. Though a complete, or nearly complete, copy of Quintilian was only found by Poggio Bracciolini in 1516, Book X, with its lists of Greek and Roman writers, circulated throughout the Middle Ages. Quintilian remarks of Macer and Lucretius that each is elegant on his own subject, but the former is prosaic and the latter difficult. p. 299. 24 Literacy Rates by Our Standards. Robert A. Castor, Guardians of Language, The Grammarian and Society in Late Antiquity, Berkeley and London, University of California Press, 1988. Estimates of literacy rates in earlier societies are notoriously unreliable. Castor, citing the research of Richard Duncan Jones, concludes, "The great majority of the empire's inhabitants were illiterate in the classical languages." The figures for the first 3 centuries C suggest upwards of 70% illiteracy, though with many regional differences. There are similar figures in Kim Hain-Zeitzen, Guardians of Letters, Literacy, Power, and the Transmitters of Early Christian Literature, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 2000. Though Hain-Zeitzen has even lower literacy levels, 10% perhaps. See also Robin Lane Fox, Literacy and Power in Early Christianity, in Alan K. Bowman and Greg Wolfe, eds. Literacy and Power in the Ancient World, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1994. 24 They shall give him 20. Cited in Fox, Literacy and Power, p. 147. 25 Above all, 1 or 2 seniors. The rule does include a provision for those who simply cannot abide reading. If anyone is so remiss and indolent that he is unwilling or unable to study or to read, he is to be given some work in order that he may not be idle. The Rule of Benedict, trans. By Monks of Glenstill Abbey, Dublin. Four Courts Press, 1982, 48, 223. 26 He looks about anxiously. John Cashin, The Institutes, trans. Boniface Ramsey, New York. Newman Press, 2000, 10-2. 26 If such a monk. The Rule of Benedict, 48, 1920. I have amended the translation given as a warning to others, to capture what I take to be the actual sense of the Latin, ut ceteri timet. 27 The feeling of elation, spiritum elationis. The translators render these words as spirit of vanity, but I believe that elation or exaltation is the principal sense here. 27 Let there be. The Rule of Benedict, 38:5-7. 27 No one should presume. Ibid. 38:8. 27 The superior. Ibid. 38:9. 30 For him that stealeth. Layla Avrin, Scribes, Script and Books. The Book Arts from Antiquity to the Renaissance, Chicago and London. American Library Association and the British Library. 1991, p. 324. The manuscript is in Barcelona. 32 The beautiful handwriting. On the larger context of Poggio's handwriting, see Berthold L. Ullmann, The Origin and Development of Humanistic Script, Rome. Edizione di Storia e Letteratura, 1960. For a valuable introduction, see Martin Davies, Humanism in Script and Print in the 15th Century, in the Cambridge Companion to Renaissance Humanism, pp. 4762. 34 To serve as apostolic secretaries. Bartolomeo served as secretary in 1414. Poggio the following year partner, the Pope's Men, pp. 218-222. 34 I hate all boastful conversation. Gordon, 2 Renaissance Book Hunters, pp. 208-9 Letter to Ambrogio Traversari. 35 I shall set out. Ibid. p. 210. 36 He was brought to the armory. Eustace J. Kitts in the Days of the Councils. A sketch of the life and times of Baldassare Casa, London. Archibald Constable & Co., 1908, p. 69. 37 I cannot find that they do anything. Cited in W. M. Shepherd, The Life of Poggio Bracciolini, Liverpool. Longman et al., 1837, p. 168. 40 The parchment is hairy. Avron, Scribes, Script and Books, p. 224. The scribe in question actually used vellum, not parchment, but it must have been a particularly miserable vellum. 40 Now I've written. Ibid. 41 Vouchsafe, O Lord, quoted in George Haven Putnam Books and Their Makers during the Middle Ages, 2 vols. New York, Hillary House, 1962, Repper. Of 1896-98 Eden. 161. 43 Working with knives. The great monastery at Bobbio, in the north of Italy, had a celebrated library. A catalogue drawn up at the end of the 9th century includes many rare ancient texts, including a copy of Lucretius. But most of these have disappeared, presumably scraped away to make room for the Gospels and Psalters that served the community. Bernhard Bischoff writes, many ancient texts were buried when their codices were palimpsested at Bobbio, which had abandoned the rule of Columbanus for the rule of Benedict. A catalogue from the end of the 9th century informs us that Bobbio possessed at that time one of the most extensive libraries in the West, including many grammatical treatises as well as rare poetical works. The sole copy of Septimius Serenus de Runalibus, an elaborate poem from the age of Hadrian, was lost. Copies of Lucretius and Valerius Flaccus seem to have disappeared without Italian copies having been made. Poggio eventually discovered these works in Germany, manuscripts and libraries in the age of Charlemagne, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1994, p. 151. 44 Abbey of Fulda. A strong alternative candidate is the Abbey of Murbach, in southern Alsace. By the middle of the 9th century, Murbach, founded in 727, had become an important center of scholarship and is known to have possessed a copy of Lucretius. The challenge facing Poggio would have been roughly the same in any monastic library he approached. 47 Rabanus, who as a young man. In the context of the current book, the most intriguing comment comes in Rabanus's prose preface to his fascinating collection of acrostic poems in praise of the cross, composed in 810. Rabanus writes that his poems include the rhetorical figure of synalpha, the contraction of 2 syllables into one. This is a figure, he explains, quod et Titus Lucretius non raro fessis invenitur, which is frequently found in Titus Lucretius. Quoted in David Gant's Lucretius in the Carolingian Age, the Leiden manuscripts and their Carolingian readers, in Claudine A. Chavin's Mazel and Margaret M. Smith, eds. Medieval manuscripts of the Latin classics, production and use, Proceedings of the Seminar in the History of the Book to 1500, Leiden, 1993, Los Altos Hills, Ca. Anderson Lovelace, 1996, 99. 48 Obliterated by the praiseworthy use. Pliny the Younger, Letters, 3.7. 50 Neither he nor anyone in his circle. The humanists might have picked up shadowy signs of the poem's continued existence. Macrobius, in the early 5th century c., quotes a few lines in his Saturnalia, see George Hadsit's Lucretius and his influence, as does Isidore of Seville's vast etymology in the early 7th century. Other moments in which the work surfaced briefly will be mentioned below, but it would have been rash for anyone in the early 15th century to believe that the entire poem would be found. Chapter 3. In Search of Lucretius 51, and it continued to be read. Send me some piece by Lucretius or Aeneas. The highly cultivated Emperor Antoninus Pius, 86-161 c., wrote to a friend, something harmonious, powerful, and expressive of the state of the spirit. Apart from fragments, Aeneas, the greatest early Roman poet, has never been recovered. 51. The poetry of Lucretius. Lucreti pomata ut scribes ita sunt, multis luminibus ingenii, multitamen artes Cicero, QFR 2:10-3. 51. Blessed is he. Georgix 2, 490-92. Felix, qui patuit rerum cognoscere causas, ac metus omnes et inexorable fatum subacit pedibus strepitumque acrontes avari. Acheron, a river of the underworld, is used by Virgil and Lucretius as a symbol of the whole realm of the afterlife. For Lucretius, presence in the Georgics, see especially Monica Gale, Virgil on the nature of things. The Georgics, Lucretius, and the didactic tradition, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2000. 52. But Virgil did not mention. The author of the Aeneid, with his somber sense of the burden of imperial power and the stern necessity of renouncing pleasures, was clearly more skeptical than he had been in the Georgics about anyone's ability to grasp with serene clarity the hidden forces of the universe. But Lucretius' vision and the tough elegance of his poetry are present throughout Virgil's epic, if only as glimpses of an achieved security that now constantly and forever eludes the poet and his hero. On the deep presence of Lucretius in the Aeneid, and in other works of Virgil as well as those of Ovid and Horace, see Philip Hardy, Lucretian Receptions. History, The Sublime Knowledge, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2009. 52. The Verses of Sublime Lucretius. Amores 1, 15, 23-24. See Philip Hardy, Ovid's Poetics of Illusion, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2002, Esp. pp. 143-63, 173-207. 53. Memmius had a relatively successful son-in-law for a time of the merciless patrician dictator Sulla. Memmius' political career came to an end in 54 BCE, when, as a candidate for the office of consul, he was forced to disclose his involvement in a financial scandal that lost him the crucial support of Julius Caesar. As an orator, in Cicero's view, Memmius was lazy. He was, Cicero conceded, extremely well-read, though more in Greek than in Latin literature. Perhaps this immersion in Greek culture helps to explain why, after his political fortunes fell, Memmius moved to Athens, where he apparently bought land on which stood the ruins of the house of the philosopher Epicurus, who died more than 200 years earlier. In 51 BCE, Cicero wrote a letter to Memmius in which he asked him as a personal favor to give these ruins to Patro the Epicurean. The ruins were evidently threatened by a building project that Memmius had in mind. Patro pleads, Cicero reports, that he owes a responsibility to his office and duty, to the sanctity of testaments, to the prestige of Epicurus' name, to the abode, domicile, and memorials of great men. Letter 63-13-1 in Cicero's Letters to Friends, Loeb Eden. 1-271. With Epicurus we close the circle back to Lucretius, for Lucretius was Epicurus' most passionate, intelligent, and creative disciple. 53. These lurid details. On the creation of the legend, see Esp. Luciano Canfora's Vita di Lucrezio, Palermo, Celerio, 1993. The greatest evocation of it is Tennyson's Lucretius. 54. Lucretius remains almost. Canfora's fascinating Vita di Lucrezio is not a biography in any conventional sense, but rather a brilliant exercise in dismantling the mythic narrative launched by Jerome. In A Work in Progress, Ada Palmer shows that Renaissance scholars assembled what they thought were clues to Lucretius' life, but that most of those clues turn out to have been comments about other, unrelated people. 55. This man. Johann Joachim Winckelmann, cited in David Sider, The Library of the Villa dei Papyri at Herculaneum, Los Angels. J. Paul Getty Museum, 2005. Winckelmann's colorful phrase is an Italian proverb. 55. About half a palm long. Camillo Paterni, director of the Museum Herculanus in the Royal Palace at Portici, in a letter written on February 25, 1755, quoted in Cider, the Library, p. 22. 56 rolls of papyrus. Avron, Scribes, Script and Books, pp. 83 ff. 57. The room unearthed. At this point, by rare good fortune, the investigation of the site was under the supervision of a Swiss Army engineer, Karl Weber, who took a more responsible and scholarly interest in what lay underground. 59. It prided itself on being. This way of viewing themselves had a long life. When Scipio sacked Carthage in 146 BCE, the library collections of that great North African city fell into his hands, along with all the other plunder. He wrote to the Senate and asked what to do with the books now in his possession. Answer came back that a single book, a treatise on agriculture, was worth returning to be translated into Latin. The rest of the books, the senators wrote, Scipio should distribute as gifts to the petty kings of Africa. Pliny the Elder, Natural History, 18:5. 60. The captive monarch's library. The seizing of Greek libraries as spoils became a fairly common practice, though rarely as the conqueror's sole prize. In 67 BCE, Lucullus, an ally of Sulla, brought home from his eastern conquests a very valuable library, along with other riches, and in retirement he devoted himself to the study of Greek literature and philosophy. At his villa and gardens in Rome and in Tusculum, near Naples, Lucullus was the generous patron of Greek intellectuals and poets, and he figures in Cicero's Dialogue Academica as one of the principal interlocutors. 61. Rome's first public library. Appointed to administer northern Italy, Gallia Transpadana, Pollio used his influence to save Virgil's property from confiscation. 61. The library established by Pollio, Augustus. Two libraries were known as the Octavian and the Palatine. The former, founded in honor of his sister, 33 BC, was situated in the Porticus Octaviae and combined a magnificent promenade on the lower story with the reading room and book collection on the upper. The other library, attached to the Temple of Apollo on the Palatine Hill, seems to have had two separately administered departments, a Greek and a Latin one. Both libraries were subsequently destroyed by fire. Augustus' successors maintained the tradition of establishing libraries. Tiberius founded the Tiberian Library in his house on the Palatine. According to Suetonius, he caused the writings and images of his favorite Greek poets to be placed in the public libraries. Vespasian established a library in the Temple of Peace, erected after the burning of the city under Nero. Domitian restored the libraries after the same fire, even sending to Alexandria for copies. The most important imperial library was the Ulpian Library, created by Ulpius Trajanus, first established in the Forum of Trajan, but afterwards removed to the Baths of Diocletian. See Lionel Casson, Libraries in the Ancient World, New Haven, Yale University Press, 2002. 62. Many other cities, among them Athens, Cyprus, Como, Milan, Smyrna, Patri, Tibur, from which books could even be borrowed. But see the inscription found in the Agora of Athens, on the wall of the Library of Pantanos, 200 c. No book shall be removed, since we have sworn thus. Opening hours are from 6 in the morning until noon. Quoted in Cider, the Library of the Villa dei Papiri at Herculaneum, p. 43. 62. Throughout their territories the Romans. Clarence E. Boyd, Public Libraries and Literary Culture in Ancient Rome, Chicago. University of Chicago Press, 1915, pp. 23-24. 63 Houses of Cultivated Men and Women, cf. Arnaldo Mamigliano, Alien Wisdom, The Limits of Hellenization, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1975. 63 At the Games in the Colosseum, Erich Auerbach, Literary Language and its Public in Late Latin Antiquity and in the Middle Ages, trans. Ralph Mannheim, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1965, p. 237. 64 De Rerum Natura has been rediscovered. Nutcleve, Lucretius in Herculaneum, in Chronisch Erkelenesse 1989, p. 565 amid his tipsy. In Pisonum against Piso, in Cicero Orations, trans. N. H. Watts, Loeb Classical Library, Vol. 252, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1931, p. 167, in Suorum Gecorum Feeder ac Vino. 66 Tomorrow, Friend Piso. The Epigrams of Philodemos, ed. and trans. David Sider, New York. Oxford University Press, 1997, p. 152. 67 Staring Up Idly. Though there had been a serious recent earthquake, the last major eruption had taken place in 1200 BCE, so the source of queasiness, if there was one, was not the volcano. 69 This has often struck me. Cicero, De Natura Deorum, On the Nature of the Gods, trans. H. Rackham, Loeb Classical Library, 268, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1933, 1.6 pp. 1719. 70 Here the conversation ended. Ibid, p. 383. 70 The one who engages. Cicero, De Officiis on Duties, trans. Walter Miller, Loeb Classical Library, 30. Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1913, 1.37 p. 137. 72 When Human Life. As I will discuss below, the word translated here as superstition is in Latin religio, that is, religion. 72 Epicurus. Diogenes Laertius, Lives of the Eminent Philosophers, 2 vols. Loeb Classical Library, 184-85, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1925, 2, 531-33. 75 Epicurus Philosophy. Epicurus. Epilogismos was a term frequently used to suggest reasoning based on empirical data, but according to Michael Schofield, it conveys our everyday procedures of assessment and appraisal. Schofield, In Rationality in Greek Thought, ed. Michael Fried and Giselle Stryker, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1996. Schofield suggests that these procedures are linked to a famous passage by Epicurus on time. We must not adopt special expressions for it, supposing that this will be an improvement. We must use just the existing ones. p. 222. The thinking that Epicurus urged upon his followers was a perfectly ordinary kind of activity available to all, not a special intellectual accomplishment restricted to, for example, mathematicians or dialecticians. p. 235. 76. Do you suppose? Cicero, Tusculani Disputations, Tusculan Disputations, trans. J. E. King. Loeb Classical Library, 141, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1927, 1610. 76. It is difficult to understand. Ibid. 121-48-89. 76. He vomited twice a day. The charge was made by Timocrates, the brother of Metrodorus, who was his disciple and then left the school, in Diogenes Laertius, Lives of Eminent Philosophers, trans. R. D. Hicks, 2 vols. Loeb Classical Library, 185, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1925, 2, 535. 77. The passerby who entered. Seneca, Ad Lucilium Epistulae Morales, trans. Richard Gummier, 3 vols. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1917, 146. 77. When we say then. Letter to Menocius in Laertius Lives, 2, 657. 77 Men suffer the worst evils. Philodmus on choices and avoidances, trans Giovanni Indelli and Vulatsauna Macurhan, La Scuola di Epicuro, 15 Naples, Bibliopolis, 1995, pp. 104-6. 77 I'll Have All My Beds, Ben Jonson, The Alchemist, ed., Alvin B. Kernan, 2 vols. New Haven, Yale University Press, 1974, Roman 2, 4142, 7287. Johnson is participating in a tradition of representing Epicurus as the patron saint of the inn and the brothel, a tradition that includes Chaucer's well-fed Franklin, who is described in the Canterbury Tales as Epicurus Owen Sown. 79 Some men have sought. Maxim 7 in Diogenes Laertius, Lives of Eminent Philosophers, trans R.D. Hicks, 2 vols. Loeb Classical Library, 185, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1925. Rev. ed. 1931, 1665. 80 Against Other Things. Vatican Sayings 31 in A. A. Long and D. N. Sedley, The Hellenistic Philosophers, 2 vols. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1987, 150. Chapter 4. The Teeth of Time, 81 The Indefatigable Scholar Didymus of Alexandria, cf. Moritz W. Schmidt, De Didymo Chalcentero Ols, A. Ludwig, 1851, and Didymi Chalcenteri Fragmenta, Leipzig, Tubner, 1854. 82 An Ambitious Literary Editor, cf. David Deeringer, The Book Before Printing, New York, Dover Books, 1982, pp. 241 ff. 82 Extraordinarily prolific. Diogenes Laertius. Epicurus was a most prolific author and eclipsed all before him in the number of his writings, for they amount to about 300 rolls and contain not a single citation from other authors. It is Epicurus himself who speaks throughout Lives of Eminent Philosophers, 2, 555. Diogenes Laertius lists the titles of 37 books by Epicurus, all of which have been lost. 82 On that wall, cf. Andrew M. T. Moore, Diogenes's Inscription at Ononda, in Dane R. Gordon and David B. Suits, eds. Epicurus. His Continuing Influence and Contemporary Relevance, Rochester, N.Y. Rochester Institute of Technology, Cary Graphic Arts Press, 2003, pp. 209-14. See The Epicurean Inscription, ed. and trans. Martin Ferguson Smith, Naples, Bibliopolis, 1992. 83 Others are found. Aristotle, Historia Animalium, trans A. L. Peck, Loeb Classical Library, 438, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1965-91, 532. 83 A Small White Silver Shining. Quoted in William Blade's The Enemies of Books, London. Elliot Stock, 1896, pp. 66-67. 84 Constant Gnawing. Ovid ex Ponto, trans A. L. Wheeler, Rev. G. P. Gould, 2nd eden. Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1924, 1173. 84 Food for Vandal Moths. Horace, Satires, Epistles. The Art of Poetry, trans. H. Rushton Fairclough, Loeb Classical Library, 194, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1926. Epistle 1 2012 84 Page Eater. In Greek Anthology, trans W. R. Patton, Loeb Classical Library, 84, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1917, 9 251. Evenness of a Scalon, F.L. Between 50 BCE and 50 C. 84 Many, perhaps most, Greek scribes. Kim Hain Zeitzen, Guardians of Letters. Literacy, Power, and the Transmitters of Early Christian Literature, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 2000, p. 485. I have received the book. Quoted in Lionel Casson, Libraries in the Ancient World, New Haven. Yale University Press, 2001, p. 77. 85 publishers had to contend. Layla Avrin, Scribes, Script and Books, The Book Arts from Antiquity to the Renaissance, Chicago, American Library Association, 1991, p. 171. See also pp. 149-53. 85 female as well as male copyists. On women copyists, see Haynes-Eitzen. 86. The invention of movable type. It is estimated that the number of books that had been produced cumulatively in the history of the world before 1450 was equaled by the number produced between 1450 and 1500, that this number was produced again between 1500 and 1510, and that twice this number was produced in the next decade. 86. A roomful of well-trained scribes. On scribes, C. L. D. Reynolds and N. G. Wilson, Scribes and Scholars. A Guide to the Transmission of Greek and Latin Literature, 2nd ed. London, Oxford University Press, 1974. Avrin, Scribes, Script and Books. Rossem and McKitterick, Books, Scribes and Learning in the Frankish Kingdoms, 6th-9th Centuries, Aldershot, UK. Variorum, 1994. M. B. Parks, Scribes, Scripts and Readers, London. Hambledon Press, 1991. On the Symbolic Significance of the Scribe, cf. Giorgio Agamben, Potentialities, Collected Essays in Philosophy, ed. Daniel Heller Rosen, Stanford. Stanford University Press, 2000, pp. 246 ff. Avicenna's figure of perfect potentiality, for example, is the scribe in the moment in which he does not write. 87. In Alexandria, huge granaries south of Alexandria received endless bargeloads of grain, harvested from the rich flood plains along the river. These had been scrutinized by linkside officials, appointed to ensure that the grain was unadulterated, with no admixture of earth or barley, untrodden and sifted. Christopher Haas, Alexandria in Late Antiquity, Topography and Social Conflict, Baltimore. Johns Hopkins University Press, 1997, p. 42. The sacks in their thousands were then transported by canal to the harbor, where the grain fleet awaited them. From there, the heavily laden ships fanned out to cities whose burgeoning populations had long outstripped the capacity of the surrounding countryside to support them. Alexandria was one of the key control points in the ancient world for bread and hence stability and hence power. Grain was not the sole commodity that Alexandria controlled. The city's merchants were famous for the trade in wine, linens, tapestries, glass, and most interesting for our purposes, papyrus. The huge marshes near the city were particularly suitable for the cultivation of the reeds from which the best paper was made. All through the ancient world, from the time of the Caesars to the rule of the Frankish kings, Alexandrian papyrus was the preferred medium on which bureaucrats, philosophers, poets, priests, merchants, emperors, and scholars gave orders, recorded debts, and wrote down their thoughts. 87. A determination to assemble. Ptolemy Roman III, 246–221 BCE, is said to have sent messages to all the rulers of the known world, asking for books to copy. Officials were under order to confiscate from passing ships all the books that they had on board. Copies of these books were made and returned, but the originals went into the Great Library, where in the catalog they were marked from the ships. Royal agents fanned out through the Mediterranean to buy or borrow more and more books. Lenders grew increasingly wary. Borrowed books had a way of not coming back and demanded large deposits. When, after intense cajoling, Athens agreed to lend Alexandria its precious authoritative texts of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, texts that were zealously guarded in the city's records office, the city insisted on the enormous bond of 15 talents of gold. Ptolemy posted the bond, received the books, sent copies back to Athens, and forfeiting the bond, deposited the originals in the museum. 88 was second in magnificence. Ammianus Marcellinus, History, Loeb Classical Library, 315, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1940, 2, 303. Cf. Rufinus. The whole edifice is built of arches with enormous windows above each arch. The hidden inner chambers are separate from one another and provide for the enactment of various ritual acts and secret observances. Sitting courts and small chapels with images of the gods occupy the edge of the highest level. Lofty houses rise up there in which the priests are accustomed to live. Behind these buildings, a freestanding portico raised on columns and facing inward runs around the periphery. In the middle stands the temple, built on a large and magnificent scale with an exterior of marble and precious columns. Inside there was a statue of Serapis so vast that the right hand touched one wall and the left the other, cited in Haas, Alexandria in Late Antiquity, p. 148. 89. The first blow came. Alexandria was, as we have seen, a strategically important city, and it could not escape the conflicts that constantly tore at the fabric of Roman society. In 48 BCE, Julius Caesar pursued his rival Pompey to Alexandria. At the Egyptian king's command, Pompey was promptly murdered. His head was presented to Caesar, who professed to be grief-stricken. But though he probably had no more than 4,000 troops, Caesar decided to remain and secure control of the city. At one point in the course of the 9-month struggle that followed, the gravely outnumbered Romans found themselves threatened by a royal fleet that had sailed into the harbor. Using resin-smeared pine torches with an undercoating of sulfur, Caesar's forces managed to set the ships on fire. The conflagration was intense, for the hulls were sealed with highly flammable pitch and the decks were caulked with wax. Details of the firing of ancient fleets are from Lucan, Pharsalia, Trans. Robert Graves, p. 84, Roman 3, 656-700. The fire leaped from the ships to the shore and then spread through the wharves to the library, or at least to storehouses that held some of the collections. The books themselves were not the object of attack. They were merely convenient combustible material. But burned books do not take into consideration the arsonist's intentions. Caesar left the conquered city in the hands of the deposed king's glamorous and resourceful sister, Cleopatra. Some portion of the library's losses may have been quickly restored a few years later. The besotted Mark Antony is said to have given Cleopatra some 200,000 books that he had looted from Pergamum. Columns from Pergamum's library are still visible among the impressive ruins of that once great city on Turkey's Mediterranean coast. Books randomly stolen from one library and dumped into another do not, however, make up for the destruction of a collection that has been painstakingly and intelligently assembled. No doubt the library staff worked feverishly to repair the losses, and the institution, with its scholars and its enormous resources, remained a celebrated one. But the point must have been painfully clear. Mars is an enemy of books. 89. It was only a matter of time. It was not until 407 that bishops in the empire were granted the legal authority to close or demolish temples. Haas, Alexandria in Late Antiquity, p. 160. 90. As though, Rufinus, cited in Ibid, pp. 160-162. 91. Is it not true? Greek Anthology, p. 172. 92. If you decree. The Letters of Synesius of Cyrene, trans Augustine Fitzgerald, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 1926, p. 253. Something in Hypatia's whole way of being evidently excited profound respect, not only from scholars but also from the great mass of her fellow citizens. A young man from Damascus who traveled to Alexandria to study philosophy some 2 generations later still heard stories of the admiration that Hypatia aroused. The entire city naturally loved her and held her in exceptional esteem, while the powers that be paid their respects first to her Damasius, the philosophical history, Trans Polhymnia Athanasiadi Athens, Apamia Cultural Association, 1999, p. 131, cf. The poet Pallada's praise of Hypatia, searching the zodiac, gazing on Virgo, knowing your province is really the heavens, finding your brilliance everywhere I look. I render you homage, revered Hypatia, teaching's bright star, unblemished, undimmed. Poems trans. Tony Harrison, London. Anvil Press Poetry, 1975, number 67. 92. Such was her self-possession. Socrates Scholasticus, Ecclesiastical History, London. Samuel Bagster and Sons, 1844, p. 482. 92. Rumors began to circulate. See the Chronicle of John, Bishop of Nikiu, trans. R. H. Charles, London. Text and Translation Society, 1916. She was devoted at all times to magic, astrolabes, and instruments of music, and she beguiled many people through her satanic wiles. And the governor of the city honored her exceedingly, for she had beguiled him through her magic. 84, 87, 88, p. 100. 93. The death knell. More than 200 years later, when the Arabs conquered Alexandria, they evidently found books on the shelves, but these were for the most part works of Christian theology, not pagan philosophy, mathematics, and astronomy. When Caliph Omar was asked what to do with this remnant, he is said to have sent a chilling reply. If the content of the books is in accordance with the Book of Allah, we may do without them, for in that case, the Book of Allah more than suffices. If, on the other hand, they contain matter not in accordance with the Book of Allah, there can be no need to preserve them. Proceed, then, and destroy them. Quoted in Roy MacLeod, ed. The Library of Alexandria, Center of Learning in the Ancient World, London. I. B. Torres, 2004, p. 10. If the story is to be believed, the papyrus rolls, parchments, and codices were distributed to the public baths and burned in the stoves that heated the water. This fuel supply, legend has it, lasted for some 6 months. See also Luciano Canfora, The Vanished Library, a wonder of the ancient world, trans. Martin Ryle, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1989, and Casson, Libraries in the Ancient World. On Hypatia, see Maria D. Zielska, Hypatia of Alexandria, Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 1995. 93. In place of the philosopher. Ammianus Marcellinus, History, trans. Rolf I. 47, Roman 14, 6, 18. 94. I would fast. Jerome, Select Letters of St. Jerome, Loeb Classical Library, 2362, Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 1933. Letter Roman 22 to Eustachium, p. 125. 95. From the Judicious Precepts. When I was a young man, though I was protected by the rampart of the lonely desert, I could not endure against the promptings of sin and the ardent heat of my nature. I tried to crush them by frequent fasting, but my mind was always in a turmoil of imagination. To subdue it, I put myself in the hands of one of the brethren who had been a Hebrew before his conversion, and asked him to teach me his language. Thus, after having studied the pointed style of Quintilian, the fluency of Cicero, the weightiness of Fronto, and the gentleness of Pliny, I now began to learn the alphabet again and practice harsh and guttural words. Jerome, Select Letters, p. 419. In the same letter, Jerome advises a monk, twist lines 2 for catching fish, and copy out manuscripts, so that your hand may earn you food and your soul be satisfied with reading, p. 419. The copying of manuscripts in monastic communities, as we have already seen, turned out to be crucial to the survival of Lucretius and other pagan texts. 95. You lie. Jerome, Select Letters, p. 127. 96. O Lord, if ever Ibid. p. 129. 96. What he found so alluring. It is no small thing for a noble man, a man fluent of speech, a wealthy man, to avoid the accompaniment of the powerful in the streets, to mingle with the crowds, to cleave to the poor, to associate with peasants. Ep. 66.6 in praise of Pammachius, cited in Robert A. Castor, Guardians of Language. The Grammarian and Society in Late Antiquity, Berkeley. University of California Press, 1988, p. 81. 96. What has Horace? Jerome, Select Letters, Letter Roman 22 to Eustachium, p. 125. 97. He was born in the district. Pope Gregory I. Dialogues trans. Odo John Zimmerman, Washington, D.C. Catholic University of America Press, 1959, 255-56. 98. Plato and Aristotle. Not everyone agreed that Plato and Aristotle could be accommodated. Cf. Tertullian, Against the Heretics, ch. 7. For philosophy is the material of the world's wisdom, the rash interpreter of the nature and dispensation of God. Indeed, heresies are themselves instigated by philosophy. What indeed has Athens to do with Jerusalem? What has the Academy to do with the Church? What have heretics to do with Christians? Our instruction comes from the porch of Solomon, who had himself taught that the Lord should be sought in simplicity of heart. Away with all attempts to produce a Stoic, Platonic, and dialectic Christianity. We want no curious disputation after possessing Christ Jesus, no inquisition after receiving the gospel. When we believe, we desire no further belief. For this is our first article of faith, that there is nothing which we ought to believe besides. See Ante-Nicene Fathers, ed. Alexander Roberts and James Donaldson, 10 vols. Grand Rapids, W.M. B. Eerdmans Publishing Co., 1951, 3, 246. Conversely, as we will see, efforts were made in the 15th century and later to reconcile Christianity with a modified version of Epicureanism. 98. Figments of diseased imagination. Minucius Felix Octavius, trans T.R. Glover and Gerald H. Rendall. Loeb Classical Library, 250, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1931. p. 345, Mockery of Christians. p. 385, Mockery of Pagans. See similarly in the same volume Tertullian Apologeticus Apology. I turn to your literature by which you are trained in wisdom and the liberal arts, and what absurdities I find. I read how the gods on account of Trojans and Achaeans fell to it and fought it out themselves like so many pairs of gladiators. p. 75. 99. What will be the use? Tertullian Concerning the Resurrection of the Flesh, trans A. Suter, London. SBCK 1922, pp. 153-54. 100. Yes, Tertullian addressed. Ibid. p. 91. 101. Though early Christians, see James Campbell, The Angry God, Epicureans, Lactantius and Warfare, in Gordon and Suits, eds. Epicurus. His continuing influence and contemporary relevance. The shift in Christianity toward an angry God, Campbell observes, comes only in the 4th century with the growth of power and prominence in the Roman world. Before then, Christianity was closer to the Epicurean attitude and more sympathetic to its doctrines. Indeed, Tertullian, Clement of Alexandria, and Athenagoras found so much to admire in Epicureanism that Richard Junckhuns has warned that any generalizations about patristic antipathy to Epicureanism really need careful qualification to be valid. The Epicurean practice of the social virtues, emphasis on forgiveness and mutual helpfulness, and suspicion of worldly values so closely paralleled similar Christian attitudes that Dewitt has observed that it would have been singularly easy for an Epicurean to become a Christian, and one might suppose a Christian to become an Epicurean, p. 47. 101. Let us not. Then he added, though indeed the gods have already in their wisdom destroyed their works, so that most of their books are no longer available. Floridion Sextus, p. 13. In addition to Epicureans, Julian wishes to exclude Pyrrhonians, that is, philosophical skeptics. 101. Epikuros, an Epicurean. Strictly speaking, the term did not mean atheist. An Epikuros, explained Maimonides, was a person who rejected revelation and insisted that God had no knowledge or interest in human affairs. 101. If you grant Epicurus, Tertullian Apologeticus 45, 7 Loeb, p. 197. 101. Epicurus utterly destroys. See Lactantius de Ira, a treatise on the anger of God, in Ante-Nicene Christian Fathers, ed. Roberts and Donaldson, vol. 7 ch. 8 102. Not because it brings. See Lactantius Divine Institutes 3:1. 103. He then noticed. Pope Gregory I Dialogues 260. 103. The infliction of pain. Flagellation had widespread use as a punishment in antiquity and not only in Rome. If the guilty man is sentenced to be flogged, Deuteronomy 25:2 declares, the judge shall cause him to lie down and be beaten in his presence. For the history of flagellation, see Nicklaus Largier in Praise of the Whip, A Cultural History of Arousal, Trans Graham Harmon, New York. Zone Books, 2007. 104. Violence was part of the fabric. Public punishments did not, of course, end with paganism or die out in antiquity. Molinet reports that the citizens of Mons bought a bandit at a high price in order to enjoy the pleasure of seeing him quartered, at which the people were happier than if a new sacred body had been revived. Molinet, in Jean Delumeau, Sin and Fear. The Emergence of a Western Guilt Culture, 13th-18th Centuries, Trans Eric Nicholson, New York. St. Martin's Press, 1990. Oreg. 1983, p. 107. The Swiss diarist Felix Platter remembered all his life something he had seen as a child. A criminal, having raped a 70-year-old woman, was flayed alive with burning tongs. With mine own eyes I saw the thick smoke produced by his living flesh that had been subjected to the tongs. He was executed by Master Nicholas, executioner of Bern, who had come expressly for the event. The prisoner was a strong and vigorous man. On the bridge over the Rhine just nearby they tore out his breast, then he was led to the scaffold. By now he was extremely feeble and blood was gushing from his hands. He could no longer remain standing, he fell down continually. Finally he was decapitated. They drove a stake through his body, and then his corpse was thrown into a ditch. I myself was witness to his torture, my father holding me by the hand. 105, but with a few exceptions. One of these exceptions was St. Anthony, who, according to his hagiographer, possessed in a very high degree apatheia, perfect self-control, freedom from passion. Christ, who was free from every emotional weakness and fault, is his model. Athanasius, Life of Anthony, section 67, quoted in Peter Brown, Asceticism, Pagan and Christian, in Averell Cameron and Peter Garnsey, eds. Cambridge Ancient History, Late Empire, A.D. 337-425, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2008, 13. 616-106. By the year 600. See Peter Brown, The Rise of Western Christendom, Triumph and Diversity, A.D. 200-1000, Oxford. Blackwell, 1996, p. 221. R. A. Marcus, The End of Ancient Christianity, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1990. And Marilyn Dunn, The Emergence of Monasticism, From the Desert Fathers to the Early Middle Ages, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 2000. 106. The insistence that punishment, nothing is ever quite an innovation. The active pursuit of pain in emulation or imitation of the sufferings of a deity has precedence in the cults of Isis, Attis, and others. 107. The body has to be shaped. Cited with much other evidence in Largier in praise of the whip, A Cultural History of Arousal pp. 90, 188, 108 at Advent, Ibid, p. 36. Largier also rehearses the stories that follow. Chapter 5, Birth and Rebirth 111. He had been born, Ernst Walser, Pagius Florentinus, Leben und Werk Hildesheim, Georg Ohms, 1974. 112. Each folder thick. Iris Origo, The Merchant of Prato, Francesco di Marco Dattini, 1335-1410, Boston. David Godin, 1986, Orig. 1957. 113. It is much sweeter. Lauro Martins, The Social World of the Florentine Humanists, 1390-1460, Princeton. Princeton University Press, 1963, p. 22. 113. Greatly increased the market for slaves. By the end of the 14th century, there was hardly a well-to-do household in Tuscany without at least one slave. Brides brought them as part of their dowry, doctors accepted them from their patients in lieu of fees, and it was not unusual to find them even in the service of a priest. Origo, Merchant of Prato, pp. 1991. 114. In the Name of God. Ibid. p. 109. 114. A vibrant international cloth industry. Fine wool was purchased from Majorca, Catalonia, Provence, and the Cotswolds, the last being the most expensive and highest quality, and shipped across borders and through a tangle of rapacious tax authorities. The dyeing and finishing required further imports: alum from the Black Sea to make mordant for fixing the dyes, oak gall nuts to make the highest quality purple-black ink, woad from Lombardy for deep blue dyes and as a foundation for other colors, madder from the Low Countries for bright red dyes or combined with woad for dark reds and purples. And these were only the routine imports. Rarer dyes, the kind displayed on the costly clothes proudly worn in aristocratic portraits from the period, included deep scarlet from murex shells in the eastern Mediterranean, carmine red known as grana from tiny cochineal insects, orange red vermilion from a crystalline substance found on the shores of the Red Sea, and the extravagantly expensive, and therefore much prized kermes red from the powdered remains of an oriental louse. 115. As though it had been designed. Martin Davis, Humanism in Script and Print, in Cambridge Companion to Renaissance Humanism, ed. Gill Cray, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1996, p. 48. The experience, Petrarch remarked, was more like looking at a painting than reading a book. 118. Curiosity had long been rigorously condemned. Pious Christians were urged to suppress its impulses and to spurn its contaminated fruits. Though Dante's poetry confers a magnificent dignity on Ulysses' determination to sail beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the Inferno makes it clear that this determination is the expression of a fallen soul, condemned for eternity to reside near the innermost circle of hell. 118. Petrarch was a devout Christian. See Esp. Charles Trinkaus, In Our Image and Likeness, Humanity and Divinity in Italian Humanist Thought, 2 vols. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1970. 119. Gold, silver, jewels. Aurum argentum gemmi purpurea vestis marmorea domus cultus ager piety tabulae phalleratus sonipes ceterac id genus mutum haben et superficiarium voluptatum libri metallitus delectant colloquuntur consultant et viva quaddum nobis ac arguta familiaritate junguntur. Quoted in John Addington Symonds, The Renaissance in Italy, 7 vols. New York, Georg Ohms, 1971, Orig. 1875-86, 253, translated by S.G. 119 for his own present. Among the many subjects, I was especially interested in antiquity, inasmuch as I have always disliked my own age, so that, had not love of dear ones restrained me, I would always have wanted to be born in any other age. In order to forget my own time, I have always tried to place myself in spirit in other times. Posteriati, ed. P. G. Rixai in Petrarch Prose p. 7, quoted in Ronald G. Witt in The Footsteps of the Ancients. The Origins of Humanism from Lovato to Bruni, Leiden. Brill, 2000, p. 276. 122 Training that had the advantage. The Dr. Utrius Juris Dudge. The degree in both canon and civil law took 10 years. 123 I much prefer. Wit in the Footsteps, p. 263. 124 have become absorbed, rerum fam. Roman 22, 2 in Familiari 4 106 quoted in Wit in the Footsteps, p. 62. The letter probably dates to 1359. 124 I have always believed. Quoted in Martin's Social World, p. 25. 124 to prove its worth. For Petrarch, there were values that transcended mere style. What good will it do if you immerse yourself wholly in the Ciceronian springs and know well the writings either of the Greeks or of the Romans? You will indeed be able to speak ornately, charmingly, sweetly, and sublimely. You certainly will not be able to speak seriously, austerely, judiciously, and most importantly, uniformly, rerum fam. I9 in Wit in the Footsteps, p. 242. 124 Salutati wanted. Salutati was more complex than this brief account allows. In the early 1380s, at the urging of a friend, he wrote a massive defense of the monastic life, and he was ready, even in the midst of praising active engagement, to acknowledge the superiority, at least in principle, of contemplative withdrawal. 124 It was here for Salutati. See Salutati to Gaspar Squero de Brospini in Verona, November 17, 1377. In this noble city, the flower of Tuscany and the mirror of Italy, the match of that most glorious Rome from which it descends, and whose ancient shadows it follows in the struggle for the salvation of Italy and the freedom of all. Here in Florence I have undertaken a labor that is unstinting, but for which I am exceptionally grateful. See Eugenio Garin, La cultura filosofica del Rinascimento Italiano, Research e Documenti, Florence, Sansuni, 1979, Esp. pp. 327. 125 Will you always stand? Wit in the Footsteps, p. 308. 126 At the coming of Chrysolaras. Simmons, Renaissance in Italy, pp. 80-81. 127 Taxes were used in Florence. Just imagine, Nicoli wrote to the fiscal officials near the end of his life, what sort of tax my poor goods can bear, with all the debts and pressing expenses I have. Which is why, begging your humanity and clemency, I pray that it will please you to treat me in such a way that current taxes will not force me in my old age to die far from my birthplace, where I have spent all I had. Quoted in Martin's Social World, p. 116. 127 Marriage gives an abundance. Alberti, The Family in Renaissance Florence, Libri della Famiglia, trans. Renee New Watkins, Columbia, University of South Carolina Press, 1969, 98. It is sometimes claimed that this vision of companionate marriage was only introduced by Protestantism, but there is considerable evidence of its existence much earlier. 128 If he is rich. Origo, Merchant of Prato, p. 179. 129 He had a housekeeper. Vespasiano de Bistixe, The Vespasiano Memoirs. Lives of the illustrious men of the Roman 15th century, trans. William George and Emily Waters, London. Routledge, 1926, p. 402. 129 Poggio could not possibly hope. One day, when Nicola was leaving his house, He saw a boy who had around his neck a chalcedony engraved with a figure by the hand of Polycletus, a beautiful work. He inquired of the boy his father's name, and having learnt this, sent to ask him if he would sell the stone. The father readily consented, like one who neither knew what it was nor valued it. Nicolaus sent him 5 florins in exchange, and the good man to whom it had belonged deemed that he had paid him more than double its value. Ibid. p. 399. In this case at least, the expenditure proved a very good investment. There was in Florence in the time of Pope Eugenius a certain Maestro Luigi, the patriarch, who took great interest in such things as these, and he sent word to Nicolaus, asking if he might see the chalcedony. Nicolaus sent it to him, and it pleased him so greatly that he kept it, and sent to Nicolaus 200 golden ducats, and he urged him so much that Nicolaus, not being a rich man, let him have it. After the death of this patriarch it passed to Pope Paul, and then to Lorenzo de' Medici. Ibid. p. 399. For a remarkable tracking of the movements through time of a single ancient cameo, see Luca Giuliani, ein Geschenk für den Kaiser, des Geheimnis des großen Cameo, Munich, Beck, 2010. 131. He specified that the books, in reality, Nicoli's vision exceeded his means. He died massively in debt, but the debt was cancelled by his friend Cosimo de' Medici in exchange for the right to dispose of the collection. Half of the manuscripts went to the new library of S. Marco, where they were housed in Michelozzi's magnificent structure. The other half formed the core of the city's great Laurentian library. Though he was responsible for its creation, the idea of the public library was not Nicoli's alone. It had been called for by Salutati. Cf. Berthold L. Ullmann and Philip A. Stadter, The Public Library of Renaissance Florence, Niccolò Nicoli, Cosimo de' Medici, and the Library of San Marco, Padua, Antenor, 1972, p. 6 132, in order to appear well-read. Sino Rinuccini, in Vedova contro Assirdi calunniatori di Dante e di Messer Francesco Petrarca and di Messer Giovanni Boccaccio, cited in Witt in the Footsteps, p. 270. See Ronald Witt, Sino Rinuccini's Responsiva alla Invettura di Messer Antonio Lusco, Renaissance Quarterly 23, 1970, pp. 133-49. 132 would not have recognized. Bruni Dialogus 1 in Martin's Social World, p. 235. 133 While the Literary Legacy, Ibid. 133 Poggio's Second Self, Martin's Social World, p. 241. 133 He had a great gift. Vespasiano Memoirs, p. 353. 133 Who with his labor, Martin's Social World, p. 265. Chapter 6. In the Life Factory 137 He knew himself. See Poggio to Nicoli, February 12, 1421. For I am not one of those perfect men who are commanded to abandon father and mother and sell everything and give to the poor. That power belonged to very few people, and only long ago, in an earlier age, Gordon, 2 Renaissance Book Hunters, p. 49. 137 I am determined. William Shepherd, Life of Poggio Bracciolini, Liverpool, Longman et al., 1837, p. 185. 138 I do not think. Gordon, 2 Renaissance Book Hunters, p. 58. 138 Apparel deftly summed up. Peter Partner, The Pope's Men, The Papal Civil Service in the Renaissance, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1990, p. 115. 138 In which crime? Lapo de Castiglionchio on the excellence and dignity of the Roman court in Christopher Selenza, Renaissance Humanism and the Papal Curia. Lapo de Castiglionchio the Youngers de Curii Commodis, Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 1999, p. 111. 139 What can be more alien? Ibid. p. 127, 139 The Pope's domestic secretary, Ibid. p. 155, 140 Mindlessness, Ibid. p. 205, 140 Took in some contemporaries. See Selenza, Renaissance Humanism and the Papal Curia, pp. 25-26, 141 No One is Spared, Ibid. p. 177, 142 Nobody was Spared, Poggio, the Facetiae or Jocose Tales of Poggio, 2 vols. Paris, Isidore Lysux, 1879, conclusion, p. 231. References are to the volume in this Paris edition and to the number of the tale. The manuscript of the Facetiae did not appear until 1457, 2 years before Poggio's death, but Poggio represents the stories as circulating among the scriptors and secretaries many years earlier. Cf. Lionello Sazzi, La Face e la loro fortuna europea in Poggio Bracciolini 1380-1980, Nel Roman 6 Centenario della Nascita Florence, Sansoni 1982 pp. 235-59, 142 Now It Is All Right, Ibid. 116, 143 At the End of the Day, Ibid. 150, 143 There Is the Woman, and the Stories That Follow, Ibid. 1-5, 145, 123-133, 144 Per Sancta Dei Evangelia, Ibid. 2-161, 144 was on a list. Jesus Martinez de Bujanda, Index des Livres Interdits, 11 vols. Sherbrooke, Quebec, Centre d'études de la Renaissance, Geneva, Dras, Montreal, Mediaspal 1984-2002, 11 Rome, 33. 144 There is seldom room, Poggio Facetiae 123. 144 Of the Inadequate Men, Ibid. 113. 145 At a Meeting, Ibid. 187. 146 Rightly I Could Have, John Monfessani, George of Trebizond, a biography and a study of his rhetoric and logic, Leiden, Brill 1976, p. 110. 146 They May Be Taken, Simmons, The Revival of Learning, New York, C. P. Putnam Sons 1960, p. 176. In the 15th Century Scholarship Was All-Absorbing, p. 177. 148 Displays an excessive purity of life. Aspera ad virtutum recta, non hac tortuosa ac fallaci via. Fac, ut mens conveniat verbis, opera sint ostentationi similia, eniter ut spiritus paupertas vestium paupertatum excedat, tunc fugis simulatoris crimen, tunc tibet et reliquis prodris vera virtut. Sed dum te quantum vis hominum humilum et abactum vidro curium frequentatum, non solum hypocritem, sed pessimum hypocritem iudicabo. 17, p. 97, Poggio Bracciolini Opera Omnia 4 vols. Turin, Erasmo 1964-69, 151 Are Not Congregations. Async, Gordon, 2 Renaissance Book Hunters, pp. 156, 158, 151 I Must Try Everything, Ibid. p. 54, 151 To Abandon, Ibid. p. 75, 151 I Do Not Know, Ibid. p. 66, 151 My One Ambition, Ibid. p. 68, 152 Some Gleam of Intellect, Ibid. pp. 22-24, 152 I Was Upset and Terrified, Ibid. p. 146, 152 I Found a Book, Ibid. 152 To Be Ruled in Red, Ibid. p. 148, 153 My Country Has Not Yet, Ibid. p. 164, 153 Let Us Spend, Ibid. p. 166, 153 I Have Already Decided, Ibid. p. 173, 153 Your Poggio, Ibid. p. 150, 154 sometime after 1410. The precise date of Poggio's appointment as apostolic secretary to John Roman 23 is unclear. In 1411 he was listed as the Pope's scriptor and close associate, familiaris. But a papal bull of June 1, 1412 is signed by Poggio as secretarius, as is a later bull, dating from the time of the General Council of Constance, and Poggio referred to himself during this period as Poggius Secretarius Apostolicus. Cf. Walser, Poggius Florentinus. Leben und Werk, p. 25 and 4. Chapter 7. A Pit to Catch Foxes. 155. Two rival claimants. For much of the 14th century the popes had resided at Avignon. Only in 1377 did the French-born Gregory Zy, supposedly inspired by the stirring words of St. Catherine of Siena, return the papal court to Rome. When Gregory died the next year, crowds of Romans, fearing that a new French pope would almost certainly be drawn back to the civilized pleasures and security of Avignon, encircled the conclave of cardinals and noisily demanded the election of an Italian. The Neapolitan Bartolomeo Prignano was duly elected and assumed the title Urban Roman VI. 5 months later the French faction of cardinals, claiming that they had been coerced by a howling mob and that the election was therefore invalid, held a new conclave in which they elected Robert of Geneva, who settled in Avignon and called himself Clement Roman VII. There were now two rival popes. The French faction had chosen a hard man for a hard time. Robert of Geneva had distinguished himself the year before, when as papal legate in charge of a company of Breton soldiers, he promised a complete amnesty to the rebellious citizens of Cesena if they would open their gates to him. When the gates were opened, he ordered a general massacre. "Kill them all," he was heard shouting. Urban Roman VI, for his part, raised money to hire mercenaries, busied himself with the fantastically complicated alliances and betrayals of Italian politics, enriched his family, narrowly escaped traps set for him, ordered the torture and execution of his enemies, and repeatedly fled from and re-entered Rome. Urban declared his French rival the anti-pope. Robert declared Urban the Antichrist. The sordid details do not directly concern us. By the time Poggio came on the scene, both Robert of Geneva and Urban Roman VI were dead, and had been replaced by other equally problematical contenders for the papal see. 156 between these settlements. See Poggio's melancholy observation in De Varietate Fortunae. Survey the hills of the city. The vacant space is interrupted only by ruins and gardens, quoted in Edward Gibbon, The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, 6 vols. New York, Knopf, 1910, 617. 157 This Spectacle of the World. Cast Your Eyes, Ibid, 6, 302. Gibbon uses this passage as the climax of his vast magnum opus, the summary articulation of the disaster that had befallen Rome. 158 To be Pope. Eustace J. Kitts in the Days of the Councils, a sketch of the life and times of Baldassare Casa, afterward Pope John XXIII, London, Archibald Constable & Co., 1908, p. 152. 159 People Who Desired, Ibid, pp. 163-64. 162 A Citizen of Constance. Ulrich Rechental, Chronik des Konstanzer Konsuls 1414-1418. Rechental's Chronicle of the Council of Constance. In the Council of Constance, The Unification of the Church, ed. John Hein Mundy and Kennerly M. Woody, Trans Louise Ropes Loomis, New York. Columbia University Press, 1961, pp. 84-199. 162 From other sources. C. E.g. Remigio Sabadini, La Scopert dei Codici Latini e Greci ni secoli Roman 14 e Roman 15, Florence. Sansoni, 1905, 176-77. 164 Some Who Lay in Stables. Recental's Chronicle, p. 190. 164 Staging public executions. Some have said that a great crowd of persons were executed for robbery, murder, and other crimes, but that is not the truth. I could not learn from our magistrates at Constance that more than 22 had been put to death for any such cause. Recental's Chronicle, p. 157. 164 every 14 days. There were also frogs. Ibid, pp. 91-100. 166. If he is manifestly sinful, quoted in Gordon Leff, Heresy, Philosophy and Religion in the Medieval West, Aldershot, UK, Ashgate 2002, p. 122. 167 A Strange Charge, Kitts in the Days of the Councils, p. 335. 168 When the Pope was to give. Recental's Chronicle, p. 114-170 If His Holiness. Ibid. p. 116-170 on March 20, 1415. This is Recental's account. Another contemporary observer, Guillaume Filester, has a different version of the event. The Pope, realizing his situation, left the city by river during the night between Wednesday and Thursday, March 21, after midnight, under escort provided by Frederick, Duke of Austria, in the Council of Constance, p. 222. 170 The members of the Curia. Filester in the Council of Constance, p. 236. 177 Charges. E. H. Gillett, The Life and Times of John Huss, 2 vols. Boston, Good and Lincoln, 1863, 1, 508. 171 At this point, Kitts in the Days of the Councils, pp. 199-200. 172 It was astonishing. Poggio's long letter about Jerome and Bruni's alarmed reply are quoted in William Shepherd, The Life of Poggio Bracciolini, Liverpool, Longman et al., 1837, pp. 78-90. 173 He lived much longer. Recental's Chronicle, p. 135. Poggio, however, who claimed that he was a witness of his end and observed every particular of its process, told Bruni that neither did Mutius suffer his hand to be burnt so patiently as Jerome endured the burning of his whole body, nor did Socrates drink the hemlock as cheerfully as Jerome submitted to the fire. Shepherd, p. 88. Poggio's reference is to Mutius Scaevola, the legendary Roman hero who stoically thrust his hand into the flames and thus impressed Rome's enemy, the Etruscan Porsenna. 174 Old Women. This and the quotes to follow are from a letter to Nicoli, May 18, 1416 in Gordon, 2 Renaissance Book Hunters, pp. 26-30. 176 An Ancient Commentary. L. D. Reynolds, Texts and Transmission. A Survey of the Latin Classics, Oxford. Clarendon Press, 1983, p. 158. The commentary was by the 4th century Roman grammarian Donatus. 176. These 7 Orations. Poggio's transcription of the Ciceronian speeches that he had discovered was identified in the Vatican Library by A. Campana in 1948 with the following subscription. Has septem M. Chile orations, que antia culpa temporum apud idolos deperdite errant, Poggius Florentinus, perquisitus plurimis Galli Germanic summo cum studio ac diligentia bibliothesis, cum latenites comparisset in squalor et sordibus, in lucem solus extulit ac in pristinam dignitatem decorumque, restituns latinis musis dicavit, p. 91. 178. He was sad. In the continuation of this description of the tattered manuscript, Poggio fantasizes that Quintilian's institutes had been instrumental in saving the Roman Republic. Hence he imagines that the imprisoned Quintilian feels it, a disgrace that he who had once preserved the safety of the whole population by his influence, and his eloquence could now not find one single advocate who would pity his misfortunes and take some trouble over his welfare, and prevent his being dragged off to an undeserved punishment. Letter to Nicoli, December 15, 1425. In Gordon, 2 Renaissance Book Hunters, p. 105. In these words one may perhaps glimpse a twinge of Poggio's own guilty conscience at witnessing Jerome's condemnation and execution. Or rather, the rescue of the manuscript stands in for a failed rescue. Saving a classical text from the clutches of the monks was a liberation that Poggio could not possibly have brought about for eloquent, doomed Jerome. 179. The one and only light. Ibid. Letter Roman 4, p. 194. 180. If people nations. Ibid. Letter Roman 4, p. 197. Chapter 8. The way things are. 185 are among the foundations. The key role played by Lucretius in early modern philosophy and natural science has been subtly explored by Catherine Wilson. Epicureanism at the Origins of Modernity, Oxford. Clarendon Press, 2008. See also W. R. Johnson, Lucretius and the Modern World, London. Duckworth, 2000. Dane R. Gordon and David B. Suits, Epicurus. His Continuing Influence and Contemporary Relevance, Rochester, NY. Writ Carey Graphic Arts Press, 2003. And Stuart Gillespie and Donald Mackenzie, Lucretius and the Moderns, in the Cambridge Companion to Lucretius, ed. Stuart Gillespie and Philip Hardy, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2007, pp. 306-24. 186. The Greatest Thought. George Santayana, 3 Philosophical Poets. Lucretius, Dante, and Goethe, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1947, p. 23. 188. But because throughout the universe. This is one of those innumerable moments in which Lucretius' dazzling verbal skills are inevitably lost in translation. Here, in describing the innumerable combinations, he plays with similar words jostling one another. Sed quia multa modis multis mutata per omni. 188. The position of the elementary particles. In the Logic of Sense, trans. Mark Lester with Charles Stivell, ed. Constantine V. Boundas, New York. Columbia University Press, 1990. Gilles Deleuze explores the relationship between this minimal, indeterminate motion of atoms and modern physics. 189. If all of motion were one long. If all movements are invariably interlinked, if new movement arises from the old in unalterable succession, if there is no atomic swerve to initiate movement that can annul the decrees of destiny and prevent the existence of an endless chain of causation, what is the source of this free will possessed by living creatures all over the earth? What, I ask, is the source of this power of will wrested from destiny, which enables each of us to advance where pleasures leads us? 2. 251-58. 189 may deliberately hold himself back, both willing oneself to go forward and willing oneself to remain stationary are only possible because everything is not strictly determined, that is, because of the subtle, unpredictable, free movements of matter. What keeps the mind from being crushed by inner necessity is the minute swerve of the atoms at unpredictable places and times. 2. 293-94. 189 creatures whose combination, just as there is no divine grace in any of this tangled history of development, there is no perfect or final form. Even the creatures that flourish are beset with flaws, evidence that their design is not the product of some sublime higher intelligence, but of chance. Lucretius articulated in effect what human males with chagrin might call the principle of the prostate. 190. How a baby, cf. Dryden's translation of these lines: "Thus like a sailor by the tempest hurled ashore, the babe is shipwrecked on the world. Naked he lies and ready to expire, helpless of all that human wants require, exposed upon unhospitable earth from the first moment of his hapless birth." John Dryden, Complete Poems, ed. James Kinsley, 4 vols. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1958, 1 421. Here and elsewhere I have modernized Dryden's spelling and punctuation. 191. That a calf recognizes its dam. For example, often before a god's gracefully ornamented shrine a calf falls a victim beside the incense-smoking altars, and with its last breath spurts a hot stream of blood from its breast. Meanwhile the bereaved mother ranges through green glades searching the ground for the imprint of those cloven hoofs. With her eyes she explores every place in the hope that she will be able to spy somewhere the young one she has lost. Now she halts and fills the leafy grove with her plaintive calls. Time after time she returns to the cowshed, her heart transfixed with longing for her calf. 2. 352:60. This passage, of course, does more than make the point that a particular cow can identify its particular calf. It registers once again the destructiveness, the murderousness of religion, this time from the perspective of the animal victim. The whole sacrificial cult, at once unnecessary and cruel, is set against something intensely natural, not only the capacity of a mother to identify her offspring, but also the deep love that lies behind this identification. Animals are not material machines. They are not simply programmed, as we would say, to care for their young. They feel emotions. And one member of the species cannot simply substitute for another, as if individual creatures were interchangeable. 194. Or, less agreeably, whose heart does not contract with dread of the gods, and who does not cower in fear, when the scorched earth shudders beneath the terrible stroke of the thunderbolt, and rumbles of thunder run across the vast heaven. 5. 1218:21. 196. It is comforting. Hans Blumenberg, in his elegant short book on this passage, Shipwreck with Spectator, Paradigm of a Metaphor for Existence, trans. Stephen Rendall, Cambridge, Ma. Mitt Press, 1997, shows that over the course of centuries of brooding and commenting on this passage, the spectator tended to lose his privileged position of distance. We are on the ship. 197. The finest description. A. Norman Jeffers, W. B. Yeats, Man and Poet, 2nd. Eden. London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1962, p. 267, cited by David Hopkins. The English Voices of Lucretius from Lucy Hutchinson to John Mason Good, in the Cambridge Companion to Lucretius, p. 266. Here is Dryden's translation of the passage. When love its utmost vigor does employ, even tease but a restless wandering joy, nor knows the lover in that wild excess with hands or eyes what first he would possess, but strains at all, and fastening where he strains, too closely presses with his frantic pains, with biting kisses hurts the twining fair which shows his joys imperfect, unsincere. 1. 414. To modern ears, unsincere sounds strange, but it is a Latinism. Sincerus in Latin can mean pure, and Lucretius writes that the storm-tossed violence arises from the fact that the lover's pleasure is not pure. Quia non est pura voluptas. 4. 1081. 198. The element of unsated appetite. Just like thirsty people who in dreams desire to drink, and instead of obtaining water to quench the fire that consumes their limbs, with vain effort pursue images of water and remain thirsty, though they drink in the midst of a torrent stream, so, in love, lovers are deluded by Venus with images. No matter how intently they gaze at the beloved body, they cannot sate their eyes. Nor can they remove anything from the velvety limbs that they explore with roving, uncertain hands. 4. 1097, 1104. 198. When the youthful pair. Here is Smith's more workmanlike prose translation. At last, with limbs interlocked, they enjoy the flower of youth. The body has a presentiment of ecstasy, and Venus is on the point of sowing the woman's fields. They greedily press body to body and intermingle the salivas of their mouths, drawing deep breaths and crushing lips with teeth. But it is all in vain, since they cannot take away anything from their lover's body or wholly penetrate it and merge into it. At times they do indeed seem to be striving and struggling to do this. So eagerly do they remain fettered in the bonds of Venus, while their limbs are slackened and liquefied by the force of ecstasy. 201. Delight of humankind. Smith's prose translation of the opening lines reads, Mother of Aeneas' people, delight of human beings and the gods, Venus, power of life, it is you who beneath the sky's sliding stars inspirit the ship-bearing sea, inspirit the productive land. To you every kind of living creature owes its conception and first glimpse of the sun's light. You goddess, at your coming hush the winds and scatter the clouds. For you the creative earth thrusts up fragrant flowers. For you the smooth stretches of the ocean smile, and the sky, tranquil now, is flooded with effulgent light. Once the door to spring is flung open and Favonius, fertilizing breeze released from imprisonment, is active. First, goddess, the birds of the air, pierce to the heart with your powerful shafts, signal your entry. Next, wild creatures and cattle bound over rich pastures and swim rushing rivers. So surely are they all captivated by your charm and eagerly follow your lead. Then you inject seductive love into the heart of every creature that lives in the seas and mountains and river torrents and bird-haunted thickets and verdant plains, implanting in it the passionate urge to reproduce its kind. Chapter 9. The Return. 203. The place is rather far away. Letter to Francesco Barbaro in Gordon, 2 Renaissance Book Hunters Appendix. Letter Roman 8, p. 213. 203. The manuscript. The textual history of Lucretius has occupied scholars for many generations, and was the object of the most famous of all philological reconstructions, that of the great German classicist Karl Lachmann, 1793–1851. The lost scribal copy, made for Poggio, is known to textual scholars as the Poggianus. I have been greatly assisted in grasping the complexity of the textual issues by D.J. Butterfield of Cambridge University, to whom I am indebted. 207. I have been relegated. Plenty of Men, Ibid, pp. 38–46. 207. I saw many monasteries. You had better, Ibid, pp. 46–48. 208. During my 4 years, Ibid, p. 74. 208. I am hunting, Ibid, p. 65. 208. I wanted the Lucretius. If you send me, Ibid, pp. 89–92. 209. Send me the Lucretius too, and the quotes that follow, Ibid, pp. 110, 154, 160. 209. Released from the confinement. The copies nickelly made of a substantial number of ancient texts have survived and are in the San Marco collection, to which he willed his library. These include, in addition to the Lucretius, works by Plautus, Cicero, Valerius Flaccus, Celsus, Aulus Gellius, Tertullian, Plutarch, and Chrysostom. Others, including the copy of Asconius Pedianus mentioned by Poggio, are lost. See B. L. Ullmann and Philip A. Statter, The Public Library of Renaissance Florence. Niccolò Nicoli, Cosimo de' Medici and the Library of San Marco, Padua. Antenor, 1972, p. 88. 211. I fished out. When they arrive. Gordon, 2 Renaissance Book Hunters, pp. 147, 166–67. 212. A different form of cultural capital. As Laurel Martin's notes, power and wealth had shifted in the 13th century from the old feudal nobility to the merchant class, to families like the Albizzi, Medici, Rucellai, and Strozzi. But though not any longer very wealthy, the bride's father was reasonably prosperous. In 1427, Vaggia's father, Gino, claimed one large house with a courtyard and shop, 2 cottages, 4 farms, various land parcels, and some livestock. His remaining assets included an outstanding credit of 858 florins and government bonds with a market value of 118 florins. Altogether, his gross capital came to 24 florins. The debts on this estate amounted to 500 florins, and rental and subsistence deductions reduced Gino's taxable capital to 336 florins. Consequently, Poggio's match with Vaggia was hardly contracted with an eye, on his part, to forming an alliance with a moneyed family. Nevertheless, she brought him a dowry whose value, 600 florins, conformed with the dowries customarily given by the political families of medium stature, or by the distinguished old families, somewhat down at heel, whose major social virtue was their blood. Lauro Martin's The Social World of the Florentine Humanists, 1390-1460. Princeton. Princeton University Press, 1963, pp. 211-12. 214. Become the protector of men. William Shepherd, Life of Poggio Bracciolini, Liverpool. Longman et al., 1837, p. 394. 216. I am a witness, quoted in Charles Trinkaus in Our Image and Likeness, Humanity and Divinity in Italian Humanist Thought, 2 vols. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1970, 1 268. Chapter 10. Swerve's 220 Listen Women, quoted in Alison Brown, The Return of Lucretius to Renaissance Florence, Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 2010, p. 49. Cf. Girolamo Savonarola, Predic Sopra Amos e Zaccaria, No. 3, February 19, 1496, ed. Paolo Giglieri, Rome, A. Bilardetti, 1971, 1, 7981. See also Peter Godman, From Poliziano to Machiavelli, Florentine Humanism in the High Renaissance, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1998, p. 140, and Jill Cray, The Revival of Hellenistic Philosophies, in the Cambridge Companion to Renaissance Philosophy, ed. James Hankins, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2007, Esp. pp. 102-6. 221. Machiavelli's copy of Lucretius. On Machiavelli's Lucretius manuscript, see Brown, Return of Lucretius, pp. 68-87, and Appendix, pp. 113-22. 221. In his 20s, Ficino. See James Hankins, Ficino's Theology and the Critique of Lucretius, forthcoming in the Proceedings of the Conference on Platonic Theology, Ancient, Medieval, and Renaissance, held at the Villa Itati and the Istituto Nazionale di Studi sul Rinascimento, Florence, April 26-27, 2007. 222. A heretical adherence. On the controversy, see Salvatore I Camporeale, Poggio Bracciolini contro Lorenzo Valla. Le Orations in El Valem, in Poggio Bracciolini, 1380-1980, Florence, Sansoni, 1982, pp. 137-61. On the whole problem of orthodoxy in Valla and Ficino as well, see Christopher S. Sellens's Illuminating the Lost Italian Renaissance, Humanists, Historians, and Latin's Legacy, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 2006, pp. 80-114. 222. It is one thing to enjoy wine, nunc sane video, cur in quadam tu opusculo, in quo epicuriorum causam quantum datur tutaris, vinum tanto per laudesti. Bacum competatorsque adeo profuse laudens, ut Epicurialum quendam ebrietatis assertorum t esse profitaris. Quid contra virginidatem insurges, quod numquam fecit Epicurus. Tu prostitutas et prostibula laudas, quod ni gentiles quidem unquam fecerunt. Non verbis oris tui sacrilegi labs, sed in est expurganda, quem spero te non evasserum. Cited in Don Cameron Allen, The Rehabilitation of Epicurus and His Theory of Pleasure in the Early Renaissance, Studies in Philology 41, 1944, pp. 115. 222. The manuscript of Lucretius' poem. Valla directly quotes Lucretius, but only passages he could have found in Lactantius and other Christian texts. 222. A spokesman for Epicureanism. Indeed, that spokesman, not a fictional character but the contemporary poet Maffei Veggio, makes it clear that even he is not really an Epicurean, but that he is willing to play the role of a defender of pleasure in order to refute Stoical arguments for virtue as the highest good that, in his view, represent a far more serious threat to Christian orthodoxy. 223. When Antonio Raudens, Lorenzo Valla, De Viro Falsoque Bono / on Pleasure, Trans a Kent Hiet and Maristella Lorch, New York. Abaris Books, 1977, p. 319. I will use the better-known title, De Voluptate, throughout. The text of Valla's in question actually deploys several different strategies in addition to dialogical disavowal to protect its author from the charge of Epicureanism. Valla has good grounds, then, for indignantly rejecting Poggio's charge of Epicureanism. The Epicurean arguments that take up the entire second book of De Voluptate and much of the first are carefully framed by proper Christian doctrines, doctrines that the narrator and the other interlocutors unanimously declare have carried the day. 223. It is plain. Valla, De Voluptate, pp. 219-21. 223. Therefore, Ibid. p. 221. 224. If you were to see, Ibid. p. 295. 224. An attempt to contain subversion, cf. Greenblatt, Invisible Bullets, Renaissance Authority and its Subversion, in Glyph 8, 1981, pp. 40-61. 225. The question itself implies. See Michel Marullo, in Ni Naturali, Florence, Casa Editrice La Lettre, 1995. On Bruno and Epicureanism, see, among other works, Hans Blumenberg, The Legitimacy of the Modern Age, Cambridge, Mit Press, 1983, Orig. Die Legitimität der Neuzeit, 1966. 225. No more than a pine nut. El anima y grave soul. In Unpan Bianco Caldo Unpinicchiato Brown, Return of Lucretius, p. 11. 227. There are no people more Epicurean. Erasmus. The Epicurean, in the Colloquies of Erasmus, Trans Craig R. Thompson, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1965, pp. 538-542. On Erasmus's criticism of Marullo, see P.S. Allen, Opus Epistolarum des Erasmi Rotradami, 12 vols. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1906-58, 2-187, 5-519 trans. In Collected Works of Erasmus, Toronto, University of Toronto Press, 1974, 3-225, 10-344. Contemporaries of Erasmus, A Biographical Register of the Renaissance and Reformation, ed. P. G. Buitenhals and Thomas B. Deutscher, Toronto, University of Toronto Press, 2003, 398.99. 229. Since their life is so entirely given over. Cited in More Utopia, ed. George M. Logan and Robert M. Adams, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Rev. Eden. 2002, p. 68 229, to convey a sense that was extremely difficult. Moore plays a characteristically brilliant and self-conscious game in Utopia with the complex factors that led ancient texts to survive or perish, including the role of accident. When about to go on the fourth voyage, Hythloday remarks, I put on board, in place of wares to sell, a fairly large package of books, having made up my mind never to return rather than to come back soon. They received from me most of Plato's works, several of Aristotle's, as well as Theophrastus on plants, which I regret to say was mutilated in parts. During the voyage an ape found the book, left lying carelessly about, and in wanton sport tore out and destroyed several pages in various sections. p. 181. 231. His own unjust society. At the time I am writing this essay, in the United States 1 out of every 9 African Americans aged 20 to 35 is incarcerated, while the United States has achieved the greatest disparity in wealth of any time in the past century. 234. That today at noon, Ingrid D. Rowland, Giordano Bruno, Philosopher Heretic, New York, Farrar, Straus and Giroux, 2008, pp. 1718, translating Spazio della Bestia Trionfante, 1 Part 3 in Dialoghi Italiani ed. Giovanni Gentile, Florence, Sansoni, 1958, pp. 633-37. 236. The fewer the better. Walter L. Wakefield, Some Unorthodox Popular Ideas of the 13th Century, in Medievalia et Humanistica, p. 28. 236. When We Were Jews. John Edwards, Religious Faith and Doubt in Late Medieval Spain. Soria circa 1450-1500, in Past and Present 120 1988, p. 8. 237. The World is Fine. Giordano Bruno, The Ash Wednesday Supper ed. and trans. Edward A. Gosselin and Lawrence S. Lerner, Hamden, C.T. Archon Books, 1977, p. 91. 237. A Delightful Companion. Jacopo Corbinelli, the Florentine secretary to Queen Mother Catherine de' Medicis, cited in Rowland, Giordano Bruno, p. 193. 238. Ordained by the Gods. Ash Wednesday Supper, p. 87. 238. There Were Multiple Worlds. De l'Infinito Universo e Mondi, Dialogue Quinto, in Dialoghi Italiani, pp. 530-233, citing De Rerum Natura, 2 1067-76. 239. Thomas Harriot. C. J. W. Shirley ed. Thomas Harriot, Renaissance Scientist, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1974, and Shirley, Thomas Harriot, A Biography, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1983. J. Jacott, Thomas Harriot's Reputation for Impiety, Notes and Records of the Royal Society, 9, 1951-2, pp. 164-87. 239. By the Light of His Senses. Ash Wednesday Supper, p. 90. Chapter 11. Afterlives. 242 were only rarely called to investigate. A famous exception was the inquisitorial investigation of Paolo Veronese for his 1573 depiction of the Last Supper, whose intense materiality, the swirling life, the food on the table, the dogs scratching and scrounging for scraps, and so forth, triggered accusations of irreverence and even heresy. Veronese avoided unpleasant consequences by renaming the work The Feast in the House of Levi. 243. Whose own signed copy. Johnson wrote his name on the title page, and, tiny as the book is only 11 by 6 centimeters, he made many marks and jottings in the margins, evidence of an attentive and engaged reading. He seems to have been particularly struck by the passage in Book 2 in which Lucretius denies that the gods have any interest in the behavior of mortals. At the foot of the page, he penned a translation of 2 of the lines, Far above grief and dangers, those blessed powers, rich in their active goods, need none of ours. Cf. 2. 649-50. Nam privati dolori omni privata pericles ipsa sues pollens opibus, nil indiga nostri. Lucy Hutchinson translates the lines as follows. The divine nature doth itself possess eternally in peaceful quietness, nor is concerned in mortal men's affairs, wholly exempt from dangers, griefs, and cares, rich in itself, of us no want it hath. 244. I am not excessively fond. The complete essays of Montaigne, trans. Donald M. Frame, Stanford. Stanford University Press, 1957, pp. 846, 240-246, That Imaginary Kingship. Ibid, p. 318. 246, Why Shall a Gosling? Ibid, p. 397. 246, The Quiver of Pleasure. Ibid, p. 310. 247, Sex and Death. The quotations that follow are from Ibid, pp. 464, 634, and 664. 248, I Want Death. Ibid, p. 62. 248, Go Out of This World. Ibid, p. 65. 249, Scholars quickly confirmed. M. A. Screech, Montaigne's annotated copy of Lucretius. A transcription and study of the manuscript, notes and pen marks, Geneva, Draws, 1998. 249. Since the movements of the atoms, ut sunt diusi atomorum modus non incredibile est sic canunis alum atomos aut canunturas ut alias nascitur montanus. Ibid. p. 11. I have altered Screech's translation. Since the movements of the atoms are so varied, it is not unbelievable that the atoms once came together, or will together again in the future, so that another Montaigne be born. 250, At a book sale in 1625. Trevor Dadson, Las Bibliotecas de la Nobleza, dos Inventarios y un Libro, año de 1625, in Aurora Gido and José Enrique Laplana, eds. Mecenazgo y Humanidades en Tiempos de la Stenosa. Homage a la Memoria de Domingo Undurain, Zaragoza. Institución Fernando el Católico, 2008, p. 270. I am grateful to Professor Dadson's research into Spanish library inventories for all of the glimpses of Lucretius in post-Tridentine Spain. 250, Nothing Comes from Atoms. Pietro Redondi, Galileo Heretic, trans. Raymond Rosenthal, Princeton University Press, 1987, Orig. Italian Eden. 1983, Documents, p. 340, Exercitatio de Formis Substantialibus et de Qualitatibus Physicis, Anonymous. 253, Faith Must Take First Place. Ibid. p. 132. 255, The Convicted Scientist. Redondi's core argument that the attack on Galileo for heliocentrism served as a kind of cover for an underlying attack on his atomism has been criticized by many historians of science. But there is no reason to think that the Church's motivation could only have been one or the other concern, and not both. 256, The text used by Montaigne. At Lucretius Animorum immortalitatem opignat, deorum providentium negat, religions omnes tollit, summum bonum in voluptate ponit. Sed hic Epicuri, quem sequitur Lucretius, non lucretiae culpa est. Poma quidem ipsum propter sententias a religione nostra alienas, nihil poma est. Tantumni. Imo viro poma venustum, poma preclarum, poma omnibus ingenii luminibus distinctum, insignitum ac illustratum. Has autem Epicuri rations insanas, ac furiosas, ut and alas absurdas datamorum concursion fortuita, de mundis innumerabilibus, and ceteras, nec difficile nobis est refuter, nec viro necess est. Quipcum ab ipsa veritatis voce velte sentibus omnibus facilime refellenter. Paris, 1563, fa-3. I have used the translation of Ada Palmer, to whose unpublished essay, Reading Atomism in the Renaissance, I am indebted. 257. Had they not by misfortune, Lucy Hutchinson's translation of Lucretius, De Rerum Natura, ed. Hugh de Quehan, Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 1996, p. 139. 258. Aspiring Muse. On the contrary, with a backward glance at John Evelyn, Hutchinson observed that a masculine wit, presenting to the public only a single book of the difficult poem, thought it worth printing his head in a laurel crown. 258. One great means. Ridiculous, impious. Lucy Hutchinson's translation, pp. 24-25. 258. Out of youthful. Ibid. p. 23. 259. The little glory. Ibid. p. 26. 259. Reap some profit. Ibid. 259. I turned it. Ibid. p. 24. 261. In nature nothing. Francis Bacon, Novum Organum III. 261. To retain a belief in God. The most powerful philosophical expression of this view is in the works of the French priest, astronomer and mathematician Pierre Gassendi, 1592-1655. 261. That God in the beginning. Isaac Newton, Optics, Query 32, London, 1718, cited in Monty Johnson and Catherine Wilson, Lucretius and the History of Science, in the Cambridge Companion to Lucretius, pp. 140-142. 263. I obliged. To William Short, October 31, 1819. I consider the genuine, not the imputed, doctrines of Epicurus as containing everything rational in moral philosophy which Greece and Rome have left us. Cited in Charles A. Miller, Jefferson and Nature. An interpretation, Baltimore and London. Johns Hopkins University Press, 1988, p. 24. John Quincy Adams, Dinner with President Jefferson, from Memoirs of John Quincy Adams, comprising portions of his diary from 1795 to 1848, ed. Charles Francis Adams, Philadelphia, 1874, November 3, 1807. Mr. Jefferson said that the Epicurean philosophy came nearest to the truth, in his opinion, of any ancient system of philosophy. He wished the work of Gassendi concerning it had been translated. It was the only accurate account of it extant. I mentioned Lucretius. He said that was only a part, only the natural philosophy, but the moral philosophy was only to be found in Gassendi. 263. I am, Jefferson wrote, Miller, Jefferson and Nature, p. 24. Selected bibliography. Adams, H. P. Karl Marx in his earlier writings. London, G. Allen and Unwin, 1940. Adams, John Quincy. Dinner with President Jefferson, Memoirs of John Quincy Adams, comprising portions of his diary from 1795 to 1848, ed. Charles Francis Adams. Philadelphia, J. B. Lippincott, 1874-77 pp. 6061. Alberti, Leon Battista. The Family in Renaissance Florence, trans. Renee New Watkins. Columbia, S.C. University of South Carolina Press, 1969 pp. 92-245. Dinner Pieces, trans. David Marsh. Binghamton, N.Y. Medieval and Renaissance Texts and Studies in Conjunction with the Renaissance Society of America, 1987. Intercenals, ed. Franco Bacchelli and Luca de Sia. Bologna, Pendragon, 2003. Albury W. R. Halley's Ode on the Principia of Newton and the Epicurean Revival in England. Journal of the History of Ideas 39, 1978, pp. 2443. Allen, Don Cameron. The Rehabilitation of Epicurus and His Theory of Pleasure in the Early Renaissance. Studies in Philology 41, 1944, pp. 115. Anon. The Land of Cockaigne in Angela M. Lucas, ed. Anglo-Irish Poems of the Middle Ages, The Kildare Poems. Dublin, Columbia Press, 1995. Aquilecchia, Giovanni. In facie prudentes relucit sapientia, appunti sulla letteratura metapiscopica tra cinque e seicento, Giovan Battista della Porta nell'Europa del suo tempo. Naples, Gaida, 1990, pp. 199-228. The Atomists, Leucippus and Democritus, Fragments, trans, and ed. C. C. W. Taylor, Toronto, University of Toronto Press, 1999. Avrin, Layla. Scribes, Script, and Books, The Book Arts from Antiquity to the Renaissance. Chicago and London, American Library Association and the British Library, 1991. Bacci, Piceni Biografici e Religiosità di Poggi Braxiolini. Florence, Enrico Ariani e l'Art della Stampa, 1963. Bailey, Cyril, The Greek Atomists and Epicurus, A Study. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1928. Baker, Eric. Atomism and the Sublime. On the Reception of Epicurus and Lucretius in the Aesthetics of Edmund Burke, Kant, and Schiller. Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 2001. Baldini, Umberto, Primavera, The Restoration of Botticelli's Masterpiece Trans Mary Fitton. New York, H. N. Abrams, 1986. Barba, Eugenio. A Chosen Diaspora in the Guts of the Monster, Chilean Drama Review 46, 2002, pp. 147-53. Barbara Reed. English Epicures and Stoics, Ancient Legacies in Early Stuart Culture. Amherst, Ma., University of Massachusetts Press, 1998. Baron Hands, The Crisis of the Early Italian Renaissance, Civic Humanism and Republican Liberty in the Age of Classicism and Tyranny. Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1955. Barch, Shaddy, and Thomas Barcherer, eds. Erotican, Essays on Eros, Ancient and Modern. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2005. Betty James Stewart, Libraries in the 12th Century, Their Catalogues and Contents. Cambridge, Ma. Houghton Mifflin, 1929. The Ancient Classics in the Medieval Libraries, Speculum 5, 1930, pp. 120. Beer, Sir Gavinda, Charles Darwin, Evolution by Natural Selection. New York, Doubleday, 1964. Benedict St. The Rule of Benedict, trans, Monks of Glenstill Abbey. Dublin, Four Courts Press, 1994. Bernard of Cluny. De Notitia Signorum in Elabe Marquard Hergot, ed. Vetus Disciplina Monastica Su Collection Auctorum Ordinis es Benedicti. Paris, C. Osmont, 1726, pp. 169-73. Bernhard Marion, Stiftssund Klosterbibliotheken. Munich, Kieser, 1983. Bernstein, John Shaftesbury, Rousseau, and Kant. Rutherford, N.J., Fairleigh Dickinson University Press, 1980. Barry, Jessica. The Pyrrhonian Revival in Montaigne and Nietzsche, Journal of the History of Ideas, 65, 2005, pp. 497-514. Bertelli, Sergio. Notre Machiavellian, Rivista Storica Italiana, 73, 1961, pp. 544-57. Bilinovich, Guido. Veterum Vestigivatum, Ni Carmi de Prehumanisti Padavani, in Giuseppe Bilinovich et al., eds. Italia Medieval e Humanistica. Padua, Antenor, 1958. Bill Douglas, Doctors, Ambassadors, Secretaries, Humanism and Professions in Renaissance Italy. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2002. Bischoff, Bernhard. Manuscripts and Libraries in the Age of Charlemagne, trans. Michael M. Gorman. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1994. Bishop Paul, ed. Nietzsche and Antiquity, His Reaction and Response to the Classical Tradition. Rochester, N.Y., Camden House, 2004. Black, Robert. The Renaissance and Humanism, Definitions and Origins in Jonathan Wolfson, ed. Palgrave Advances in Renaissance Historiography. Houndmills, Basingstoke, UK and New York. Palgrave Macmillan, 2005, pp. 97-117. Blades, William, The Enemies of Books. London, Elliot Stock, 1896. Blondel, Eric, Nietzsche, The Body and Culture, trans, Seon Hand, Stanford University Press, 1991. Boitani, Piero, and Anatordi, eds. Intellectuals and Writers in 14th Century Europe. The J. A. W. Bennett Memorial Lectures, Perugia, 1984. Tübingen, Gunter Nahr, 1986. Balger, R.R., ed. Classical Influences on European Culture, A.D. 1500-1700. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1976. Balak, Mayotte. Lejardin Ramin, Epicurisme et Paesia, Rome, ed. Annick Monet. Villeneuve d'Ascq, Presses de l'Université Charles de Gaulle, Lille 3, 2003. Benoit de Port Vallée, St. Colophons de Manuscrits Occidentaux des Origines au XV siècle / Benedictins du Bouveret. Fribourg, Editions Universitaires, 1965. Boyd, Clarence Eugene, Public Libraries and Literary Culture in Ancient Rome. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1915. Braxiolini, Poggio, The Facetiae or Jocose Tales of Poggio, Paris, Isidore Lysux, 1879. Epistolae Liber Primus in Opera Omnia, ed. Thomas de Tonelli. Turin, Bottega d'Erasmo, 1964. 2 Renaissance Book Hunters. The Letters of Poggius Braxiolini to Nicolaus de Nicolis, trans Phillies Walter Goodhart Gordon. New York, Columbia University Press, 1974. Letter, ed. Helene Harth, Florence, Leo S. Alschke, 1984. Unvia Doitil C. Marrier, trans. Veronique Bruze, Paris, Les Belles Letters, 1998. La Vera Nobilita. Rome, Salerno Editress, 1999. Brady Thomas, Heiko A. Oberman, and James D. Tracy, eds. Handbook of European History, 1400-1600, Late Middle Ages, Renaissance and Reformation. Leiden, E. J. Brill, 1995. Brandt Frithiof, Thomas Hobbes, Mechanical Conception of Nature, trans. Von Maxwell and Anni Fansball, Copenhagen, Levin and Munksgaard, 1928. Bredekamp, Horst. Botticelli, Primavera. Florence Als Garten der Venus. Frankfurt am Main, Fischer Taschenbuch, 1988. Gazing Hands and Blind Spots, Galileo as Draftsman, in Eugen Wren, ed., Galileo in Context. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2001, pp. 153-92. Bredvold, Louis. Dryden, Hobbes and the Royal Society, Modern Philology, 25, 1928, pp. 417-38. Bryan, Kevin M. Marks, Reason and the Art of Freedom. Philadelphia, Temple University Press, 1987. Brodie, Selma B. Physics in Middlemark, Gas Molecules and Ethereal Atoms, Modern Philology, 85, 1987, pp. 42-53. Brown, Allison. Lucretius and the Epicureans in the Social and Political Context of Renaissance Florence, Itati Studies. Essays in the Renaissance, 9, 2001, pp. 1162. The Return of Lucretius to Renaissance Florence. Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 2010. Brown, Peter, Power and Persuasion in Late Antiquity Towards a Christian Empire. Madison, University of Wisconsin Press, 1992. The Rise of Western Christendom, Triumph and Diversity, A.D. 200-1000. Oxford, Blackwell, 1996. Bruckner, Jean A. Renaissance Florence. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1969-1983. Bull, Malcolm. The Mirror of the Gods. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2005. Bullough, D. A Carolingian Renewal, Sources and Heritage. Manchester and New York, Manchester University Press, 1991. Burns, Tony, and Ian Fraser eds. The Hedgel-Marx Connection. Basingstoke, UK, Macmillan Press, 2000. Calvi, Girolamo. I manoscritti di Leonardo da Vinci dal punto di vista cronologico, storico e biografico. Bologna, Zanishelli, 1925. Campbell, Gordon. Zoogony and Evolution in Plato's Timaeus, The Presocratics, Lucretius, and Darwin, in M. R. Wright, ed. Reason and Necessity, Essays on Plato's Timaeus. London, Duckworth, 2000. Lucretius on Creation and Evolution, A Commentary on De Rerum Natura, Book 5, lines 772-1104. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2003. Campbell, Keith. Materialism, in Paul Edwards, ed. The Encyclopedia of Philosophy. New York, Macmillan Company and the Free Press, 1967, pp. 179-88. Campbell, Stephen J. Giorgione's Tempest, Studiolo Culture and the Renaissance, Lucretius, Renaissance Quarterly, 56, 2003, pp. 299-332. The Cabinet of Eros, Renaissance Mythological Painting and the Studiolo of Isabella d'Este. New Haven, Yale University Press, 2004. Camporeal Salvator I Poggio Bracciolini versus Lorenzo Valla, The Orations in Laurentium Valem, in Joseph Marino and Melinda W. Schlitt, eds. Perspectives on Early Modern and Modern Intellectual History, Essays in Honor of Nancy S. Struver. Rochester, N.Y., University of Rochester Press, 2000, pp. 2748. Canfora, Luciano. The Vanished Library, trans. Martin Ryle. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1990. Cariou, Marie. Ella Thomasme, Trois Essays, Gassendi, Leibniz, Bergson et Lucrece. Paris, Aubier Montaigne, 1978. Cassini, Paolo, Newton, The Classical Scholia, History of Science, 22, 1984, pp. 158. Casson, Lionel, Libraries in the Ancient World. New Haven, Yale University Press, 2002. Caselli, Patrizia, ed. Un Toscano del 400, Poggio Bracciolini, 1380-1459. Terranuova Bracciolini, Amministrazione Comunale, 1980. Castiglione, Archero. Girolamo Fracastoro e la Dottrina del Contagium Vivum, Gesneris 8, 1951, pp. 5265. Celenza, C.S., Lorenzo Valla and the Traditions and Transmissions of Philosophy, Journal of the History of Ideas, 66, 2005, pp. 24. Chamberlain, E.R. The World of the Italian Renaissance. London, George Allen and Unwin, 1982. Chambers, D.S. Spas in the Italian Renaissance, in Mario A. di Cesare, ed. Reconsidering the Renaissance. Papers from the 21st Annual Conference. Binghamton, N.Y. Medieval and Renaissance Texts and Studies, 1992, pp. 327. Chang, Kenneth. In Explaining Life's Complexity, Darwinists and Doubters Clash. The New York Times, August 2, 2005. Cheney, Liana. Quattrocento Neoplatonism and Medici Humanism in Botticelli's Mythological Paintings. Lanham, M.D. in London. University Press of America, 1985. Chiffelau, Jacques. La comptabilité de l'au-delà. Les hommes, la mort et la religion dans la région d'Avignon à la fin du Moyen Age, vers 1320, vers 1480. Rome, École Française de Rome, 1980. Christie Murray David, A History of Heresy. London, New English Library, 1976. Cicero, The Speeches of Cicero, trans Louis E. Lord. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 1937. Tusculan Disputations, trans and ed. J. E. King. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 1960. De Natura Deorum Academica, trans and ed. H. Rackham. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 1967. Cicero's Letters to His Friends, trans. D. R. Shackleton Bailey. Harmondsworth, UK and New York. Penguin Books, 1978. Clancy, M.T. From Memory to Written Record. England, 1066-1307. Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1979. Clark, A.C. The Literary Discoveries of Poggio, Classical Review 13, 1899, pp. 100-1930. Clark, Ronald William, The Survival of Charles Darwin, A Biography of a Man and an Idea. London, Weidenfeld and Nicholson, 1985. Clay, Diskin, Lucretius and Epicurus. Ithaca, N.Y., Cornell University Press, 1983. Cohen, Bernard. Quantum in C. Est. Newton's Concept of Inertia in Relation to Descartes and Lucretius. Notes and Records of the Royal Society of London, 1964, pp. 130-155. Cohen, Elizabeth S. and Thomas V. Cohen, Daily Life in Renaissance Italy. Westport, C.T., Greenwood Press, 2001. Cohn, Samuel J.R., and Stephen A. Epstein, eds. Portraits of Medieval and Renaissance Living. Essays in Memory of David Herlihy. Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 1996. Coleman, Francis, The Harmony of Reason, A Study in Kant's Aesthetics. Pittsburgh, University of Pittsburgh Press, 1974. Connell, William J. Gasparo and the Ladies, Coming of Age in Castiglioni's Book of the Courtier, Quaderni d'Italianistica 23, 2002, pp. 523. Ed. Society and Individual in Renaissance Florence. Berkeley and London, University of California Press, 2002, and Andrea Zorzi, eds. Florentine Tuscany, Structures and Practices of Power. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2000. Contreni, John J. Carolingian Learning, Masters and Manuscripts. Aldershot, UK. Variorum, 1992. Krantz, F. Edward. Studia Humanitatis and Literae in Cicero and Leonardo Bruni, in Marino and Schlitt, eds. Perspectives on Early Modern and Modern Intellectual History. Essays in honor of Nancy S. Struver. Rochester, N.Y., University of Rochester Press, 2001, pp. 326. Crick, Julia and Alexandra Walsham, eds. The Uses of Script and Print, 1300-1700. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2004. Cropper, Elizabeth. Ancients and Moderns, Alessandro Tassoni, Francesco Scanelli and the Experience of Modern Art in Marino and Schlitt, eds. Perspectives on Early Modern and Modern Intellectual History. Essays in honor of Nancy S. Struver, pp. 300-324. Dampier, Sir William. A History of Science and its Relations with Philosophy and Religion. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1932. Darwin, Erasmus. The Letters of Erasmus Darwin, ed. Desmond Kingheel. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1981. Daston, Lorraine and Fernando Vidal, eds. The Moral Authority of Nature. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2004. DeLacy, Philip. Distant Views, The Imagery of Lucretius. The Classical Journal 60, 1964, pp. 49-55. De Quehen, H. Lucretius and Swift's Tale of a Tub. University of Toronto Quarterly 63, 1993, pp. 287-307. Dean, Cornelia. Science of the Soul. I Think Therefore I Am is Losing Force. The New York Times, June 26, 2007, pd 8. Daimling, Barbara. The High Ideal of Love, Sandro Botticelli, 1444/45-1510. Cologne, B. Taschen, 1993, pp. 38-55. Deleuze, Gilles. Logique du Sens, Paris. Minuit, 1969. The Logic of Sense. Trans, Mark Lester with Charles Stivell. New York, Columbia University Press, 1990. Delumeau, Jean, Sin and Fear, The Emergence of a Western Guilt Culture, 13th-18th Centuries, trans, Eric Nicholson. New York, St. Martin's Press, 1990. Dempsey, Charles. Mercurius Ver, The Sources of Botticelli's Primavera, Journal of the Warburg and Courtauld Institutes 31, 1968, pp. 251-73. Botticelli's Three Graces, Journal of the Warburg and Courtauld Institutes 34, 1971, pp. 326-30. The Portrayal of Love, Botticelli's Primavera and Humanist Culture at the Time of Lorenzo the Magnificent. Princeton University Press, 1992. Depreux, Philippe. Büchersuch und Büchertausch im Zeitalter der Karolingischen Renaissance im Beispiel des Breitwurzels des Lupus von Ferrières. Archive für Kulturgeschichte 76, 1994. Daiano Carlo, Forma ed Evento, Principi per una interpretazione del mondo greco. Venice, Saggi Marsilio, 1993. Didi Huberman Georges. The Matter Image, Dust, Garbage, Dirt, and Sculpture in the 16th Century. Common Knowledge 6, 1997, pp. 79-96. Diogenes, The Epicurean Inscription, ed. and trans. Martin Ferguson Smith. Naples, Bibliopolis, 1992. Dionigi Ivano, Lucrezio Orazio, Encyclopedia Orasiana. Rome, Istituto dell'Enciclopedia Italiana, 1996-98, pp. 1522. Lucrezio Le Parole e la Cause. Bologna, Patron Editor, 1988. Dieringer David, The Book Before Printing, Ancient, Medieval, and Oriental. New York, Dover Books, 1982. Dettori, Riccardo ed. The Dialogue, Yearbook of Philosophical Hermeneutics, The Legitimacy of Truth, Proceedings of the Roman III Meeting. Rome, Lit Verlag, 2001. Downing, Eric. Lucretius at the Camera, Ancient Atomism and Early Photographic Theory in Walter Benjamin's Berliner Chronik. The Germanic Review 81, 2006, pp. 2136. Draper, Hal, The Marx Engels Glossary. New York, Schocken Books, 1986. Drogen Mark, Biblioclasm, The Mythical Origins, Magic Powers, and Perishability of the Written Word. Savage, M.D., Roman and Littlefield, 1989. Dryden, John Silvey, or the Second Part of Poetical Miscellanies. London, Jacob Tonson, 1685. Dunnett, Sarah, Birth of Venus. New York, Random House, 2003. Duncan, Stewart. Hobbes's Materialism in the Early 1640s. British Journal for the History of Philosophy 13, 2005, pp. 437-48. DuPont, Florence. Daily Life in Ancient Rome, trans. Christopher Woodall. Oxford and Cambridge, Ma. Blackwell, 1993. Dyson, Julia T. Dido the Epicurean, Classical Antiquity 15, 1996, pp. 203-21. D. Zielska, Maria. Hypatia of Alexandria, trans. F. Lyra. Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1995. Early Responses to Hobbes, ed. Gadge Rogers, London. Routledge, 1996. Edwards, John. Religious Faith and Doubt in Late Medieval Spain. Soria circa 1450-1500. Past and Present 120, 1988, pp. 325. Englert, Walter G. Epicurus on the Swerve and Voluntary Action. Atlanta, Ga. Scholars Press, 1987. Epicurus, The Epicurus Reader, trans. and ed. Brad Inwood and L. P. Jerson. Indianapolis, Hackett, 1994. Irwin Douglas H. Darwin Still Rules, but Some Biologists Dream of a Paradigm Shift. The New York Times, June 26, 2007, pd 2. Fagan, Robert Frost and the Challenge of Darwin. Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 1997. Farah, Patricia. Newton, The Making of a Genius. New York, Columbia University Press, 2002, and David Money. Isaac Newton and Augustan Anglo-Latin Poetry, Studies in History and Philosophy of Science 35, 2004, pp. 549-71. Fenns, Peter, A Peculiar Fate, Metaphysics and World History in Kant. Ithaca, NY, Cornell University Press, 1991. Late Kant, Towards Another Law of the Earth. New York, Routl, 2003. Ferrari Meierla. In Papia Convenient ad Dungalum, Italia Medieval e Humanistica 15, 1972. Ferruolo Arnolfo B. Botticelli's Mythologies Ficinos de Amore Poliziano's Stands per la Giostra, Their Circle of Love, The Art Bulletin 37, 1955, pp. 1725. Ficino Marsilio, Platonic Theology, ed. James Hankins with William Bowen, trans. Michael J. B. Allen and John Warden. Cambridge, Ma and London, Harvard University Press, 2004. Finch, Chauncey E. Machiavelli's Copy of Lucretius, The Classical Journal 56, 1960, pp. 2932. Fineland, Paula. Possessing the Past, The Material World of the Italian Renaissance, American Historical Review 103, 1998, pp. 83-114. Fleischmann, Wolfgang Bernhard. The Debt of the Enlightenment to Lucretius, Studies on Voltaire and the 18th Century 29, 1963, pp. 630-143. Lucretius and English Literature 1680-1740. Paris, A. G. Nizet 1964. Flores, Enrico. La Scoperte di Poggio e il Testo di Lucrezio. Naples, Liguori 1980. Floridi, Luciano. Sextus Empiricus, The Transmission and Recovery of Phrygianism. New York, Oxford University Press, 2002. Foster, John Bellamy. Marx's Ecology, Materialism and Nature. New York Monthly Review Press, 2000. Frey, Simon. L'influence de Lucrece en France au sixième cycle. Paris, Library A. G. Nizet, 1962. Fried, Michael and Gisela Stryker eds. Rationality in Greek Thought. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1996. Fubini, Riccardo. Varietta. Onore Zioni di Poggio Braxiolini sui visi del claro scritta al tempo del Concilio di Costanza. Giornale Storico della Letteratura Italiana 142, 1965, pp. 2433. L'Umanissimo Italiano e I Suoi Storici. Milan, Franco Angeli Storia 2001. Humanism and Secularization, From Petrarch to Valla, trans. Martha King. Durham, N.C. and London. Duke University Press, 2003. Fusel, C.A. Lucrece et les philosophes du XVe cycle. Revue de Histoire littéraire de la France 35, 1928. Lucrece et les littérateurs, poètes et artistes du XVe cycle. Revue de Histoire littéraire de la France 37, 1930. Gabato, Ferdinando. L'Epicureismo di Marsilio Ficino. Rivista di Filosofia Scientifica 10, 1891, pp. 428-42. Gallagher, Mary. Dryden's Translation of Lucretius, Huntington Library Quarterly 7, 1968, pp. 1929. Gallo, Italo, Studi di Papyrologia Ercolinese, Naples, M. Doria, 2002. Garaudy, Roger, Marxism in the 20th Century. New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1970. Garin, Eugenio. Ritratti di Unamisti. Florence, Sansoni, 1967. La cultura filosofica del Rinascimento Italiano. Florence, Sansoni, 1979. Garrard, Mary D. Leonardo da Vinci. Female Portraits, Female Nature, in Norma Browd and Mary Garrard eds. The Expanding Discourse, Feminism and Art History. New York, HarperCollins, 1992, pp. 5985. Garzelli, Anna Rosa. Miniatura Fiorentina del Rinascimento, 1440-1525. Florence, Giunta Regionale Toscana, La Nuova Italia, 1985. Geisling, Michael T. 2 Darwin's, History versus Criticism, Journal of the History of Biology 9, 1976, pp. 121-32. Gibbon, Edward. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, 6 vols. New York, Knopf, 1910. Gigant Marcello. Ambrogio Traversari interpret di Diogene Laerzio in Giancarlo Garfagnini ed. Ambrogio Traversari nel Roman 6 Centenario della Nascita. Florence, Leo S. Olszki, 1988 pp. 367-459. Philodmus in Italy, the books from Herculaneum trans Dick Abink. Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 1995. Gildenhard in Go. Confronting the Beast from Virgil's Cacus to the Dragons of Cornelis van Haarlem, Proceedings of the Virgil Society 25 2004 pp. 2748. Gillett, E. H. The Life and Times of John Huss. Boston, Good and Lincoln, 1863. Gleason, Maud, Making Men, Sophists and Self-Presentation in Ancient Rome. Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1995. Goetschel, Willie. Constituting Critique, Kant's Writing as Critical Praxis, trans Eric Schwab. Durham, N.C., Duke University Press, 1994. Goldberg, Jonathan, The Seeds of Things, Theorizing Sexuality and Materiality in Renaissance Representations. New York, Fordham University Press, 2009. Goldsmith, M. M. Hobbes, Science of Politics. New York, Columbia University Press, 1966. Gallner, Johannes. Bayerische Kloster Bibliotheken. Freilassing, Pannonia Verlag, 1983. Gombrich, Ernst H. Botticelli's Mythologies, a study in the Neoplatonic symbolism of his circle, Journal of the Warburg and Courtauld Institutes 8, 1945, pp. 760. Gordon, Dane R. and David B. Suits, eds. Epicurus, His Continuing Influence and Contemporary Relevance. Rochester, N.Y. Rit Carey Graphic Arts Press, 2003. Gordon, Pamela. Phaeacian Dido, Lost Pleasures of an Epicurean Intertext, Classical Antiquity 17, 1998, pp. 188-211. Grafton, Anthony, Forgers and Critics, Creativity and Duplicity in Western Scholarship. Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1990. Commerce with the Classics, Ancient Books and Renaissance Readers. Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 1997. And Ann Blair, eds. The Transmission of Culture in Early Modern Europe. Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania Press, 1990. And Lisa Jardine, From Humanism to the Humanities, Education and the Liberal Arts in 15th and 16th Century Europe. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 1986. Grant, Edward. Bernhard Pabst, Adamtherion des Latinischen Mittelalters, ISIS 87, 1996, pp. 345-46. Greenblatt, Stephen, Learning to Curse, Essays in Early Modern Culture. New York and London, Routledge Classics, 2007. Greenberg, Sidney Thomas, The Infinite in Giordano Bruno. New York, Octagon Books, 1978. Green, Thomas M., Ceremonial Closure in Shakespeare's Plays, in Marino and Schlitt, eds. Perspectives on Early Modern and Modern Intellectual History. Essays in Honor of Nancy S. Struver. Rochester, N.Y. University of Rochester Press, 2000, pp. 208-19. Greetham, David C. Textual Scholarship and Introduction. New York, Garland, 1994. Textual Transgressions, Essays Toward the Construction of a Bibliography. New York and London, Garland, 1998. Gregory Joshua, A Short History of Atomism from Democritus to Bauer. London, A. C. Black, 1931. Gregory I. Pope, Dialogues. Washington, D.C. Catholic University of America Press, 1959. The Letters of Gregory the Great, trans. John R. C. Martin. Toronto, Pontifical Institute of Medieval Studies, 2004. Greco, Alan J. Michael Rock and Fiorella Giuffretti Superby, eds. The Italian Renaissance in the 20th Century. Florence. Leo S. Olszki, 1999. Gruber, Howard E. Darwin on Man, A Psychological Study of Scientific Creativity. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1981, pp. 4673. Grun, Erich S. The Hellenistic World and the Coming of Rome. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1984. Gehenno Jean-Jacques Rousseau trans, John Waitman and Doreen Waitman. London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1966. Haas, Christopher. Alexandria in Late Antiquity, Topography and Social Conflict. Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1997. Hadot Peer, What is Ancient Philosophy? Trans, Michael Chase. Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 2002. Hadsitz, George D. Lucretius and His Influence. New York, Longmans, Green & Co., 1935. Haynes-Eitzen, Kim. Guardians of Letters, Literacy, Power, and the Transmitters of Early Christian Literature. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2000. Hale, John R. ed. A Concise Encyclopedia of the Italian Renaissance. London, Thames and Hudson, 1981. The Civilization of Europe in the Renaissance. London, HarperCollins, 1993. Hall, Rupert. Isaac Newton, Adventurer in Thought. Oxford, Blackwell, 1992. Hammond G. L'Épopée du Livre. La Transmission des Textes Anciens du Scribe à l'Imprimerie. Paris, Liber. Académique Perrin, 1985. Hankins, James. Plato and the Italian Renaissance. Leiden, E. J. Brill, 1990. Renaissance Philosophy Between God and the Devil in Greco et al. eds. Italian Renaissance in the 20th Century, pp. 269-93. Renaissance Humanism and Historiography Today in Jonathan Wolfson, ed. Palgrave Advances in Renaissance Historiography. New York, Palgrave Macmillan, 2005, pp. 73-96. Religion and the Modernity of Renaissance Humanism in Angelo Mazzocco, ed. Interpretations of Renaissance Humanism. Leiden, E. J. Brill, 2006, pp. 137-54, and Ada Palmer, The Recovery of Ancient Philosophy in the Renaissance, A Brief Guide. Florence, Leo S. Olszewski, 2008. Hardy, Philip R. Lucretius and the Aeneid, Virgil's Aeneid, Cosmos and Imperium. New York, Oxford University Press, 1986, pp. 157-240. Ovid's Poetics of Illusion. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2002. Harris, Jonathan Gill. Atomic Shakespeare, Shakespeare Studies 30, 2002, pp. 47-51. Harris, William V. Restraining Rage, The Ideology of Anger Control in Classical Antiquity. Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 2001. Harrison, Charles T. Bacon, Hobbes, Boyle, and the Ancient Atomists. Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1933. The Ancient Atomists and English Literature of the 17th Century, Harvard Studies in Classical Philology 45, 1934, pp. 179. Harrison, Edward. Newton and the Infinite Universe, Physics Today 39, 1986, pp. 2432. Hay denies the Italian Renaissance in its historical background. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Heller, Agnes. Renaissance Man, trans Richard E. Allen. London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1978, Oreg. Hungarian, 1967. Herbert Gary B. The Unity of Scientific and Moral Wisdom. Vancouver, University of British Columbia Press, 1989. Himmelfarb, Gertrude, Darwin and the Darwinian Revolution. New York, W. W. Norton and Company, 1968. Hine, William. Inertia and Scientific Law in 16th Century Commentaries on Lucretius. Renaissance Quarterly 48, 1995, pp. 728-41. Hinnant, Charles, Thomas Hobbes, Boston, Twain Publishers, 1977. Hirsch, David A. Hedrich. Don's Atomies and Anatomies, Deconstructed Bodies and the Resurrection of Atomic Theory, Studies in English Literature, 1500 1931, 1991, pp. 69-94. Hobbes, Thomas, Leviathan, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1991. The Elements of Law Natural and Politic, Human Nature de Corpore Politico 3 Lives. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1994. Hoffman, Banish. Albert Einstein, Creator and Rebel. New York, Viking Press, 1972. Halger, George. The Rule of Benedict. A Guide to Christian Living with commentary by George Halger, Abbot of Einsiedeln. Dublin, Four Courts Press, 1994. Horn, Herbert. Alessandro Filippi, commonly called Sandro Botticelli, painter of Florence. Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1980. Hubbard, Elbert. Journeys to Homes of Eminent Artists. East Aurora, NY Recrafters, 1901. Humanism and Liberty, Writings on Freedom from 15th Century Florence, Trans and ed. Renee New Watkins. Columbia, SC. University of South Carolina Press, 1978. Hutchin, Pat Duffy. The Road to Reason, Landmarks in the Evolution of Humanist Thought. Ottawa, Canadian Humanist Publications, 2001. Hutchinson, Lucy. Lucy Hutchinson's translation of Lucretius, De Rerum Natura ed. Hugh de Quehan, Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 1996. Hyde, William DeWitt, From Epicurus to Christ, A Study in the Principles of Personality. New York, Macmillan, 1908. Impey, Chris. Reacting to the Size and the Shape of the Universe, Mercury 30, 2001. Isidore of Seville. The Etymologies of Isidore of Seville, ed. Stephen A. Barney et al. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2006. Jacot J. Thomas Harriot's Reputation for Impiety, Notes and Records of the Royal Society 9, 1951-52, pp. 164-87. Jane, Sears. John Colet and Marsilio Ficino. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1963. Jefferson Thomas, Papers, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1950. Writings, New York, Viking Press, 1984. Jerome St. Select Letters of St. Jerome Trans. F.A. Wright, London, William Heinemann, 1933. The Letters of St. Jerome Trans. Charles Christopher Mirillo. Westminster, M.D., Newman Press, 1963. John, Bishop of Nikiu. The Chronicle, Trans. R. H. Charles. London, Williams and Norgate, 1916. John of Salisbury. Entheticus, Mayer and Minor, ed. Jan van Laarhoven. Leiden, E. J. Brill, 1987. Johnson, Elmer D. History of Libraries in the Western World. Metuchen and J. Scarecrow Press, 1970. Johnson, W. R. Lucretius and the Modern World. London, Duckworth, 2000. Jones, Howard, The Epicurean Tradition. London, Routledge, 1989. Jordan, Constance. Pulcis Morgante, Poetry and History in 15th Century Florence. Washington, D.C. Folger Shakespeare Library, 1986. Joy Lynn S. Epicureanism in Renaissance Moral and Natural Philosophy, Journal of the History of Ideas 53, 1992, pp. 573-83. Judd, John. The Coming of Evolution, The Story of a Great Revolution in Science. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1910. Kaczynski, Bernice M. Greek in the Carolingian Age, The St. Gall Manuscripts. Cambridge, Ma. Medieval Academy of America, 1988. Kine, Philip J. Marx, Method, Epistemology and Humanism. Dordrecht, D. Riedel, 1986. Kamenka, Eugene. The Ethical Foundations of Marxism. London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1972. Kantorovich, Ernst H. The Sovereignty of the Artist. A Note on Legal Maxims and Renaissance Theories of Art, in Millard Mace, ed. Essays in Honor of Erwin Panofsky. New York, New York University Press, 1961, pp. 267-79. Cargan, Robert Hugh. Atomism in England from Harriet to Newton. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1966. Castor, Robert A. Guardians of Language. The Grammarian and Society in Late Antiquity. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1988. Kemp Martin, Leonardo da Vinci, The Marvelous Works of Nature and Man. Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1981. Leonardo, Oxford University Press, 2004. Kemple Thomas, Reading Mark's Writing, Melodrama, The Market and the Grundrisse. Stanford University Press, 1995. Kenny, E.J. Lucretius. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1977. Kidwell Carroll, Marvelous, Soldier Poet of the Renaissance. London, Duckworth, 1989. Keats, Eustace J. in the Days of the Councils, a sketch of the life and times of Baldassare Casa, afterward Pope John XXIII. London, Archibald Constable & Co., 1908. Pope John XXIII and Master John Hughes of Bohemia. London, Constable & Co., 1910. Cavisto Sari. Creating Anti-Eloquence, Epistolae Obscurorum Virorum and the Humanist Polemics on Style. Helsinki, Finnish Society of Sciences and Letters, 2002. Cole, Benjamin G. Renaissance Humanism, 1300–1550, A Bibliography of Materials in English. New York and London, Garland, 1985. Coors, Alan Charles. Theology and Atheism in Early Modern France, in Grafton and Blair, eds. Transmission of Culture in Early Modern Europe, pp. 238–75. Korsch, Karl Marx. New York, John Wiley & Sons, 1938. Coyer, Alexander, From the Closed World to the Infinite Universe. Baltimore, Johns Hopkins Press, 1957. Kraus, Ernst. Erasmus Darwin, Trans W. S. Dallas. London, John Murray, 1879. Crothamer, Richard. Rome, Profile of a City, 312–1308. Princeton University Press, 1980. Christeller, Paul Oscar. Renaissance Thought, The Classic, Scholastic and Humanist Strains. New York, Harper, 1961. Renaissance Concepts of Man and Other Essays. New York, Harper, 1972. Renaissance Thought and the Arts, Collected Essays. Princeton University Press, 1965–1980. And Philip P. Weiner, eds. Renaissance Essays. New York, Harper, 1968. Kuhn, Manfred, Kant, A Biography. New York, Cambridge University Press, 2001. Latch, John, The Difference God Makes. Midwest Studies in Philosophy, 28, 2004, pp. 180–394. Lactantius. A Treatise on the Anger of God, addressed to Donatus, in Rev. Alexander Roberts and James Donaldson, eds. William Fletcher, trans. The Works of Lactantius. Vol. Roman II. Edinburgh, T&T Clark, 1871, pp. 148. Lange, Frederick Albert. The History of Materialism and Criticism of Its Present Importance, trans. Ernest Chester Thomas, intro. Bertrand Russell. London, K. Paul Trench Trubner. New York, Harcourt Brace, 1925. Leff Gordon, Heresy, Philosophy and Religion in the Medieval West. Aldershot, UK and Burlington, VT, Ashgate, 2002. Le Goff, Jacques. The Medieval Imagination, trans. Arthur Goldhammer. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1985. Leonardo da Vinci, The Notebooks. New York, New American Library, 1960. Leonardo da Vinci. The Literary Works of Leonardo, ed. Jean Paul Richter. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1977. Lido Pomponio Lucrezio, ed. Giuseppe Solaro, Palermo, Celerio, 1993. Levine Norman, The Tragic Deception, Marx Contra Angels. Oxford, Clio Books, 1975. Lesra Jacques, Unspeakable Subjects, The Genealogy of the Event in Early Modern Europe. Stanford University Press, 1997. Lightbrown, R. W. Botticelli, Life and Work. New York, Abvil Press, 1989. Loeffler, Dr. Clemens, Deutsche Klosterbibliotheken. Cologne, J. P. Bachmann, 1918. Long, A. Hellenistic Philosophy, Stoics, Epicureans, Skeptics, 2nd eden. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1987, and D. N. Sedley, The Hellenistic Philosophers, 2 vols. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1987. Longo, Susanna Gambino. Lucretius et Epicure à la Renaissance Italienne. Paris, Honoré Champion, 2004. Lucretius, On the Nature of Things, trans. W. H. D. Rouse, Rev. Martin F. Smith. Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1924, Rev. 1975. De Rerum Natura Libri Sex, ed. Cyril Bailey, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1947. De Rerum Natura, ed. Cyril Bailey, London, Oxford University Press, 1963. The Nature of Things, trans. Frank O. Copley. New York, W. W. Norton and Company, 1977. On the Nature of Things, trans. Anthony M. Esselin, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1995. On the Nature of the Universe, trans. Ronald Melville, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1997. On the Nature of Things, trans. Martin Ferguson Smith, London, Sphere Books, 1969, Rev. Trans. Indianapolis, Hackett, 2001. The Nature of Things, trans. A. E. Stallings, London, Penguin, 2007. De Rerum Natura, trans. David R. Slavitt, Berkeley, University of California Press, 2008. Lund, von Raymond Anthony and Helena Rocklinsberg. The Ethical Contract as a Tool in Organic Animal Husbandry, Journal of Agricultural and Environmental Ethics 17, 2004, pp. 2349. Luperfoy, Stephen. Annihilation, Philosophical Quarterly 37, 1987, pp. 233-52. MacLeod, Roy ed. The Library of Alexandria, Center of Learning in the Ancient World. London, I. B. Torres, 2004. Macphail, Eric. Montaigne's New Epicureanism, Montaigne Studies 12, 2000, pp. 91-103. Madigan, Arthur. Commentary on Politis, Boston Area Colloquium in Ancient Philosophy 18, 2002. Maglo, Coffee. Newton's Gravitational Theory by Huygens, Varignon, and Maupertuis. How Normal Science May Be Revolutionary, Perspectives on Science, 11, 2003, pp. 135-69. Ma, Harold, The End of Philosophy, The Origin of Ideology. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1987. Maiorino, Giancarlo. Leonardo da Vinci, The Daedalian Mythmaker. University Park, PA, Pennsylvania State University Press, 1992. Malcolm Noel, Aspects of Hobbes. New York, Oxford University Press, 2002. Marino Joseph and Melinda W. Schlitt, eds. Perspectives on Early Modern and Modern Intellectual History. Essays in Honor of Nancy S. Struver. Rochester, NY. University of Rochester Press, 2000. Marcus, R. A. The End of Ancient Christianity. Cambridge and New York, Cambridge University Press, 1990. Marlowe, Christopher, Christopher Marlowe, The Complete Poems and Translations, ed. Stephen Orgel. Harmondsworth, UK and Baltimore, Penguin Books, 1971. Marsh, David, The Quattrocento Dialogue. Cambridge, Ma and London, Harvard University Press, 1980. Martin, Elaine, and Oliver Primevsi. L'Empédocle de Strasbourg. Berlin and New York, Walter de Gruyter, Bibliothèque nationale et universitaire de Strasbourg, 1999. Martin John Jeffries, Myths of Renaissance Individualism. Houndmills, Basingstoke, UK, Palgrave, 2004. Martindale, Charles, Latin Poetry and the Judgment of Taste. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2005. Martins, Lauro. The Social World of the Florentine Humanists, 1390-1460. Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1963. Scourge and Fire, Savonarola and Renaissance Florence. London, Jonathan Cape, 2006. Marello, Michel, In I Naturali trans Doretella Capini. Florence, Casa Editrice La Letter, 1995. Marx, Carl, and Frederick Engels, Collected Works, Trans. Richard Dixon, New York, International Publishers, 1975. On Literature and Art, Moscow, Progress Publishers, 1976. Masters, Roger, The Political Philosophy of Rousseau, Princeton University Press, 1968. Gradualism and Discontinuous Change in Albert Sommet and Stephen Peterson, eds. The Dynamics of Evolution, Ithaca, NY, Cornell University Press, 1992. Mayo, Thomas Franklin, Epicurus in England, 1650-1725. Dallas, Southwest Press, 1934. McCarthy, George. Marx and the Ancients, Classical Ethics, Social Justice, and 19th-Century Political Economy. Savage, M.D., Roman and Littlefield, 1990. McDowell, Gary, and Sharon Noble, eds. Reason and Republicanism, Thomas Jefferson's Legacy of Liberty. Lanham, M.D., Roman and Littlefield, 1997. McGuire, J.E., and P.M. Ratensy. Newton and the Pipes of Pan, Notes and Records of the Royal Society of London, 21, 1966, pp. 108-43. McKitterick, Rosamond. Manuscripts and Scriptoria in the Reign of Charles the Bald, 840-877. Giovanni Scotto nel suo tempo. Spalito, Centro Italiano di Studi sull'Alto Medioevo, 1989, pp. 201-37. Le rôle culturel des monastères dans les Roms carolingiens du vie aux cycle. Review Benedictine 103, 1993, pp. 117-30. Books, Scribes, and Learning in the Frankish Kingdoms, 6th-9th centuries. Aldershot, UK, Variorum, 1994. Ed. Carolingian Culture, Emulation and Innovation. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1994. McKnight, Stephen A. The Modern Age and the Recovery of Ancient Wisdom, A Reconsideration of Historical Consciousness, 1450-1650. Columbia Mo, University of Missouri Press, 1991. McClellan, David, The Thought of Karl Marx. New York, Harper & Row, 1971. McNeill, Maureen, Under the Banner of Science, Erasmus Darwin and His Age. Manchester, Manchester University Press, 1987. Makel, Scott, Essentialism in the Thought of Karl Marx. London, Duckworth, 1985. Melzer, Arthur M. The Natural Goodness of Man, On the System of Rousseau's Thought. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1990. Meriwether F. Somner, Bibliomania in the Middle Ages. London, Woodstock Press, 1933. Mitchell, Paul Henry, The Cosmology of Giordano Bruno, trans. R. E. W. Madison. Paris, Herman, Ithaca, NY, Cornell University Press, 1973. Miller, Charles A. Jefferson and Nature, An Interpretation. Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1988. Moffat, John F., The Evidentia of Curling Waters and Whirling Winds. Leonardo's Ekphrases of the Latin Weathermen. Leonardo Studies 4, 1991, pp. 1133. Malho, Anthony et al., Genealogy and Marriage Alliance, Memories of Power in Late Medieval Florence, in Cohn and Epstein, eds. Portraits of Medieval and Renaissance Living, pp. 3970. Morel, Jean. Recherches sur les sources du discours sur l'inégalité, Annals 5, 1909, pp. 163-64. Mortara, Elena. The Light of Common Day, Romantic Poetry and the Everydayness of Human Existence, in Riccardo de Torre, ed. The Legitimacy of Truth. Rome, Lit Verlag, 2001. Muller, Conradus. Decodicum Lucretiae Italicorum Origin, Museum Helveticum. Revue Suisse pour l'étude de l'Antiquité Classique 30, 1973, pp. 166-78. Mundy, John Hine, and Kennerly M. Woody, eds. Louise Ropes Loomis, trans. The Council of Constance, The Unification of the Church. New York and London, Columbia University Press, 1961. Murphy, Caroline P. The Pope's Daughter. London, Faber and Faber, 2004. Murray, Alexander. Piety and Impiety in 13th Century Italy, in C.J. Cumming and Derek Baker, eds. Popular Belief and Practice, Studies in Church History 8. London, Syndics of the Cambridge University Press, 1972, pp. 83-106. Confession as a Historical Source in the 13th Century, in R. H. C. Davis and J. M. Wallace Hadrill, eds. The Writing of History in the Middle Ages. Essays presented to Richard William Southern. Oxford Clarendon Press, 1981, pp. 275-322. The Epicureans in Piero Baitani and Anna Torti, eds. Intellectuals and Writers in 14th Century Europe. Tübingen, Gunter Nahr, 1986, pp. 138-63. Nelson, Eric. The Greek Tradition in Republican Thought. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2004. Neugebauer, O. The Exact Sciences in Antiquity. Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1952. Newton, Isaac. Correspondence of Isaac Newton, H. W. Tumble et al., eds. 7 vols. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1959-1984. Nichols, Mark. Percy Henry, Oxford Dictionary of National Biography, 2004-07. Nichols, James. Epicurean Political Philosophy, the De Rerum Natura of Lucretius. Ithaca, N.Y., Cornell University Press, 1976. Nussbaum, Martha. The Therapy of Desire, Theory and Practice in Hellenistic Ethics. Princeton, Princeton University Press, 2009, pp. 140-91. Obermann, Heiko. The Dawn of the Reformation. Grand Rapids, Me. William Eerdmans Publishing Co., 1986. Olson, B. Monk. L'étude des auteurs classiques latins aux zi et z cycles. Paris, Editions du Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique, 1985. O'Malley, Charles, and J. B. Saunders. Leonardo da Vinci on the Human Body, the Anatomical, Physiological, and Embryological Drawings of Leonardo da Vinci. New York, Greenwich House, 1982. O'Malley, John W. Thomas M. Isbicki and Gerald Christiansen, eds. Humanity and Divinity in Renaissance and Reformation. Essays in Honor of Charles Trinkhaus. Leiden, E. J. Brill, 1993. Ordine Nuccio. Bruno and the Philosophy of the Ass, trans. Henrik Baranski in collab with Ariel Saber. New Haven, CT. Yale University Press, 1996. Origen. Origen Against Celsus, trans. Rev. Frederick Crombie in Ante-Nicene Christian Library. Translations of the Writings of the Fathers down to AD 325, ed. Rev. Alexander Roberts and James Donaldson, Vol. 23. Edinburgh, T. and T. Clark, 1872. Osborne, Henry Fairfield. From the Greeks to Darwin, The Development of the Evolution Idea Through 24 Centuries. New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1929. Osler, Margaret. Divine Will and the Mechanical Philosophy, Gassendi and Descartes on Contingency and Necessity in the Created World. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1994. Ed. Adams, Pneuma and Tranquility, Epicurean and Stoic Themes in European Thought. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1991. Osler, Sir William. Illustrations of the Bookworm, Bodleian Quarterly Record, 1 1917, pp. 355-57. Ott James K. Bernhard Pabst, Adam Theorien des Latinischen Mittelalters, Speculum 71, 1996, pp. 747-49. Overby, Dennis. Human DNA, the ultimate spot for secret messages, are some there now. The New York Times, June 26, 2007, pd 4. Overhoff, Jurgen, Hobbes' Theory of the Will, Ideological Reasons and Historical Circumstances. Lanham, M.D., Roman and Littlefield, 2000, Pabst, Bernhard. Adam Theorien des Latinischen Mittelalters. Darmstadt, Wissenschaftliche Buchgesellschaft, 1994. Palladas, Palladas Poems Trans, Tony Harrison. London, Anvil Press Poetry, 1975. Panofsky, Irwin. Renaissance and Renaissances in Western Art, 2 vols. Stockholm, Almqvist and Wicksell, 1960. Parks M. B. Scribes, Scripts and Readers, Studies in the Communication, Presentation and Dissemination of Medieval Texts. London, Hambledon Press, 1991. Parsons, Edward Alexander. The Alexandrian Library, Glory of the Hellenic World, Its Rise, Antiquities and Destructions. New York, American Elsevier Publishing Co., 1952. Partner Peter. Renaissance Rome, 1500–1559, A Portrait of a Society. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1976. The Pope's Men, The Papal Civil Service in the Renaissance. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1990. Patterson, Antoinette Mann, The Infinite Worlds of Giordano Bruno. Springfield, Ill, Thomas, 1970. Pachovsky, Alexander. Quellen zur Böhmischen Inquisition, IM 14. Jahrhundert. Weimar, Hermann Bolaus Nachfolger, 1979. Paulson, Friedrich. Immanuel Kant, His Life and Doctrine, trans, J. E. Creighton and Albert Lefevre. New York, Frederick Ungar, 1963. Payne, Robert Marx. New York, Simon & Schuster, 1968. Peter of M. L. Donovis. John Hughes at the Council of Constance, trans, Matthew Spinka. New York, Columbia University Press, 1965. Petrucci, Armando. Writers and Readers in Medieval Italy. Studies in the History of Written Culture, trans, Charles M. Cadding. New Haven and London, Yale University Press, 1995. Pfeiffer, Rudolph. History of Classical Scholarship from the Beginnings to the End of the Hellenistic Age. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1968. Philippe J. Lucretius dans la théologie création du aussi cycle et spatialement dans les écoles carolingiennes. Revue de l'Histoire des Religions 33, 1896, pp. 125–62. Philodmus, On Choices and Avoidances, trans, Giovanni Indelli and Vulatsauna Macryahan. Naples, Bibliopolis, 1995. Mémoire épicurée. Naples, Bibliopolis, 1997. Acts of Love, Ancient Greek Poetry from Aphrodite's Garden, trans, George Economou. New York, Modern Library, 2006. On Rhetoric, Books 1 and 2, trans, Clive Chandler. New York, Routledge, 2006. Poggio Bracciolini, 1380–1980. Nel Roman 6 Centenario della Nascita. Florence, Sansoni, 1982. Politis Vasilis. Aristotle on Aporia and Searching in Metaphysics. Boston Area Colloquium in Ancient Philosophy, 18, 2002, pp. 145–74. Porter, James. Nietzsche and the Philology of the Future. Stanford, Stanford University Press, 2000. Primavesi, Oliver. Empedocles, Physical and Mythical Divinity, in Patricia Curd and Daniel W. Graham, eds. The Oxford Handbook of Presocratic Philosophy. New York, Oxford University Press, 2008, pp. 250–83. Prosperi Adriano, Tribunali della Coscienza, Inquisitori Confessori Missionari, Turin, Giulio Einaudi, 1996. Putnam, George Haven, Books and Their Makers During the Middle Ages. New York, G. P. Putnam Sons, 1898. Puyo, Jean, Jan Hughes, Un drame au cœur de l'Église. Paris, Desclée de Brouwer, 1998. Rattansi, Pio. Newton and the Wisdom of the Ancients in John Fovell, ed. Let Newton Be. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1988. Redshaw, Adrian M. Voltaire and Lucretius. Studies on Voltaire and the 18th Century, 189–1980, pp. 1943. Reddy, Ladislau, The Library of Leonardo da Vinci. Los Angels, Zeitlin and Verbrugge, 1972. Reynolds, L. D. Texts and Transmission, A Survey of the Latin Classics. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1983, and N.G. Wilson Scribes and Scholars, A Guide to the Transmission of Greek and Latin Literature. London, Oxford University Press, 1968. Reynolds, Susan, Social Mentalities and the Case of Medieval Skepticism, Transactions of the Royal Historical Society 1, 1990, pp. 2141. Rich, Susanna. De Undarum Natura, Lucretius and Wolfe in the Waves, Journal of Modern Literature 23 2000, pp. 249-57. Richard Carl, The Founders and the Classics, Greece, Rome, and the American Enlightenment. Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1994. Rich, Peer, Education and Culture in the Barbarian West 6th through 8th Centuries, trans. John J. Cotran. Columbia, S.C. University of South Carolina Press, 1976. Richental, Ulrich von. Chronik des Konstanzer Konsuls 1414-1418. Constance, F. Bond, 1984. Richter, J.P. The Notebooks of Leonardo da Vinci. New York, Dover Books, 1970. Richter, Simon. Laocoon's Body and the Aesthetics of Pain. Winkelmann, Lessing, Herder, Moritz, Goethe. Detroit, Wayne State University Press, 1992. Roch, J. Thomas Harriot, Oxford Dictionary of National Biography, 2004, p. 6. Rochat, Bernard. Les Travaux de Gassendi, Sir Epicure et Sir Elatomisme 1619-1658. Paris, Librairie Philosophique J. Vrin, 1944. Rosenbaum, Stephen. How to Be Dead and Not Care. American Philosophical Quarterly 23, 1986. Epicurus and Annihilation. Philosophical Quarterly 39, 1989, pp. 8190. The Symmetry Argument, Lucretius Against the Fear of Death. Philosophy and Phenomenological Research 50, 1989, pp. 353-73. Epicurus on Pleasure and the Complete Life. The Monist, 73, 1990. Rossler, Wolfgang. Hermann Diels und Albert Einstein. Die Lucretius von 1923-24. Hermann Diels, 1848-1922, Et la science de l'antique. Geneva, Entretien sur l'antique classique, 1998. Roland Ingrid Di Giordano Bruno, Philosopher Heretic. New York, Farrar, Straus and Giroux, 2008. Ruggiero, Guido ed., A Companion to the Worlds of the Renaissance. Oxford, Blackwell, 2002. Ryan, Lawrence V. Review of On Pleasure by Lorenzo Valla. Renaissance Quarterly 34, 1981, pp. 91-93. Sabadini, Remigio. La Scopert dei Codici Latini e Greci ni secoli Roman 14 e Roman 15. Florence, Sansoni, 1905. Saber, Ariel, and Stefano Ugo Baldessari eds. Images of Quattrocento Florence, Selected Writings in Literature, History, and Art. New Haven, Yale University Press, 2000. Santayana, George. Three Philosophical Poets, Lucretius, Dante, and Goethe. Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1947. Schmidt, Albert Marie. La Poésie scientifique en France au sixième cycle. Paris, Albin Mitchell, 1939. Schofield, Malcolm, and Gisela Stryker eds. The Norms of Nature, Studies in Hellenistic Ethics. Paris, Maison des Sciences de l'Homme, 1986. Scottenlower, Carl. Books and the Western World. A Cultural History, trans. William D. Boyd and Irmgard H. Wolfe. Jefferson, N.C., McFarland and Co., 1989. Sedley, David. Lucretius and the Transformation of Greek Wisdom. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1998. Segel, C. Lucretius on Death and Anxiety, Poetry and Philosophy in De Rerum Natura. Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1990. Sesnek, Jean. The Survival of the Pagan Gods. The Mythological Tradition and Its Place in Renaissance Humanism and Art, trans. Barbara F. Sessions. New York, Harper and Row, 1953. Chapin, Stephen and Simon Schaffer. Leviathan and the Air Pump. Hobbes, Boyle and the Experimental Life. Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1985. She, William. Filled with Wonder, Kant's cosmological essay, The Universal Natural History and Theory of the Heavens, in Robert Butts, ed., Kant's Philosophy of Physical Science. Boston, Kluwer Academic Publishers, 1986. Shell, Susan, The Embodiment of Reason, Kant on Spirit, Generation and Community. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1996. Shepard, W.M. Life of Poggio Bracciolini. Liverpool, Longman et al., 1837. Shirley J. W. Thomas Harriot, A Biography. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1983. Ed. Thomas Harriot, Renaissance Scientist. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1974. Sider, David, The Library of the Villa dei Papyri at Herculaneum. Los Angeles, J. Paul Getty Museum, 2005. Ed. and Trans, The Epigrams of Philodemos. New York, Oxford University Press, 1997. Sykes, E. E. Lucretius, Poet and Philosopher. New York, Russell and Russell, 1936. Simonetta Marcello, Rinascimento Segreto, Il Mondo del Segretario de Petrarca a Machiavelli. Milan, Franco Angeli, 2004. Simons, Patricia. A Profile Portrait of a Renaissance Woman in the National Gallery of Victoria. Art Bulletin of Victoria 28, 1987, pp. 3452. Women in Frames, The Gaze, the Eye, the Profile in Renaissance Portraiture. History Workshop Journal 25, 1988, pp. 430. Singer, Dorothea. Giordano Bruno, His Life and Thought. New York, H. Schumann, 1950. Smahel, Frantisek ed. Hersie Unvorzeitig Reformation im Spätmittelalter. Munich, R. Oldenburg, 1998. Smith, Christine and Joseph F. O'Connor. What do Athens and Jerusalem have to do with Rome? Genazzo Manetti on the Library of Nicholas V. in Marino and Schlitt, eds. Perspectives on Early Modern and Modern Intellectual History. Essays in honor of Nancy S. Struver. Rochester, N.Y., University of Rochester Press, 2000, pp. 88-115. Smith, Cyril, Karl Marx and the Future of the Human. Lanham, M.D., Lexington Books, 2005. Smith, John Holland. The Great Schism, 1378. London, Hamish Hamilton, 1970. Smith, Julia M. H. Europe After Rome, A New Cultural History, 500-1000. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2005. Smuts, R. Malcolm, ed. The Stuart Court in Europe, Essays in Politics and Political Culture. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1996. Snowsmith, Joanne. The Primavera of Sandro Botticelli, A Neoplatonic Interpretation. New York, Peter Lang, 1993. Snyder, Jane McIntosh. Lucretius and the Status of Women, The Classical Bulletin 53, 1976, pp. 1719. Puns and Poetry in Lucretius de Rerum Natura. Amsterdam, B. R. Gruner, 1980. Snyder, John R. Writing the Scene of Speaking, Theories of Dialogue in the Late Italian Renaissance. Stanford, Stanford University Press, 1989. Spencer, T. J. B. Lucretius and the Scientific Poem in English. In D. R. Dudley, ed., Lucretius. London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1965, pp. 131-64. Spinka, Matthew, John Hughes and the Czech Reform. Hamden, C.T., Archon Books, 1966. John Hughes, A Biography. Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1968. Stanley, John L. Mainlining Marx. New Brunswick, N.J., Transaction Publishers, 2002. Stevenson, J. ed. A New Eusebius, Documents Illustrating the History of the Church to add 337. London, SPCK, 1987. Stinger, Charles L. Humanism and the Church Fathers. Ambrogio Tavarsari 1386–1439, and Christian Antiquity in the Italian Renaissance. Albany, State University of New York Press, 1977. The Renaissance in Rome. Bloomington, Indiana University Press, 1998. Stites, Raymond. Sources of Inspiration in the Science and Art of Leonardo da Vinci, American Scientist 56, 1968, pp. 222–43. Strauss, Leo. Natural Right and History. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1953. Struver, Nancy S. Historical Priorities. Journal of the History of Ideas 66, 2005, p. 16. Stump, Philip H. The Reforms of the Council of Constance, 1414–1418. Leiden, E. J. Brill, 1994. Surtz, Edward L. Epicurus in Utopia, L. A Journal of English Literary History 16, 1949, pp. 89–103. The Praise of Pleasure, Philosophy, Education, and Communism in More's Utopia. Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1957. Simmons, John Addington. The Renaissance in Italy. London, Smith, Elder & Co., 1875–86. Renaissance in Italy. Vol. 3, The Fine Arts. London, Smith, Elder & Co., 1898. Tafuri, Manfredo. Interpreting the Renaissance, Princes, Cities, Architects, trans. Daniel Schurer. New Haven, Yale University Press, 2006. Teodoro, Francesco D. and Luciano Barbi. Leonardo da Vinci. Del Riparo a Terremoti, Physis. Rivista Internazionale di Storia della Scienza 25, 1983, pp. 539. Tertullian. The Writings of Quintus Sept Flor. Tertullianus, 3 vols. Edinburgh, T. & T. Clark, 1869–70. Concerning the Resurrection of the Flesh. London, SPCK, 1922. Ante-Nicene Fathers, ed. A. Roberts and J. Donaldson, vol. 4, Grand Rapids, Me, W.M. B. Eerdmans Publishing Co., 1951. Tertullian's Treatise on the Incarnation. London, SPCK, 1956. Disciplinary, Moral, and Ascetical Works, trans. Rudolph Arbesman, Sister Emily Joseph Dolly, and Edwin A. Quain. New York, Fathers of the Church, 1959. Treatises on Penance, trans. William P. LaSaint. Westminster, M.D. Newman Press, 1959. Christian and Pagan in the Roman Empire, The Witness of Tertullian, Robert D. Sider, ed., Washington, D.C., Catholic University of America, 2001. Tertulliano, Contro gli Eretici, Rome, Città Nuova, 2002. Thatcher, David S. Nietzsche in England, 1890–1914. Toronto, University of Toronto Press, 1970. Thompson, James Westfall. The Medieval Library. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1939. Ancient Libraries. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1940. Teilch, Alfred Waleska. The Secret Influence of the Ancient Atomistic Ideas and the Reaction of the Modern Scientist Under Ideological Pressure. History of European Ideas 2, 1981, pp. 339–48. Toynbee, Jocelyn, and John Ward Perkins. The Shrine of St. Peter and the Vatican Excavations. New York, Pantheon Books, 1957, pp. 109–17. Trinkaus, Charles, In Our Image and Likeness. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1970. Machiavelli and the Humanist Anthropological Tradition, in Marino and Schlitt, eds. Perspectives on Early Modern and Modern Intellectual History. Rochester, N.Y. University of Rochester Press, 2000, pp. 66–87. Tuma, Catherine A. Cezanne and Lucretius at the Red Rock. Representation 78, 2002, pp. 56–85. Turberville, S. Medieval Heresy and the Inquisition. London and Hamden, C.T. Archon Books, 1964. Turner, Frank M. Lucretius Among the Victorians, Victorian Studies 16, 1973, pp. 329-48. Turner, Paul. Shelley and Lucretius, Review of English Studies 10, 1959, pp. 269-82. Tyndall, John. The Belfast Address, Fragments of Science, a series of detached essays, addresses, and reviews. New York, D. Appleton & Co., 1880, pp. 472-523. Ullman, B. L. Studies in the Italian Renaissance. Rome, Edizioni di Storia e Letteratura, 1955. Vale, Amy, ed. Albert Einstein's Introduction to Dial's translation of Lucretius. The Classical World, 82, 1989, pp. 435-36. Valla, Lorenzo. De Viro Falso Bono, trans, and ed. Maristella de Panizza Lorch. Bari, Adriatica, 1970. On Pleasure, trans A. Kent Hiet and Maristella Lorch. New York, Abaris Books, 1977, pp. 48-325. Vasari, Giorgio. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects. London, Philip Lee Warner, 1912. The Lives of the Artists, trans Julia Conaway Bondanella and Peter Bondanella. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1988. Vespasiano. The Vespasiano Memoirs, Lives of Illustrious Men of the XVTH Century, trans William George and Emily Waters. New York, Harper & Row, 1963. Virgil, Virgil's Georgics, trans, John Dryden. London, Euphorion Books, 1949. Wade, Nicholas. Humans Have Spread Globally and Evolved Locally. The New York Times, June 26, 2007, pd 3. Wakefield, Walter L. Some Unorthodox Popular Ideas of the 13th Century, Medievalia et Humanistica 4, 1973, pp. 25-35. Walser, Ernst, Pagius Florentinus, Leben und Werk. Hildesheim, Georg Ohms, 1974. Warburg, Abai. Sandro Botticelli's Gebert der Venus und Frühling. Eine Untersuchung über die Vorstellungen von der Antike in der italienischen Frührenaissance. Hamburg and Leipzig, Verlag von Leopold Voss, 1893. The Renewal of Pagan Antiquity, Contributions to the Cultural History of the European Renaissance, trans, David Britt. Los Angeles, Getty Research Institute for the History of Art and the Humanities, 1999, pp. 88-156. Ward Henshaw, Charles Darwin, The Man and His Warfare. Indianapolis, Bobbs Merrill, 1927. Webb Clement, Kant's Philosophy of Religion. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1926. Weiss, Harry B. and Ralph H. Carruthers, Insect Enemies of Books. New York, New York Public Library, 1937. Weiss, Roberto, Medieval and Humanist Greek. Padua, Antenor, 1977. Wenley, R. M. Kant and His Philosophical Revolution. Edinburgh, T. and T. Clark, 1910. The Spread of Italian Humanism. London, Hutchinson University Library, 1964. The Renaissance Discovery of Classical Antiquity. Oxford, Blackwell, 1969. West, David. The Imagery and Poetry of Lucretius. Norman, University of Oklahoma Press, 1969. Westphal, Richard. The Foundations of Newton's Philosophy of Nature, British Journal for the History of Science, 1 1962, pp. 171-82. White, Michael Leonardo, The First Scientist. New York, St. Martin's Press, 2000. White, Lancelot. Essay on Atomism from Democritus to 1960. Middletown, CT. Wesleyan University Press, 1961. Wilde, Lawrence. Ethical Marxism and Its Radical Critics. Houndmills, Basingstoke, UK. Macmillan Press, 1998. Wilford John Noble. The Human Family Tree Has Become a Bush with Many Branches. The New York Times, June 26, 2007, pp. D3, D10. Wind, Edgar. Pagan Mysteries in the Renaissance. Harmonsworth, UK, Penguin Books, 1967. Witt, Ronald G. The Humanist Movement in Thomas A. Brady, Jr., Heiko A. Oberman and James D. Tracy, eds. Handbook of European History 1400-1600, Late Middle Ages, Renaissance and Reformation. Leiden and New York, E. J. Brill, 1995, pp. 93-125. In the Footsteps of the Ancients. The Origins of Humanism from Lovato to Bruni, Studies in Medieval and Reformation Thought, ed. Heiko A. Oberman, Vol. 74. Leiden, E. J. Brill, 2000. Wolf Gregg and Alan K. Bowman, eds. Literacy and Power in the Ancient World. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1994. Yarbrough, Jean. American Virtues, Thomas Jefferson on the Character of a Free People. Lawrence. University Press of Kansas, 1998. Yashiro Yukio, Sandro Botticelli and the Florentine Renaissance. Boston, Hale, Cushman and Flint, 1929. Yates, Francis A. Giordano Bruno and the Hermetic Tradition. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1964. Yatromanolakis, Demetrios and Panagiotis Roilos, Towards a Ritual Poetics. Athens, Foundation of the Hellenic World, 2003. Yoon, Carol Kisuk. From a Few Genes, Life's Myriad Shapes. The New York Times, June 26, 2007, pp. D1, D4, D5. Zimmer, Carl. Faster Producing Microbes Provide a Window on Natural Selection. The New York Times, June 26, 2007, pp. D6, D7. Zorzi, Andrea and William J. Connell, eds. Lo Stato Territoriale Fiorentino, Secoli Roman 14, Roman 15, Richards, Linguaggi Confronti. San Miniato, Passini, 1996. Zwanenberg, Robert. The Writings and Drawings of Leonardo da Vinci, Order and Chaos in Early Modern Thought, trans Caroline A. Van Eck. New York, Cambridge University Press, 1999.